Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. We're getting a little bit of a late start tonight, but we're still here, as we always are, to question beliefs, to see if you can question your beliefs. I'm not here to argue, tear you down, or prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question it. Well, then what are your beliefs? And why do you hold to them? And if you don't have a belief in like a god or God's higher power or anything like that, well, you're still in the right place. Make sure you tap the screen though. Share the live out to somebody who might believe and might be able to question. And if you haven't already, you can always hit the share button down there and repost the live. Wow. Interesting choices in the comments today. Very interesting choices. Telling choices. Thank you, Hammy, for knocking that gift goal out before I even made it to the panel. Hell yeah. Appreciate you. Hello, Deftone Dude. Hey there, Michael V. Good to see you. Also good to see you, Wolf, and Rose Bear. Martha, so good to see you. Also Tia, good to see you. Misinformation, welcome. And Laura, welcome back, Eric. Rosie, Ratton, Baba, what a name there. Ruth and Pud, good to see y'all. Naked Truth, welcome in, everybody. Susie Blue, good to see you. And Trip, hey there, Trip. I know I'm calling out people who haven't commented. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Welcome in, everybody. We are just getting started, but all we've got to do is tap that screen and share the live a little bit. We should have plenty of people in here with beliefs that they might be capable of questioning. And if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're open to questioning that belief, well, go ahead and request on it. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to tear you down. I just want to know if you do believe and you can question, well, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? I think we'll be getting started in just a moment. Hello, Nate. Can I get your
What's
age?
going on?
Talk TOS.
I'm 22.
I don't need your camera. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do not.
Why not?
Well, seems like the evidence is pointing towards the fact that there probably is no God.
There's evidence pointing to a fact of no god.
To probably there's no God right now. You
I
can't
see.
disprove it. You can't prove it.
What evidence would you expect to see to prove a god to you?
I'm not sure, but there's not a lot that is helping in the way of people that are religious.
Not a lot helping. You mean evidence-wise?
Right.
So you don't know what evidence it would take to convince you?
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure people would know when they found it. Right now, there's none pointing to the fact that there's a God, and everything kind of points to the fact that there is no God. Probably.
It's an interesting way you word it. So,
Well, because you can't be too set.
if you did have some evidence to convince you of a god, would you worship it just by nature of it existing, or would you need something more?
I would need something more, because you could argue that, let's say, for instance, even if the Christian God did exist, right? I wouldn't worship him.
What kind of god would you worship?
I don't think I would worship any God, honestly. I think,
Let me
any,
rephrase that. If you
uh
had to choose, what kind of god would you want to worship, or revere, or praise, or respect, even?
one that was like us, ha- didn't have total control of everything, but wanted to move towards making things better.
So, the kind of god you would want to would be like a populist political candidate.
No.
He's like us, doesn't have ultimate power, and wants to work towards making things better.
Right.
Like a community organizer.
I don't know. I can't really. It's hard to say all that because I can't worship a god that has control over like big things like, oh, he can make planets and he can do all this because that means he created suffering, and I can't get down with that. But yeah, a god with faults is
Oh, I
trying to make
see.
it better. Phoenix said.
I see. A god with faults.
Yeah, because I respect other people and we all have faults and we're all just trying to do better. I wouldn't worship him per se, but I wouldn't worship him any
Phoenix.
more than my neighbor.
It's funny that Phoenix mentioned Obama. That's kind of what went through my head. He said, like us, and he's working to make things better, but he's
Yeah.
not perfect and he doesn't have ultimate power. I was
Right.
thinking something like that. Right.
Yep.
Okay, Nate. Well, I don't know how many more questions I have for you. I'm looking for believers who can question their beliefs.
Understood.
I would wonder if you might question your lack of belief a little more. But I do appreciate you being here.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Yep. Thanks for being here. Keep asking questions. We're going to see who else we've got in queue. Oh, are we ready for a dad joke? We can do a quick dad joke. How's it going,
Hello, my
Phoenix?
how you doing today?
Right.
So actually, I do have a dad joke that my wife made up.
Oh,
So what's black and white and red all over?
I have a whole bunch of answers to this. So most of them are inappropriate for TikTok.
Well, it better be your Bible if you're doing it right.
I see. For Christians, that might be I should. You'd be surprised at how many Phoenix don't read it.
Actually, I'm not surprised, and that's the sad part.
Hmm.
And it I would say probably 70% of Christians that I know don't read the Bible.
Mm-hmm. It seems to be. I don't know if it's 75, but it does seem to be quite a few that either have never read it or some even have no intention of reading it. They just believe what they're told, and they're
And
happy with it.
that's sad.
I think it's pretty sad because they don't
But
know
anyways,
what they're putting. But yeah, but I appreciate you,
the
Phoenix.
gets me is if you claim to worship something, you're going to want to get to know it as much as possible. That's my thought.
I mean, it's a good point. I feel the same way. I have to ask, did you request up tonight to question your beliefs? Are you?
It's been a hard couple of weeks, bro. We've been in the hospital for a while, so I'm gonna back off tonight.
I understand, Phoenix, but I appreciate you coming and sharing the joke with us. And who knows, maybe another
But,
time.
give me another week or so, and I'll come in. We'll converse for an hour or so.
Right? Appreciate you, Phoenix.
Uh, so Shaka Zulu. The punchline is, it better be your Bible if you're doing it right, as to what's black and white and red all over.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I have another one
It
that
works
you
for
haven't heard.
Christians. Let's hear another one.
So, what song was going through the Apostle Paul's mind on the road to Damascus?
I don't know.
Blinded by the light.
There's that. There's that. I appreciate you, Phoenix.
All right.
Take
Have a
care.
good day.
Let's see. I know there was a few others in queue, so I don't know which order you joined. I will try to take you up in the order. Well, I try to take people up in the order they requested, but let's just see who we got next. Well, they might not even be there. Yeah, we already have our first Q ghost. Well, let's see who else is a Q ghost. If you happen to have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue or tear you down or make you look like a fool. I just want to know if you can question, well then, what is it that you believe and why do you believe it? There are 68, nearly 70 of us watching. If we all tap the screen, we could probably bring that 10,000 likes, which, by the way, thank you for. But if we all tap, we can get that 10,000 up to probably 20 in the next 30 minutes. Or less. Because you guys are amazing. Let's see who we have in queue now. Hello, Crystal. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
42.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that? Higher power, what does that mean to you?
To me, it means like divine masculine and feminine.
What does divine mean?
Well, I mean, if you want me to Google it, I will. But to me, it just
What
means,
does it mean to you?
To me, it just means divinity, the divine, pure, the one.
It means divine, pure, one.
Mm-hmm. To me.
So divinity means divine. Yeah, I guess you mean pure, right? Or
Correct.
one.
Mm-hmm.
One is in like
Uno.
alone or like
No, one being all of us, one consciousness. Like we're all divine beings.
so divine means we're all one and pure.
Well, no, divine doesn't mean one consciousness. I'm just saying, to me, divine means pure. And then it is also the one, and then I believe that's all encompassed as one consciousness. Sorry, it's like 3:30. Maybe I should have requested up another time, but that's what I got for you. All right, pure. God would be pure, correct? But I don't want to use the word God because I don't think that it is God.
What do you mean by pure?
The light, the universe.
The light, the universe. Are you trying to say that God is all of us, or is it all of everything?
It's all connected.
It's just all connected. Is it something other than us and everything? Is it apart from us?
No, not in my opinion.
So God is pure and everything, or not everything. It is between all of us.
Like God energy. And yeah, I do believe that we all encompass God energy.
What is energy?
Smoke another one, Crystal. Your soul. Your soul is God energy.
What is a soul?
And so we're just wearing a meat suit. The soul is what never dies.
You say the soul is what never dies. How do you know anything?
I don't
Never
know
dies.
anything. In my opinion, none of us really know until it's our
Why do you
time.
think some part of you never dies? Let's back it up then, so it's not about a knowledge claim.
Sure. I would think just based on. Can you repeat the question you're asking me?
Why do you think there's a part of you that never dies you called soul?
Yeah, my soul. I feel it. I feel it within my soul. There's a part of. I believe in reincarnation, that we just do this again and again and again. And I feel like this is the meat
You
suit that I
feel
wear
like
for it.
you feel like there's a part of you that gets born again and again.
Correct. That would be the divine energy.
Why do you think that?
Because that's what my intuition tells me, just like anybody else's beliefs would.
So your intuition tells you that you are born again and again as the same energy.
From what I've gathered in my 42 years, this time, yes, sir.
Do
That's
you
what I
have any
feel.
reason to believe that?
I mean, I don't have any concrete facts. No, I don't think any of us do, or we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Well, some people have reasons why they believe what they believe,
You,
other than
you
just
right, like the Christians that we were just talking about that don't even read the book they preach about, like them.
some of them. Some of them do read, some of them have reasons.
Yeah, maybe a third of them read it.
That's awfully generous. I don't think it's that many, but
I felt so as well. I'm glad we
maybe
agreed
it
there.
is. But either way, whether they read or not, for
That's
you,
right.
what is it that makes you think that you are reborn again and again, and that there's something called what was it,
Okay. So like
spirit energy?
right, I do believe in spirit energy or one consciousness. I guess like my biggest points when talking about this would be after death experiences, the way people speak of them, they all tend to have the same scenario, just maybe a different aesthetic to it. But it's usually you go into a room, you know, see your life in replay. Some of it's good, some of it's bad, and there's ascension in all of it. And again, this is just gathered information. Again, I don't know what's real until I know.
Have you ever spoken to somebody who's had an NDE without an experience like that?
No, I've just read books based on people's experiences and just,
So just books where they would gather people who have experiences like that and have them tell.
Yeah, there's one called The Signs.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few.
I wonder if you've ever spoken to, if you've ever looked into to see if there's some better information than a book focused on convincing you of something.
I mean, there's documentaries, there's information out there that.
I wonder how many, if you looked to see, of people who've been in NDE situations and didn't have NDE experiences, where things just went black.
You're saying like some people have them, some people don't?
As a matter of fact, I'm not going to say which is more because I don't know for sure.
Right.
But in my experience, I would have to say it's fairly well split.
50-50.
Could be one way or the other if I
I
went
mean, I
back
kind
and
of
checked the
agree with
data.
you there. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know either.
Of the people who have experiences, it is interesting that their experiences tend to follow the cultural norms of where they're raised. So
in aesthetics, that would be the aesthetic.
in aesthetic, regardless of what they believed, it tends to be similar to what they're most surrounded by.
Agreed. It's
So
the thing they're most comfortable with.
it makes me wonder if maybe those situations, and I would wonder if you've thought this, could be caused by the brain releasing chemicals as it unalives.
Yeah.
And then those people don't unalive, so they remember what the chemicals did. Kind of like certain substances people like to do for fun.
I've played with substances, and
So I would wonder if that's what's happening. Do you think that's possible? That that's all that's happening?
well, I believe that the substance can get you there, but I believe where you go is real.
You believe where you go is real.
And like, in my opinion,
Why would you believe that where you go is real when your brain is being affected by chemicals?
I know, why would you believe something silly like that?
Well, not silly, but why would you believe something external is happening to your mind when it can be explained by what's internally happening?
I think, again, just because through consensus with, people that are open to the idea and not just closed on the thought, would kind of agree with like the same, like whether it's the pearly gates or the universe, you're standing in front of the divine being.
Real quick, I'm gonna talk past you. It's not to be rude, but I've gotta thank Susie Blue, Hammy, and Everlasting Godstopper for helping with our goal. Appreciate you guys so much.
You gotta do that in our lives.
Gotta do that. Well, because they're amazing and I appreciate them.
Absolutely.
So, what reason do people reincarnate? What is the goal or the purpose of that?
Ascension. In my belief, higher dimensions, greater knowing. Feel like we all start as like baby souls and we grow through each reincarnation. And you can, stay stagnant or keep moving forward.
So ascension to
what?
another dimension, another plane, another place,
Another state of being.
another state of being. Does everyone go to?
In my beliefs, yes. It's the same end goal.
What is the end goal again? I get it's another thing, but what it
I mean, there's not
is it
really
actually
like
worth working towards?
in my opinion, yeah. I mean, there's no capping
How would
down.
you
I'm not
know
going to
if you?
graduate. Well, I mean, again, intuition, it's just what my gut tells me. I guess my mom was Christian, but there was one thing that she said. I kind of questioned her beliefs one time, and she said I'd rather have faith in something, than nothing. And I kind of heard her, but at the same time I didn't. But I do feel comfortable, like, with my beliefs, and then my beliefs being that the goal end is ascension, is just all knowing, all being. I don't know if that makes any sense.
All knowing,
Yeah, so
all
like kind of
being.
like
So
what Majestic said.
ascension. Well,
I apologize.
right.
Majestic said the
But that
purpose
would be
is.
that. Yeah, that's more like why reincarnate over and over. And I'm curious about this end goal. You said all purpose, all being. Are you saying that you believe that we become gods?
No, I don't. I feel like we all have God energy, so
God energy.
correct. So none of us are God. I just believe that everything holds God energy. The trees, the flowers, the birds, the grass. It holds a frequency, a light. Does that?
I'm still not sure what you meant by energy earlier. What do you think the energy is? You said soul. Soul was. Oh, I already forgot what you said. Soul was.
I mean, yes, rocks have energy, like life force energy.
Crystal, you keep reading from the comments, which is really distracting from the conversation here. So I'm curious.
I apologize.
I'm really curious. Can you question your belief?
Yeah, I mean,
What does that
absolutely.
mean?
To question it would be to, put what I'm believing on the line and allow somebody to debate that with me and open my mind to a different perspective.
What about you? Can you question it?
My belief, I question it all the time. I don't know if what I believe is what it is, but it's just a knowing or a feeling that I have that I tend to go with. But I don't know. Nobody knows.
You don't know. Nobody knows.
Yeah. Do you know?
No.
Nobody knows. So of course we can sit here and debate it. We can discuss it.
Well, that's just it, Crystal. This isn't a debate. I'm not trying to debate you. What I'm trying to do is find out if you can question your own beliefs and what that means to you.
Yes, I do it all the time.
What do you think the biggest critique of your own worldview is? The best critique?
I feel like if it's not what my intuition tells me, then it would be the other, and that's just that we're worm food. And that none of it means anything.
What are your thoughts on that?
That it's impossible. I mean, it's plausible, but at the same time,
impossible that there's nothing else after this.
I mean, to me, I feel like the universe is a little too magical.
What do you mean by magical?
I mean, everything that happens around us all day shows us how beautiful the universe is, and I don't feel like that's in vain. I feel like there's a reason for it.
Things that happen around us show us how beautiful the universe is, and you find that to mean there must be a reason and magic.
Yeah, absolutely. The sunset, the sunrise, the birds chirping, the flowers.
Aesthetics. So things are beautiful because we decide they're beautiful. Don't some people see those things and not find them beautiful?
But you could even take like a physical thing out of it and just go into somebody's energy, right?
What is energy again?
Like their vibe is like the best way for me to describe it at 3 a.m.
A vibe.
Your feelings, your frequency, what you put off to the world.
Frequency. It feels like you're using a bunch of words that might have multiple meanings here.
Okay.
So when you say vibe, energy, frequency, what are you talking about? You said you can look into it. How can you look at somebody's vibe, frequency, or energy? Is there a
You've
tool?
never met somebody and like had a feeling about them, whether it's good or
Is that
bad
their vibe or
indifferent?
frequency, or is that you having a feeling?
I think it would be a little of both, intuition and what they're putting out there into the universe.
Are you just talking about making judgments?
No, I think they're feelings, not necessarily judgments.
So you have feelings that make you think about people a certain way, and you call that their energy. How is that their energy and not your feeling?
Well, okay, so if somebody's radiating good energy and love and kindness, then I see that, right?
You're saying love and kindness are good energy,
I think so.
and that's something that radiates and not something that's demonstrated.
Correct.
So somebody can be loving and kind and have no actions that indicate that, and yet you would feel it.
I believe so.
When you say that you're feeling someone's energy without them performing any actions, what is it
Their aura.
what is an aura?
I mean, when I said vibe, frequency, I did mean those things. Those are things that people put off.
You say that they're things people put off, but how do you measure or know that these are things people put off and not judgments you make within your own mind?
Well, I mean, of course, some of them could be considered judgments, but some of those judgments are proven true. You know, at some point you
Some
feel
of
a
the
type of way
judgment.
about, hold on, you feel a type of way about Susie, right? Like Susie, there's something about Susie I just don't like, you know? Well, and then one day you hear, well, this is what Susie did, and you know, you're like, I know, I always felt kind of weird about Susie. Does that make sense or no? That would be her putting off something without me seeing it.
So if you feel kind of weird about Susie and Susie doesn't do anything wrong ever, as far as you know, then does that mean you just had a feeling? Does that mean you're feeling missed?
Yeah, that's plausible as well.
So then if you're just going on feelings about people to decide what their energy is, how is it their energy and not
Well, there's no
your
book of
feeling?
facts that I can go to for Susie and like read up on, you know what I'm saying? Like you have to go based off the feelings. When you meet somebody and you say, hello, my name is, there is no book, there is no personality handbook that's handed to you. So everybody goes off of feelings and judgment.
So does that imply, though, that if everyone's going off feelings and judgment, does that imply that there are energies permeating things that we don't necessarily see influencing our feelings and judgments? Or is it possible that we are just making feelings and judgments according to our experiences and maybe similarities between people?
Can't really speak for you or anybody in the chat, but I can only speak for myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like my feelings and judgments are my intuition, and I tend to go with it. Can it be wrong? Absolutely.
Right. So feelings and judgments are your intuition, and they can be wrong. So
Yeah.
if that's the case, then is it a energy, or is it your feeling that you're deciding?
Projecting. I hear you. I don't know how else to base it. Could you tell me another way that, or how you, like, that is how I do it. It can be wrong, but it's the only way I know of. I don't know how anyone else would go about it, really.
I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the way you're judging, feeling, or interacting with people. I'm just asking, is it really an energy that permeates things, or is it something that you just do based on your experiences?
No, I think it is an energy. If you're gonna ask me, I think it's an energy. Every energy.
And the energy, we still haven't figured out exactly what that is or how we could measure it.
There's no tool.
Is energy something that we have ways of measuring outside of this context?
I mean, if you could figure out how to measure somebody's frequency, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a scientist, but if they can measure the frequency,
What is frequency?
Of Earth,
What is frequency?
the Earth carries a frequency.
What is
Everything
frequency?
carries.
What is frequency, Crystal?
Well, it's a noise, it's an energy, and it's a feeling.
A noise, an energy, and a feeling.
And we'll take feeling out of it.
So a noise and an energy. Energy was frequency, and frequency is noise and energy.
Correct.
It sounds like we're getting circular here, Crystal. I don't have any more questions for you, but Kat's been listening a bit, and I think she might before we move on.
Okay.
Hi, Crystal. Okay, so is energy like a supernatural thing?
Not necessarily super. I mean,
Thank you, Shell.
Because I ask because it sounded like what you were talking about was like an intuition, right? Like an intuitive feeling you might have about somebody. which is fine. But it doesn't mean there's like anything outside of just like your normal brain chemistry going on there, right? Um,
Agreed.
so that's what I was trying to understand is if you thought like this energy or this intuition, this intuitive feeling you get was like supernatural, or if it's just like something that like we do that may be right or wrong. Like sometimes I intuitively feel a way about a person and I might not be correct in that, but that doesn't change how I feel about it. But I also know that this is like just my brain chemistry for whatever reason. It has this feeling that it doesn't like about a person, and that's not necessarily reflective on them. It's just
Right. Well, and I'm not saying like personality traits, like, oh, she wears a lot of red or something. No, I'm saying like good and bad.
yeah, no, I
Like,
get what you're saying.
okay.
I was just
So
trying to
I
figure out
guess
if you
it's
thought
supernatural. I guess
it
it's,
is, yeah.
to me, it is, yeah, because I mean, it's outside of us, and I mean, my beliefs would
What
line
do
up
you
more
mean
with super.
outside of us? Like, how is it outside of us?
Well, because we don't necessarily have control over.
Does that mean it's outside of us?
Are we talking about the energy?
Whatever this feeling is that you get that like leads you to some conclusion about a person or a thing.
Like, if a creep's a creep, a creep's a creep, And I'm just saying, if Susie's a good person, I can generally see that Susie's a good person. Now, whether or not I like Susie and want to hang out with her is a different story. But
How can you see that Susie's a good person?
again, I feel like it's a frequency that's put off, because I get an ick. Like, have you ever gotten an ick about somebody and then a week later you find out why?
Usually when they've done something, said something, or acted in a way that is noteworthy.
Sometimes I get an ick just by a hello. And it's
and here's the thing, sometimes I get an ick just by like a simple interaction where they don't do anything to. I get that. I understand that feeling. I think that possibly has something to do with the like maybe not natural, but the higher alert that we tend to be on as women because of our surroundings. And that ick is not always a deserved ick.
right.
But I also think it's just like my brain doing something that brains do, right? Like it's just like that high, like I said, that higher alert that we tend to be on, more prone to getting icks with less provocation.
So I do have a girlfriend that tends to get a lot of icks out of nowhere. And sometimes I'm like, I really don't feel that, I really, and then again, I mean, you're just asking me. I try not to judge somebody, I just feel like there's good and bad, and even if it's, let's take the ick out of it. I want to like not make it like male or female, like, because it could be either it's just good or bad. Like, I guess it's an opinion. I don't know. I digress, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's opinion formulated in my brain.
I see. I wonder if that's if what remains of that idea that there's energy that is permeating things, that is making you feel something, regardless of interaction. I wonder if that's something you can question more, Crystal. But I do appreciate you being here, and I think we're going to move to the next guest. But thank you so much for answering the questions you did.
Yeah, thank you for your time. I hope you all have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
Good night.
I hope you keep asking questions.
Sure.
Hello, Kat. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I've been awake for a whole hour and a half, I think.
I know, you sound very awake for how not awake I knew you are.
But I'm awake now. I'm getting
You
there.
are.
I don't know who's next up in the queue, so I think I'm just gonna eeny, meeny, miny, mo, because there's a few of you there.
God, there's a hell of a queue.
Well, some of you are
Hello.
ghosts.
Hello, everybody.
But yeah, just a reminder to everybody, keep tapping the screen, share the live. We're at 43,000 likes already. That's amazing. You guys are incredible. You can hardly tell that I was 3 hours late to the live, huh?
I told you it would be fine.
Well, I'm still touched by the response, so I appreciate everybody being here, tapping and sharing. Yes, Shell, I'm keeping as warm as I can in the studio. It's 33 degrees right now outside. So
Maybe we should all chip in for Christmas and get Thrayle some of those heated pants.
heated pants.
Yeah, yeah, they're fucking awesome, dude. Or like, I had this heated jacket when I lived in Idaho. It was great.
Oh, did we just lose the music?
No, I can hear it. Yeah, see, that's exactly what Shake said. I was actually gonna say that. We're lost bats looking for our cave, right? So like you're late and everybody's like, oh, thank goodness. And gloves, yeah, Martha. Thrayle sits in a metal box and is cold at night during the winter.
It does get pretty cold. I know why you heard the music. It switched. The Bluetooth shut off, so I gotta get that
I
going again.
see.
So you can hear it in the background with me, because I hear it.
Coco, I don't know, just like get on Amazon and like type in heated pants and you'll get a bunch of results.
I'm a little disturbed by the idea of electrified pants. Only because, like, if a blanket starts, like, if you're awake and an electric blanket starts to, like, melt or catch, you throw it off, get out from under. What if your pants do that?
I don't know. I had a heated jacket, but it was a Milwaukee jacket, so it was really nice, you know? Um, so I never really was worried about it catching on fire because it was a Milwaukee. It was super nice. But it was really nice. It was like very toasty.
Well, we got our music back. I've cleared a couple of the ghosts out of the queue, but I think more came in, so I've got to make sure that I'm still clearing old ones. I have been accepting you guys. You're just not really there. So if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. Oh, look.
Oh,
Kaivon
he
is
was there.
Hello, Kaivon. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, sure. 26.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Well, I believe there is a God, but I believe it's actually complicated. I do actually think there's like deities and what you can call God, but I also believe in like all consciousness and being a part of consciousness and being like that I am God, myself. So I think both of them exist.
I'm sorry, all consciousness. What do you mean by that?
Well, basically that I am. I think an easier way to put it is just that I am God.
Why do you believe that you are God?
But I just believe that I am, the consciousness and that I'm just connected to the quantum field. That's all consciousness. You've heard this before, right?
What do you mean by quantum field?
Well, maybe you could call it quantum field, or you could call it the spiritual realm. Just one way or another, just connected to
What
it,
do you
and
call
then
it?
a part of it.
What do you call it?
I just call it consciousness.
Consciousness. So why would you use words like quantum field or spiritual realm?
Well, I think they can all kind of point to the same meaning. Either you can call it quantum field, spiritual realm, consciousness. I think it's the same word for the same.
What is consciousness?
Yeah, actually, I can answer that, but I actually came to ask a question because I
I
wanted
see.
to.
Kyle, you can ask your questions from the audience. I've got a lot of people in line who are actually able to question their beliefs, so let's keep moving forward.
So strange.
I don't know. It is what it is, I guess.
It is what it is. It is correct.
It's consciousness, apparently.
It's all carbon.
It's all carbon.
That was a good callback.
That was a good callback. I feel like we're about to get double stacked.
Oh well, we're pros. It
We're
can never possibly be worse than the time we got double stacked with flat earthers, and one of them was anti-Semitic. Like it can't be worse than that.
I still wonder if both of them weren't, and the second one just took the clue from the first one.
Just like learned something from the first one.
I think he just saw what happened to the first guy.
He
and
did.
He's like, no, I'm not gonna say that too.
He did very timidly answer the question after that. Like he was like, "Oh shit."
Did he ever ask his question in the comments? He did not.
I don't know that he did. No, I think he probably doesn't. I don't know.
Let's see who else we've got. I have been accepting them. We've narrowed the list down. It was at like 10, so we're down to 5. So
You know, there were a lot of people in the queue when I walked in here.
I know. If you're still in the queue waiting, we'll try to get to you soon. Let me see who else. But yeah, guys, we are here asking if you do believe in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you can question that belief. Well, then go ahead and request on up. That's who I want to ask questions of. I feel like I've accepted the same name twice, and they keep appearing again and not showing up on the panel.
I talked to one of my friends about God tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have some questions about that soon. Hello, A-Ray. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 39 years old.
And do you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do, and it's been very, very mind-blowing. I believe in deities and Nyx, goddess of the night. She was the very first one. She was here before time existed. I know because she talks to me, and the reason how she talks to me is I listen and I focus on her breath. So she hums, and her voice is the most beautiful.
I'm sorry, A-Ray, you're mumbling and it's hard to hear you. You said something about the goddess Nyx of the night was here before all, and that she doesn't speak, but she hums, and you hear her humming that she was here before all. Is that vaguely what you said? Is that close to what you said? Sorry, you left the app, so we can't hear you at all now. Are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, much better.
I'm sorry, I live in Tennessee.
I don't know how that made any difference to why I couldn't hear you before, but I can now.
Because I live in a holler.
I see. So you were saying that goddess Nyx speaks to you, or not speaks, but hums to you, and has hummed
Yes.
to you that she was here before all.
Yes, because I did. I believed in Christ. I believed in God, and God. I believed in the Father, is what I believed in. Well, everyone has forgotten about the mother. She asked for no glory, no gold, sits on no throne, and and all of her children are also deities. Like love, hate.
I don't
Lust.
know. Those sound like
Okay.
emotions,
Well,
but you're calling them deities.
they are emotions, but
Okay.
they are children. But it's something interesting to look
I'm
up
confused. How are emotions children?
because she calls them her children, but in reality, it's what we perceive and gave us our characteristic personality traits, stuff like that.
I'm sorry. So it's what we perceive that gave us our personality traits.
Right.
I thought you were
Yes.
talking about emotions.
Well, yes, emotions too. Like her son was Hypnos. He's the one that helps put people to sleep. Okay,
Hypnos.
but it's not. Don't think of it as a person, like a human form. You know what I mean?
Okay, so just to clarify, you're saying the goddess Nyx is the one that was here before all. She hums these secrets to you, and that she
Yes.
has children like Hypnos and Love.
Right, and also death. All this kind of stuff. It's very interesting to.
So why do you assume that this humming that you claim you're hearing is coming from a goddess named Nyx?
Because I know what I feel. And for my entire life, I believed in something that I'm a recovering alcoholic. I went to, rehab, did steps, thought I found God. And then in the last 2 years, all of a sudden, this person starts to come into my dreams. And
In your
then,
dreams.
yes.
It's a person, you said. Somebody
Well-
you can see.
No, it is the wind, kind of like
Wind.
like you would need to look it up to
I would need
actually
to look what up where.
just Nyx, goddess of the night,
Nyx, goddess of the night.
NYX.
And if I come up with a D&D fan page for a god that somebody made up,
Well, it's Greek mythology,
Greek mythology.
and they, all of them they all have something in common. All of them have
All of what have something in common.
any religion you can think of. They all have one common trait. There is a God, one God.
I'm sorry, all religions have a god?
All religions have that.
You said they all have a common trait, then you said they all have a god, and I'm
Yes.
curious, have you never heard of religions that don't have gods?
Some have just one, some have many, some
have none.
and yes, some have
has
none.
none.
Exactly.
So then what is the common trait amongst religions if it's not God?
You know what? I've never been asked that question before. I was just letting you know my personal experience, but I would
understand,
like to
Ray.
know. But I
I'm
would like to
curious.
know.
Well, I know you would like to know about ours, but we're not here to answer questions, as it says on the big banner up there. Can you
Okay, I
question-
didn't see that. Okay.
Can you question your beliefs?
Okay.
And that is the big question here: is can you question this assumption that a goddess named Nyx has come to you in your dreams and hums to secrets of the universe to you?
I can, because well, it's me, and it's my soul, my spirit, my mind, my body, and it's my feelings, and my life's totally changed.
It's your feelings.
My
And
feelings.
it's changed your life.
My life, yes, it has. I am not here to persuade like anybody.
I hear you, Ray.
Yeah.
I hear you. You're not trying to convince anybody that it's necessarily true, but just tell us how it feels
Exactly.
to
Mm-hmm.
you. But I'm curious, is it something you've convinced yourself of?
Yes, absolutely.
Why?
Because I am happier than I've ever been in my entire life.
Let me ask a question you didn't allude to yet.
Yes.
Does this help you with your recovery?
Yes, it does. Every day of my life.
I
have so much unconditional love for everything and everyone, even a slug that I call Sam that lives outside. It's changed my entire life.
Okay.
But consciousness is everything.
I'm going to ask you a tough question then. If it's changed your life in such a way, I want to ask, if you did wake up tomorrow and find some good reason to believe that this was all in your head, that this was all something that you had done for yourself, imagined, would it then change your life in any dramatic way to know that these things are just you making connections and imagining goddesses?
I have an answer for you.
Mm-hmm.
I would go through a grief process, but what I will tell you is this: nothing outside of me, I will always be happy, no matter what my outside circumstances are or whatever happens. If my child died tomorrow, I would not go back to who I used to be. I would grieve, but I would get through it. And I would figure out something, somehow, some way to be happy again. And I could do it.
I appreciate that answer, Ray. I really do. I wonder if Kat has any questions.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Oh, I'm here. I got a few more minutes.
I don't. Okay. You said this came to you in a dream, right?
I honestly don't know how it came about. It just started with dreams, and then it just went from there. And I'm not sure, but go ahead.
I think my curiosity lies is like we hear about a lot of gods and goddesses and concepts of God, right? And this is something that is new and unknown to me, which doesn't happen that often anymore. Is there like lore about this goddess, or is this like a personal thing?
It is very well documented, as a matter of fact, going back thousands and thousands. I mean, it's Greek mythology, and it's
in Greek.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not that familiar.
The way that Ray is describing her as this mother of all, he's new though. This is not from Greek mythology.
That's not. Oh, okay.
Right. Because
so
we came from. Go ahead.
If this description is not the like Greek description of her, why do you take this interpretation of her?
Because what I read is not necessarily always, it's twisted. You know what I mean? It can be twisted, it can be twisted and flipped. But when I focus and I listen and I focus on her, I hear her in my soul. You know what I mean? Like
Not really, but I can
I
see
think
how
like
like
it would
much
be
you feel it. Yeah.
it would be like if someone that is deep into Christ. It is the same thing. It's the same thing as
Okay.
if somebody else believed deeply into Jesus Christ, as in I do, Nix. It's the same exact feeling, the same exact thing that we get.
I need to speak past you both for just a moment because I'll lose the list. So I got to make sure I thank Shell and Chase, Danny Grax, and Cat Witch. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you
I think
so much.
I think I have one more, if that's okay, and just one more.
Yes, ma'am.
How does this help you in your life or with your recovery? Like, in what ways is this?
Um, I don't. I have this peacefulness, this feeling of wrongness with like which I don't have resentments. Like my resentments like fade away. My love becomes this unconditional mother-like love because we came from the darkness inside of our mother's womb, and that's where we shall return, but not our earth mother, but our mother that everyone has forgotten about. No, that's just me. This is me.
Ray, I just want to tell you that you are doing a great job, and you can continue to do a great job, and don't beat yourself up if you fuck up, because everybody fucks up. You just got to get back on the horse. But you're doing fucking awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, A-Ray, for coming
Thank
up
you.
and sharing with us. I appreciate you answering the questions the best you could and really
I-
considering what we asked.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope
Thank
you have a
you.
great evening and take
Good.
care.
Good night.
Keep asking questions. W's for A-Ray in the chat.
W's for Ray. I like it when people come up and talk about recovery. I like it a lot.
I appreciate it. I do wish that the programs were more
Secular?
focused on recovery and less on surrendering to some other authority, divine power.
This is my biggest problem with those programs, actually. It makes me angry. And like very few things make me angry, but that does. But I do like when people come talk about it with us. It does make me, it always feels very honest, and it makes me happy.
Hi there, hello.
Hello, Pirate. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
39, sir, 39.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
It's a newer belief in a pantheon of gods with more added experiences through friends and connections.
A pantheon of gods and added experience through friends and connections. Can you tell me which pantheon you're talking about?
The Norse pagan, specifically Odin.
So, have you read your Eddas?
I read the Havamal daily.
The Havamal. Just the Havamal, not the rest of the Edda. Or the prose.
Not all
or
of it, no.
Any of the sagas.
I've read some of the sagas, and yeah, I don't like to take the word of a man that wrote something is my thing. I'd rather, because belief is, in my opinion, it's a change of perception, if you will. And for me, I had nothing. And I had a traumatic event, and I just spoke to the universe, and this giant bird, it was the biggest raven I ever saw, landed on the bench beside me, looked me right in the eye, let out this mechanical, almost inhuman sound that only a raven could make, and then it just flew off. And it helped me in the moment. And it's helped me since. And
so because a raven is associated with Odin, you assume that was some sign from that god?
At the time, yes.
Had you already studied Norse mythology at that point?
I hadn't
Were you already
studied. I was,
familiar enough to know the raven and its
yeah, I was
association?
familiar with it, but I didn't know this, like all the ins and outs per se, like all the stories and all
I'd
that.
say that's pretty familiar, though, if you already knew that Odin was associated with a raven. Not many laymen would just know that.
Hmm.
What had you
And
read and studied before that experience about Norse mythology?
just the culture of Vikings and the warrior culture, because my family came from Poland, and that's kind of in the same region and area.
Hmm.
And the fact that I've pretty much been a warrior most of my life. Like I've served in the military, and it feels a lot sometimes that living through life, it's
I
almost
see.
better to be a warrior and protect those around you and yourself than, yeah.
You say you read the Havamal daily.
I do.
Do you believe that to be the words of Odin? Could you not do that so loudly and obviously on a TikTok live? Good God.
Sorry.
I'm not for the flags tonight. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your belief questioned, go ahead and request on up. Even if it wasn't for the TOS issue, it's just fucking rude to do that in people's ears so loud.
It is.
I'm sure I'd have more questions for him, but I just didn't want to hear that in between literally every breath.
Hello, it's
Oh,
me again.
oh, it's Crazy Oxygen Lady.
Yep, that's me.
How are you doing?
54.
Thanks for remembering the first question.
Yes, I do believe in a higher power.
I remember that much. Can
And
you
so,
tell us what higher power you believe in?
yeah, I want to talk about Wicca tonight.
You
I,
believe in Wicca.
I do believe in Wicca. I do believe that I can get my Christian beliefs met through Wicca.
That's extremely confusing.
I know it
It
is. It
is.
confuses a lot of people.
What do you mean you can get your Christian beliefs met through Wicca?
Oh, I'm going to tell you all about it. So, if you've read Scott Cunningham, he's not a founder of, well, first of all, just to clarify, Wicca goes back, predates Gardnerianism. A lot of people get confused and think that Gardner founded Wicca in the 1950s. Gardner did not discover and create Wicca. Wicca goes all the way back past shamanism, all the way back past tribalism, all the
I'm
way back
sorry.
to
You're using
Druidism.
words now. Shamanism, tribalism. You're saying that
Druidism.
Wicca goes back before those things, before Druids now.
Right, right. The
These are all
word,
from different regions.
yeah,
Can you
and
give me
different time periods. So
instead of giving me a long, long ago in a galaxy far, far away, can you give
sure,
time?
sure. Let's talk about 900 BC.
900 BC. You say you can date back Wicca
To
to
900 BC
900
because I
BC.
can, yeah, because
What region?
I can date the word Wicca to 900 BC. The
What
word Wicca
what
comes
region
from
can you date it
German
to? Okay.
Anglo-Saxon language, and it is Weiss Christ. Weiss Christ. Weiss meaning woman, Christ meaning craft. Put them together, that comes to witchcraft. The opposite of
Okay.
Weiss was
So just to
Wicca, and that meant man. And they would call the male practitioner Wicca,
So,
Christ.
just to clarify, Crazy, where do you come by this information, and how in this does it tell you that the practices of conglomerating obscure practices from various world religions is older than those world religions?
How do I know that Wicca's as old as dirt?
You're
Because
saying the word. So far, you've said the word is old.
yeah, the word
And
is
I also, I don't know that that etymology is actually correct because I'm not looking it up, but I'd be really curious.
right.
I would be curious how you got there, but I'm still curious. Are you just talking about the word, or do you think that the way Wicca is been around since the word?
Well, I believe that the practice of Wicca has been around since the verbiage
The
has been
practice
developed.
and Wicca, as you understand it, is it, as I said, a conglomeration of other world practices all cobbled together in ways that don't respect their origins?
Say that again.
How would you describe Wicca, the practice?
The practice of Wicca has changed throughout the years, and it's based upon its location and its people. So it would depend upon if it was English, for example, it would depend upon the pagan traditions that were going on in that village. And if they were believing in the Morrigan, for example, if they practiced praying to the Morrigan and
I
following
have
her
to back us up
holidays.
just a little bit. You said you came up here to talk about Wicca, and
Right.
it's starting to kind of sit with me. You didn't come to have that belief questioned, did you? You came to just tell us about it
Well,
and
I
what you
want.
think about it.
No, I'm willing to question it. But I'm wanted to explain the basis of what it is because there's a lot of people that don't understand what it is.
And so, as far as you understand, I think this herein lies the problem. Is you saying you want to tell people what it is because you don't. How do you know that you understand it? How are you so certain that your understanding is correct?
Because I'm educated in it.
Formally? Are you formally educated in Wicca?
Yes,
Where did you get formally educated in Wicca?
through coven practice.
So through other practitioners of Wicca.
Yes,
So how do you know that their information is correct?
because they practiced and read and studied, and
Formally?
I believe they had visions and went on path walks
So they had
and
visions and paths, and they did some research
yeah,
on their own and then taught you what they decided was true.
absolutely.
How do you trust that so readily without due diligence?
Oh, I judged it to see if I believed it or not, and
You
I
judged it, but did you research it?
in my own way, yes.
How
I
do you mean in your own way?
like cross-referenced it to see if it was something that would happen in in a natural world, because one thing that Wicca's about is nature. So would that happen in a nature world? Is that something that would happen?
So you're saying that you just judged things based on how they aligned with your opinion of nature.
Definitely, yeah.
So if it felt like it aligned with nature, then you assume it to be true.
I do.
Without due diligence, without researching, without sourcing.
No, I'll research it. I'll make sure that it's valid. I don't want to follow something blindly. I don't want to follow Jesus Christ blindly. If someone tells me a Bible verse that I've never heard before, I'm going to go look it up and see if it's really there.
Just to remind me, you believe in the Bible as well, right? You believe Jesus is your Lord and Savior, but you also practice witchcraft.
Yes.
It was a Catholic.
Yes, I'm Catholic.
Okay, Catholic Wicca.
Yeah.
Those two things seemed like diametrically opposed.
Well, I mean,
Actually, they're
thou
more
shalt not suffer a
connected than
witch
you
to
would.
live. There is always that line.
Yeah,
Right.
there's that, but there's more paganistic practice in the Catholic religion than you realize. Genuflecting, for
Well,
example, when you walk into the Catholic Church and you dip your hands in the holy water and you make the sign of the cross, that's a very pagan practice. Going
I,
the
I I would argue that's just because Catholics are very ritualistic, and so are pagans. You know.
They're ritualized practices. A lot of
Hmm.
rituals bear resemblance because they are oftentimes appropriated from each other as well. So when you say pagan, are you assuming is Wicca?
no, paganism is Wicca, and not all Wiccans are witches, by the way. That's another misnomer that people have.
Um, you're setting a lot of records straight here, but I wonder if you have ever tried to set these records straight with yourself. Have you researched these things, or do you just say what others have told you and you feel aligns with nature?
No, I've met a lot of Wiccans who are not witches. I know that they're not witches.
That wasn't the point I was addressing.
Oh,
It was basically literally everything you've said since, what was it? Gardner didn't found Wicca.
right. Gardner is not the founder of Wicca. Wicca predates 1953.
Can you tell me where you've sourced that information?
Because there's books that reference Wicca prior to 1953.
Books that reference Wicca as a practice.
Prior to 1953, yes.
Can you name one of those books?
Not off the top of my head, no.
So if you don't have a book that references Wicca as a practice prior to 1953, why would you declare that there is such a thing?
I mean, you can look it up in the encyclopedia.
In what encyclopedia?
Encyclopedia Britannica.
Encyclopedia Britannica will tell me what book dates or mentions Wicca as a practice before 1953.
What book dates it? The book on Wicca.
I'm just curious.
I
I'm sure
mean,
that there are possibly things that say something before it, but
there's
do
so
they
many
reference
books.
it as a practice the way that it is practiced now before 1953?
I don't know the answer to that question. No.
Okay. So you're trying to say that it's an ancient practice that goes back predating all of these other things. I'm just curious how you've sourced that, other than the etymology that you described, which I don't know if that's accurate, but I can't take your word for it because I don't know.
Well, sure, I understand your hesitation. I know that I believe that it, I mean, I can't, my Bible says that it was written in 1978. I can't prove that it wasn't, that it's valid before 1978. So, I mean, I don't know that it was written before then or not. I don't have a reference of a book older than that. So, um, but I do know from communing with others, and that's not really the point that I was trying to make anyway. The point that I'm trying to make is what its foundation is, and how it is that I can be a Christian pagan, or yeah, and how you can be a Christian pagan if you wanted to be one.
So you just want to convert more people to your cause. You're not actually interested in questioning the belief.
Well, anybody can believe anything that they want.
Yeah. What does it mean to question your belief?
It would mean that I would have to rethink everything, and possibly change my belief system, and that would be okay because it wouldn't be the first time I've done it.
So you believe that you can be a Christian pagan practicing Wicca, and that, I mean, I'm not here to tell you you can't be, but do you not see the contradictions amongst those practices?
The only contradiction that I see is that somewhere it's written that that witchcraft is not allowed, and if it wasn't for the fact that that was
Does it
written,
just say that? Does it say that witchcraft is not allowed?
and that we're supposed to shun them, and we're supposed to burn them, and we're supposed to get rid of them, and that they're the devil, they're related to the devil, and that there are all these bad, evil, negative things. And if all of that wasn't written in a book that's supposedly not real or supposedly real or whatever, if none of that was written, then we wouldn't even be having this discussion about in relationship to that. So the truth is that there's no reason why you can't have the two things together. There's it's like saying you can't have creationism and evolution together. There's which is my personal foundation belief. There's no reason why you can't have those two things together. So
You say there's no reason why you can't have those things together. If
no.
you read, if I'm sorry, but if you read the Bible from beginning to end, wouldn't you think you would find reasons why you can't have those things together?
Well, you don't need to read the entire Bible. You just need to read the book of Genesis, because that's the only book that talks about the creation of the galaxies and of the planet Earth and of the people and the planet.
I'm sorry. Wait. Where does it talk about creation of galaxies?
It talks about the ethereal existence.
Ethereal. Where does it talk about that?
It talks
Have
about.
you even read the book of Genesis?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell me where you're finding these things? You just keep listing. You're not actually answering any of my questions.
I'm sorry, I thought I was answering your question.
Can you tell me where it talks about galaxies?
Oh, we're galaxy. No, it doesn't. You're right. But it talks about the ethereal existence of blackness.
Where does it talk about the ethereal existence of blackness in Genesis? I'd love
It's
the
the very
chapter and
first thing that
verse.
it says.
What does it say?
Here, let-
We know our creation story very, very well.
well, let me pull it up and
It does say
we'll,
there's a word blackness depending upon your translation. The ethereal existence of blackness. Did I ask her about 1 and 2 last time?
I don't know that I was here last time she was here. I don't recognize her. It might have been somebody in the comments said last night, so it might have been while I had that migraine when I was
The
sleeping.
migraine. No, I think she was the night before.
I was here the night before, but I don't think I was here the whole night. So I know I've seen her in the comments before, but I don't think I was there. It seems that you didn't ask her about 1 and 2 last time, from the way this is going, but I don't know. That's just an assumption, and we know about assumptions, especially how I feel about them. So.
And she's off app, so I don't know if she knows we can't hear her.
all right, so day 1 is spent with the creation of light and the separation of darkness from light. And so, no, it in this particular verse on the internet that I just pulled up, there's no talk of ethereal darkness, but I do have a book that talks about ethereal darkness, and it just depends on what Bible you're looking at, and
Doesn't
where.
that seem strange?
Okay, so and you have to remember that different Bibles, different versions, different verbiage.
Do you have a
is
Bible?
used.
Do you have a Bible?
And it really doesn't.
Can
I
read?
mean, the point is the same: is that it's coming from.
Crazy. Do you have a Bible you can read, like with you?
Not at the moment. I don't have one next to me. No.
Okay.
I just pulled it from the internet.
I would encourage you to read Genesis 1 and again, or the entire chapter
I've
again,
read it
or
plenty
verse.
of times.
Sorry, book. Sorry, what?
I've read it plenty of times.
So if you've read Genesis plenty of times, then where, I mean, you said it talked about galaxies. It didn't quite do that. You say it talks about ethereal darkness. There may be a translation that uses dark or blackness or something like that. I'm not sure what any of this has to do with tying Wicca into Christianity.
Well, that's not where we were. We were
And
at.
I'm not sure how any of that. Well, where were we at then?
We were at. How can I say that creationism and evolution are the same thing? And you said, how can you say that? And I said,
I
well,
don't think
you
I
do.
asked you about that. I remember you mentioning it. I was still asking you about your Christianity and your witchcraft. So this is still you telling me that creationism and evolution are the same thing. And yet, did I ask you about Genesis 1 and 2 the last time you were here?
No, you didn't.
So you think that creation and evolution go hand in hand? You think somehow that certain verses describe things in a way that explain what you were talking about was ethereal darkness and galaxies, and which it doesn't say, but somehow that still wouldn't have tied you back to evolution, right? And if you read the book, it doesn't say he created ape-like creatures who evolved into men. It says that he created a man and a woman.
Yeah, but
So
if you also read the book, it becomes clear that there were people in existence before Adam and Eve.
you say
And,
it becomes clear that there were people in existence before Adam and Eve.
and there has to be people in existence prior to Adam and Eve. Otherwise, we would all be children of incest.
Okay, so that will raise some other questions when you get to Noah, and it goes down to just him, his sons, and their wives. But also, if you think there were people before Adam and Eve, then why is it written in a way that it says that Adam is made before anything else? And then,
Because Adam's the first man in the garden. The garden was made specifically for Adam and Eve, and Adam and Eve are the first people in the garden. And they were the selected people.
then what are the people before Adam and Eve eating if there are no plants?
They were the non-selected people. They were the
No, I'm
people
sorry.
outside the garden.
What are they eating outside of the garden if there are no plants?
I don't know.
Before the garden, before he makes the garden, there are no plants.
I don't believe that there are no plants. I believe that there must
Genesis
be some
2:5.
food source. There must be something.
There
I
must be
mean,
some.
they have to be living on something.
Well, you say they have to. If you're assuming still that the story is true, and you're trying to merge it with your reason and reality, but that changes the story. That's not what's written.
It is when you go down further in that, then you do need to read further into the Bible to determine that there are other people living amongst Adam and Eve. They're just not in the garden.
Then why does it say there are no plants before he makes Adam? In Genesis 2:5.
I don't know. Because that's the way that Arthur wrote it, and the Arthur screwed up because it's a book.
The author screwed up because it's a book.
Yeah.
If it's a book, crazy, then why do you believe any of it to be true at all? If it's just a book that the author can screw up.
Exactly. It's just a book.
If it's just a book, then why do you believe any of it to be true at all?
I don't necessarily believe it all. I just believe some of it, I guess. I'm selective in my beliefs.
So it doesn't matter to you if there are errors within the book, if there are flaws, contradictions, or things that just say things opposite to what you assume. You will just believe what you believe because you want to believe it, regardless of what's written or where it comes from.
I suppose that's true, yes. Yeah, it's the way I feel. It's my intuition.
Kat, do you have any questions? I'm going to guess Kat doesn't have any questions. Crazy, I appreciate you being up here, but I think we're going to move on.
Okay.
Maybe another time we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have.
Maybe you'll let me
answers.
finish what my point was.
Your point was that you can be a Christian and a Wicca if you want to. If you want to ignore certain parts of the story and you don't want to question anything and you just want to believe what you want to believe. Am I wrong?
No.
So
No, you didn't let me get to where I was going, but that's cool, man. That's all right.
I want to have productive conversations. I don't feel that just giving somebody a pulpit to say what they want to say and to spread the message they want to spread is having a conversation. So if you can't question the belief, if questions about it just end up being, well, I'm just going to believe what I want to believe because I want to believe it, and I didn't get to finish my point, then that's you wanting a pulpit. You want somewhere to
I also
preach.
tried to look up the history and the etymology for quite a while during that, and I didn't find any anything.
Not quite.
No, not not yeah, not quite Thrill.
I had questions about that. I could have looked up. I know I've seen different sources on where those words originate in their usage, but I didn't need to pick at that. I just wanted to know where she sourced it and why she assumed it to be true. But moving forward, we do have room for a believer who
I would
might be
love a
able to,
believer.
right? Someone who can question their beliefs. I'm not sure who's been waiting the longest. There are a few potential ghosts. Hello, I'm you. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, still not loaded in. There you are. Hey, I'm you. Can I get your age? Need your age for TikTok TOS. I am you going once. Going twice. Oh, you unmuted right as I hit the disconnect. You can request back up, but I am going to need your age and you'll need to actually speak. I'll give you a moment to try again, and then we're going to go to It's getting cold in the studio.
It's chilly in here too. I'm gonna need to find a sweatshirt or something soon.
It's 33 degrees. Hey, I'm you. Still can't hear you.
Hey, good day.
Oh, there we go. I heard something. It's very muffled.
Yeah, I hope you guys can hear me now.
Barely. You're very, very muffled.
Yeah, okay. I go by name Ike. So I'll
I
tell you,
can't
I'm
hear
streaming
you.
from Nigeria.
I really can't hear you. I hear you, like speaking, but your voice is very muffled.
Oh, okay. You guys can hear me now.
No, nothing's changed. You sound exactly the same. I'm going to go ahead and set you down. Why don't you sort out maybe your headphones or something else? We're going to move forward to the next person, I think. Yeah, it sounded like we were in a pocket. Hey, JR, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What's going on, brother? 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in the God of the Bible.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe it to be entirely true and literal?
Yes.
And you believe every story within it to be as written. You believe the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, the global flood, Jonah and the fish, all those stories are real.
Yes, sir. Every last bit.
Why?
Well, one, he claimed to be true, the truth. No one hasn't disproven him. They just more so question what he's claimed. So it's more like
You say he.
Christ, the person that the story is about.
I was asking you about the first few stories, the the fantastical ones about 6-day creations, a single mating pair of humans creating the genetic diversity that we see today, and a global flood wiping all of that out and having it start over again with a family of 8, and then the guy swallowed by a fish is kind of weird. So like you believe all those stories to be true?
Yes. And you got to add the Nephilim, the angels coming down having sex with the human women, creating the creatures that was the reason for the flood in the first place, to kill the giants that was eating humanity.
The giants that were eating humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Which part was that?
Yeah, the Nephilim, they were devouring mankind.
They were devouring mankind.
Mm-hmm.
They were eating them.
Mm-hmm. And the screams and the blood
for
cried
the
out.
swan. So JR, so you believe in the 6-day creation? That one's kind of weird. Why do you believe in that?
Well, because it says so. That's what he did. So that's one. Two.
So it says so. It says that he made things in this particular order of like, was it light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, humans, like in that very particular order on these 6 days, and then rested.
Yeah, man was on the 6th day, then he rested on the 7th. Yep.
And you believe that to be true because it's written?
Yes.
Interesting. So in the next chapter, when it's written that before there were plants, he makes a man, and then he makes plants, and then animals, and then a woman. Like, how do you work that in when you already believe the other order to be true?
I don't really think I understand your question. What are you really asking me?
When it says in this chapter 2 that he makes the man first, and then the plants and animals, and then the woman, how does that work out when he made that all, like, day 3, day 5, day 6?
Oh, okay. You talking about verse 5, chapter 2, Genesis?
Verse 5, yeah. Before there were plants, he makes the man.
Yeah, so in verse 4, it's kind of like he's giving a background, like a story of what happened in the beginning. So in verse 4, it says,
these were the days or something, right?
These are the generations
stories
of the heavens and the earth when they were created.
Generations.
In that day, the Lord God made the earth and the heavens and everything.
Is the word generations there? Which translation are you reading?
KJV, yes. Generations is there.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, KJV, generations.
King James. Okay, so you're using the King James. Is it possible that word generations is potentially not the correct translation of the Hebrew?
What would be the correct translation?
I'm not here to tell you what the correct translation is, but is it possible that it could be something more like stories? These are the stories.
Sure, that would relate to. That would be linked to generations, a story. Yeah, sure. Why not?
These are the stories of what would it say if you just said stories there instead?
If that's what the Bible says, if it says stories,
yeah. If it says stories.
As long as it fits the narrative of the entire thing, I'm cool with it.
I see. So you need it to fit the narrative that you understand to be the entirety of the Bible.
Yeah, like any other book. Like, I want to know, what is the point of this book? What's the narrative? Who's who? What's the point? Why?
What if? Yeah. Do you? What about like who wrote it? When? Who was it for? Does it mean what it says, or is it something else?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean those things. I mean, like, do you think those questions too? Who wrote it? When? Why did they write it? Who'd they write it for?
Oh yeah, the disciples, the prophets, those who had the Holy Spirit to give them the information to even write the words of God. The prophets.
The prophets.
Mm-hmm.
So you think the people who wrote all of the books were prophets? Each person who wrote a book is a prophet?
Everybody that's in the Bible, whoever the title is, they wrote it.
Genesis. Who is Genesis?
That's Moses.
Moses wrote Genesis. He wrote Genesis 1 and
Yes, sir.
Genesis 2, both
Yes, sir.
chapters.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then why does he make that contradiction with the plants coming after man?
It's not a contradiction. He's telling a story. It's like, okay, this is what I did in the generations of the heavens and the earth. So when I everything, this is what happened.
And
So,
then, and then when it says in the next line that before there were any plants in the field or any, I don't know what your translation says there, but because he had not yet made it rain and there was no man, right? Because this and that, because no rain and because no
yeah,
man.
he planted the greens
then-
and all of that before man. Man was on the 6th day.
Well, it says there are no plants yet.
Yeah, plants
Because
was
it hasn't
before.
rained and there's no man.
Yeah, plants was before man. Man was the last of creation.
But it's saying here there are. You get what like before means, right?
Yeah. And every
it's-
plant of the field before it was in the earth,
Before
and
it was in the earth.
herb of the field before it grew. So it can't grow
Before
without the
they're
rain.
They're not there yet, right?
'Cause it
Before
hasn't
they're
rained.
even in the earth.
It hasn't rained yet. It's got to rain.
Okay, so before, it hasn't rained yet, and
Right.
there's no man yet.
Exactly.
It
Right.
says it hasn't rained, and there's no man yet.
Right.
So he makes it water come up, and then he makes a man. Right,
Yep.
and then there's plants after that, right?
Man's the last of creation.
You say man's the last of creation,
Yes, sir.
but he just made the man before the plants, didn't he?
Nope. The man was last of creation.
But are we reading this differently when it says before there were plants?
Mm-hmm.
He makes the man.
He made the plants before man. Yep. That's true. That's true. Mm-hmm.
You're literally just taking the I'm saying and flipping them around.
No, I'm giving you the story. This
You're
is
telling me this story, but it says here in 2:5, before there were plants, he makes a man.
and I'm telling you in chapter 1, he made plants before man. Man was last in creation. I'm
Well,
answering.
You're saying man was last, man and woman at the same time, right?
No, woman was after man.
What does it say in Genesis 1 about man and woman?
What does it say in Genesis 1 about man and woman?
Well, I'm saying, does it say that they are both made?
He
Does it say
created
that they're-
man and woman. Man and woman he created, he, she. Yeah.
So you're saying he's already done that, and then he comes over and makes Adam, or is this he comes over and starts over, and there's no plants?
Okay, so you put plants in there. Why you put plants?
Because of 2:5.
Okay, so 2:5 again. This is talking about what he did in chapter 1. He's giving.
So it's before there's plants, right? Before there's plants, because he hasn't made it rain yet, and there's no man. He makes the water come up, and then he makes a man.
Exactly.
So before there are plants, if we take the because line out, like, I'm gonna put it back, don't worry. But if we just say before there are plants, he makes the water come up, and he makes a man. Right.
May I ask why you're putting that together? Like they're all part of the same creation?
What do you mean?
Yeah, like you're saying that like he created man on the same day he created the plants. That's
I'm
not
reading what it says in 2:5. It says these are the stories of the creation, right? We just heard one story, and now we're hearing what seems to be another story, a different story, in which it says that the plants come after the man, and then the animals are going to come after him too in 2:18,
right.
19.
Right. So there are creation stories. It sounds like you're trying to put the stories together Are you
No,
doing
no,
that?
no, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that. I'm asking you if you believe the Bible is entirely true and literal, and he does this whole Genesis 1 creation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then this creation over here in Genesis 2, is this happening later? You're telling me this is all after day 7?
Yep.
So
Giving
the
you a
man
nice
and
telling you exactly what happened.
so are you telling me that the man and woman created at the end of Genesis 1 are not Adam and Eve? Those are different men and women.
What do you mean different men and women? What you talking about?
You're telling me that the stories aren't together or they are together. Do
Which
you
stories are
understand the
you talking
confusion?
about? What stories are
Holy
you talking about?
shit.
What stories are you talking about?
Is it just me or is he really like not listening?
You're changing the story, sir. Are we talking
I'm
about
not.
plants? Are we talking about Adam and Eve? Which one?
No, nobody's
Holy shit.
changing the story.
Whoa.
Nobody's
JR.
changing the story.
Whoa. Who's that? Hey, Cat. How you?
Oh, I see. That's creepy as fuck.
Well, she cut me off. How that's like, what?
Yeah. If
Mm-hmm.
anybody else didn't get the ick, I'm sorry, but I got that.
No, I got the ick. I don't know what that was about. Do you remember that ick that like we were talking about with the first guest? That was it. Got the ick. There it is.
No, I just heard that tone shift and there was,
Yeah, usually it's like it's much more dismissive and rude when like I usually it's not that. It like took me by surprise. Neither is good.
I think he was being, I don't know. I think he was being willfully disingenuous on the conversation as well, but it could
I
just be
was
me.
dealing with a thing in the comments, so I didn't get all of the conversation, and I feel kind of bad about it because I didn't really like I wasn't tracking the whole time.
Well, that's okay. I think
So I
that
was
was part of the problem was he wasn't quite tracking, or he was intentionally acting like he wasn't, or like I wasn't. He couldn't decide which of us was confused.
I am 25 for a TOS.
Thanks, Aaron. Can I ask if you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
So my belief is a little complex. I would label myself as agnostic. I believe there is the possibility for a higher power. I just don't know what it is.
You believe there's a possibility for a higher power, but you don't know what it is.
Correct.
So it's possibility, not
Yeah,
necessarily a
I
belief.
don't fully subscribe to any belief because I don't know what is real. I want to believe that there's a higher power, but I'm a very logical person and I don't really believe what I haven't seen. So I haven't seen any evidence to really prove anything. So I don't fully believe any like religion or anything. But I don't know. Part of me wants to believe there is a higher power because of my fear of death. So that's what my belief is. That makes sense.
So you don't have a firm belief that there is a God. You have a want for a higher power that might assuage your fear of death.
Correct.
Is it a fear of ending or a fear of missing out?
It's a fear of loss of consciousness, I believe. I don't know what to expect, and that scares me.
So a fear of the unknown.
Precisely.
But you recognize that your God or desire for a God is based entirely on this fear? Or is there more to it?
No, it is based entirely on that fear. I want to believe there's something, but I can't find proof.
What evidence would you expect to find?
Can you rephrase that? I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, what kind of proof or evidence would you expect to find that might convince you of a god?
Oh, like what would convince me? That's the hard part. I guess just like directly talking to something, but then how would I and then when I think about that deeper is like how would I disprove that in my own mind is just me being crazy or something. Like how would I know if that's not just me having a dream or something? Or like how would I rationalize that that's not just my mind playing tricks on me? Like, you know, like even if I did supposedly talk with a higher being, how would I know unless other people have talked to it? I know like but then how do you know that they're not like just following some sort of, you know, like thing in their head as well? Like it's just that's sort of the problem is that I can't really rationalize any of it even though I want to.
If if you somehow found yourself convinced of a god, would you then worship it?
That's a good question. I don't know, to be honest, because I've never been convinced. I don't know if I would want to worship it or not. What would be my reason to? Would it be to escape some sort of like hell or something? Like, I'd have to learn more about whatever religion I suddenly learned existed. I have to learn more about like what exists afterward to know whether to worship this thing or not, and whether that's something I need.
What reasons can you imagine would compel you to worship?
Salvation, maybe? Like, you'll be, you know, like in a perfect afterlife, a heaven or something where you're gonna be fine, you know, or like at least not like in some sort of eternal damnation or something. I don't know. I guess part of what I really want is that I want to know that like my spirit will continue to exist and like I'll have more adventures in the next life that, you know, it'll still won't be just not existing. I don't know.
Does the desire for that, more adventures in another life, spirit continuing, does that desire stop you from living your life to the fullest now?
I wouldn't say that. I think I try to live my life in fullest because of that.
What do you mean because of that?
Because I don't know if I'm going to continue to exist after I die, like consciousness wise, so might as well make the most of it.
Mm-hmm. How much do you think a hope for an afterlife affects your day to day?
Not in the immediate, like how I go about life day to day, but you know, when I think about these kind of things, like at night or something, you know, I just like wonder, like, I don't know. It's just what is it going to be like? Like, I don't know. I get scared of the unknown.
May I ask you, What was it like before you were born?
I don't know. I have no memory of that.
What if it's just like that?
Maybe. But that's just not existing then. It's just, I don't know. I guess maybe it's because I actually enjoy the experiences I have and I don't want that to end. Or I just want something like that to continue in another life. I don't want to just not exist anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't find any justification to believe in anything that would prove that there is an afterlife.
Mm-hmm. But it sounds like you continue to find yourself looking.
Yeah. I mean, there is one thing I could talk about, but like, it's my mother's beliefs, but I don't fully subscribe to her beliefs either, but it's the closest I get to something I do believe in. But I don't have her experiences, so I can't fully subscribe to even her experiences, even though she's my mother and I trust her a lot. I know it's only her experiences. I don't know if it's just all in her head either.
You haven't. You haven't even told us exactly what your mother believes, but already my question would be, what stops you from believing what she believes?
Because it's something she experienced, not me.
Mm.
She claims she's seen spirits and, you know, had out of body experiences, but that's never happened to me, so how do I know that's not all in her head? And it's not to say I don't love her and, like, don't believe that she believes it. I believe she believes it, but I can't fully believe it myself.
Mm-hmm. Do you wish you could?
Yes. I really wish I could.
How
Sorry.
would your life change if you believed what she believes?
I could relax, I guess. I'd stop being afraid. But I've also learned to not, like, really let that fear affect me because I know there's nothing I can do about it. You know, it's all gonna happen to us eventually. It's no one gets out unscathed. You know, we're all gonna pass on eventually. That's just how it is. So what's the point in being afraid? It's gonna happen anyway.
What is it that you're afraid of?
Not existing anymore. In some form.
I hear that.
So
If a God existed that assuaged your fear of not existing, it gave you some promise of eternal afterlife, would you worship that God?
if I had definitive proof that someone could prove, like with logic and science, that, you know, there's something that could definitively prove it as fact, yeah. But because all this is just that belief, nothing based on fact or evidence, I can't fully. I'm too analytical and logical in my mind to just subscribe to something that could just be all in people's heads.
Couldn't anything you subscribe to just be all in your own head?
What do you mean by that?
Any answer you find, any presumed God or proof or evidence,
Right,
like your mother's experience.
right.
Is that
Like you're saying, if I did believe that, how would I know it's not all just in my head?
Mhm.
I wouldn't, and that's why I can't believe it.
Do you think you will ever believe then, if you don't know how to, at least until you know how to differentiate what's in your head from what's real?
Well, I know it's real if I can see it, I can touch it, and if other people can see it and touch it. And, like, does that make sense?
So you would know something is real because you and well, you would have an experience, and you would have the experience of other people telling you about their experience.
You make a fair point. Right. Because that's basically what most religions are, is a bunch of people agreeing on something that they've seen, right? You're right, that's... Now that I think about it from that perspective, what is reality? How do you know, like, something you experience is something that anyone can experience? Or if it's old, or if it's even real?
Kat, do you have a jar ready for this one?
You put him in the jar. I didn't even do it.
A jar? Sorry.
Yeah. Thought experiment about a brain in a vat. Meaning that you can't prove anything outside of the fact that you're thinking, right? You could just be a brain in a vat.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you that well.
Oh, sorry, I might have been. Yeah, no, sorry. It's a thought experiment about a brain in a vat. Meaning that like you could, the only thing that you can prove is that you are thinking. And in that sense, you could just be a brain in a vat.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, how do we know we're not all just in, like, some sort of matrix or something?
Something kind of like that. Yes. Yeah, something kind of like that.
Something kind of like that. But Aaron, I appreciate you coming up and answering questions. I really do. I think we're going to move on to a new guest. But,
absolutely.
I hope you keep asking questions. And maybe if you come up with any answers, bring them to us, and we can question those.
For sure. I appreciate your time.
Please don't have an existential crisis about being a brain in a vat.
I've already been there, done
Just
that.
Keep the vat in the proper environment. Make sure it's not
make sure it's
corrosive material.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, make sure it's glass. And
oops, dropped it.
God.
Make sure it's not glass, because you don't want to drop.
No, it is glass. No, it is glass, because glass stays clean. Then the jar breaks and you're having a really bad day. Then the jar keeper is not doing his job.
I think I'd want something a little sturdier than glass, but
well, what would you have that's like not that's just as clean?
I have no idea. My brain goes to a non-existent, well, possibly existent material. I don't know. Transparent aluminum from Star Trek. Talk about. That's what they make their windows out of, I assume. Polycarbonate, maybe. I don't know. Polycarbonate can stain and leak over time, and also it's not very temperature resistant. I don't know who's next in the line here, but let's click on a name and see if they exist. And while we do that, we can bring Blake up too. And also, don't forget everybody to tap the screen and share the live. We're up to 115,000 likes. I appreciate you guys so much. I think we've been live for, what, like 2 hours? That's amazing. You guys are incredible.
Oh, you want
Billy said
glass.
she was
All of that other stuff isn't biologically inert, so you want
exactly.
glass.
Exactly. I'm saying this like the Tyler's, but
He did ask about the environment of the jar, I remember.
the material, the environment. He knew that it needed to be glass. I don't know.
I think we'll go here. Hello, Gaia. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
45.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Well, yes. I believe there is a source creator. But I just don't believe in any kind of Christianity.
What do you mean by source creator?
Well, there's something made us, like there's some creator. So I believe in a God, but yeah.
You say something made us. There's a creator. Why do you assume something made us?
You know what? I used to believe as a child that we were like a little snow globe that some little alien made and got an F for it for a science project. I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's some kind of extraterrestrial life that is our source creator, but there is something. So I do believe in a God, but yeah, just don't really 100% know what it is.
Well, that's. I'm not exactly asking what it is, but I'm more wondering why you assume there is a creator. That something created things.
I guess I don't really believe in the whole, like, we evolved from, like, the Big Bang and stuff like that kind of stuff.
You don't believe in evolution or the Big Bang, you said?
Yeah, no, not really.
Why not?
To be honest, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I don't know. Just going through like school and life, I guess, and what we've been taught as all of us as children, I guess. I don't believe in a lot of what we've been taught in school and the government says and things like that. So, and that's a lot of what we've been drilled into, right? Evolution. So, yeah, I don't believe in that stuff. Not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying I personally don't believe in it.
Mm-hmm. You don't personally believe in it because you say it's what the government has taught you.
Well, yeah, isn't it?
And so because you say the government has taught you evolution, then therefore it's not true, or that, I know you said you're not saying that, but it kind of sounds like you feel that, or that you just don't want to accept it out of contrarianism, to be opposed to what the government said.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but no, not really, because I used to. to be honest. I used to be massively into science and loved NASA and but now with all the research I've done on like just privately, I don't know. I just don't believe. Like too many other things make more sense to. Like I could go deeper. Let's just say like the flat Earth theory, stuff like that. Like to me, there's more. What do you call it? Sorry, it's late for me. I'm from Australia. Like there's, I don't know, there's more truth to that than the whole globe. I know it's off.
Just to clarify, I just want to clarify. You're in Australia, so you say it's late for you. It's late on a Monday night, right?
9:30.
Yeah, and for me it's 4:30 a.m. on Monday morning. You believe in? You think it's more likely that flat Earth is real than round
Yes.
global Earth,
Yeah.
despite the fact that you're. Do you understand that? How is it a different time of day for you and me, Gaia?
Wow, I don't know how to answer that. It's a very good question. And that's where, like, I don't know, the whole time difference thing's so weird, hey? And that's where I'm more likely to believe in the whole flat Earth theory than globe.
The reason it's a different time is because it's a globe.
Right. So, how does the flat Earth theory explain different time zones better than a globe?
You're asking me? I have no idea.
Then why do you believe that it's flat Earth?
Well, I believe it's more nothing to do with time zones. But I just brought up time zone being because I'm like tired. But seriously, like to me, you just have to look up at the sky, and you can see the dome. You look at the sun, you can see the flares from the sun. Like, so many.
I'm not sure, Gaia, how seeing flares from the sun tells you there's a dome. Being a dome. Other than the background I just put up.
I don't see any domes in the background you just put up, but I mean, no. Many different reasons. Like I said, nothing to do, like.
You live on an island, so you can watch things disappear over the horizon.
Not really. Do you have a really good set of binoculars? Because you can see them.
I don't understand. Is this real?
Is this real?
Is this real life?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Gaia,
I'm gonna be like this forever.
Do you actually believe the Earth is flat?
Not flat. Believe we live in a dome. But yeah, totally against the whole. Do you guys really believe we live in a globe? Like you believe NASA?
Gaia.
Hold on.
Deception of lies. You believe NASA?
Wow.
Real?
So Gaia, you.
I've literally lived on the other side of the world. I know how time zones work. I don't understand why you won't take time zones into account.
Do you think NASA is the only source of information about space?
But have you guys looked at how you can book a flight? You go by a flat map to a globe map. You can book a flight to the other side of the world and make it so much quicker than the flat
This is a
map.
picture of the Earth. This is a picture of the Earth from the European Space Union, not NASA. It's a photo of of the spherical Earth.
So don't tell me you guys believe in the moon landing, please.
She's just a troll.
It seems very trolly. Because why is this shifting topics and not actually addressing what's being brought up?
Because she doesn't actually either believe those things or she doesn't actually know how to think about those things. And either way, it's not what we're here for. I'm not entertaining it any further.
Do you guys know why I had that picture of the Earth so readily available?
Because it's happened before.
Yeah, and why I had one that was not from NASA, it was from the European Space Union?
Because the NASA one, it must be a lie.
Yeah, the NASA one had to be a lie, so I found one from the European Space Union instead.
Cat, I love that.
And it was like very, very readily available. Like it was not very deep in my camera roll. It was there.
Wow, is she actually that inept that she thinks that I kicked her because we don't like being wrong? Oh, Gaia, that's so unfortunate. I'm very sorry for whoever has to deal with whatever decisions you make in life as a result of that lack of intelligence. I'm so sorry for anybody who has to put up with asking you a single question only to have you meander around different points saying, don't tell me you believe in whatever else it is that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. You literally don't know how to answer questions or how to have a conversation with people. Please try harder.
You know what? I'll give her credit though. We didn't have to ask her if the Earth was flat. She did volunteer the information. She was not evasive about it at all. And there's a lot. I give you a lot of credit for not being evasive about that because most people are. So there you go. For what it's worth.
Yeah, Gaia, some things should be shamed, and
Thinking the Earth is
kind
flat
of
is
one of
one.
them.
But you were honest about it. So
It was that.
again,
She
I'll give
was
you credit for that.
But the app, I don't know. We're not here for you to just randomly meander onto whatever point about whatever you want. We're asking you what you believe and why you believe it. And if you can only respond with incredulity about opposing views that haven't been presented, then we're just going to move on. I've clicked accept on a few of these. They don't seem to really exist. Usually it's right about then when I say
Also,
something.
everybody who's causing problems in the comments is just like, you have been warned, you have been muted for anywhere from 30 seconds to 5 minutes. If you keep causing problems, I'm just tired of having to go back to the same 3 people.
Oh, well. They'll grow up. They'll get over it. One of these people has to exist, right? Hello, KJ. Can I get your H for TikTok TOS? KJ going once. Going twice. Okay, KJ. I didn't sell them. I just set them down. Nope, that one doesn't exist either. We're down to ghosts, y'all. If anybody does have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up if you can question your beliefs. I'm you, you are... Oh, now you're connected. Do you have audio this time?
Yeah, I hope you guys can hear me now.
Nope. It is just as bad as it was before.
Yeah. Maybe a network issue. Okay, I go by name Ike. I'm streaming
Thank
from
you,
Nigeria.
Shell, for the fireworks. I'm you. I'm not trying to be rude, but literally nothing you are saying is coming through in a way that I can hear and understand. It sounds like you're both, you have the microphone in your pocket and in your mouth at the same time.
Okay, but I hope you guys can
No,
hear
it's
now.
just in your mouth. Now you're just screaming into the microphone.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I'll be back.
In the pocket and in the mouth is just.
It did though, right? It was like
was like
muffled up close, but so far away.
How does
kind of
in
fine
my
at the
mouth
end
pocket?
there for a second, so I think it's user error.
Well, and when he came back and screamed into the microphone, I think that might be what's wrong, is he might have done that one too many times. That microphone sounded like it was broken.
He was gone for a long time. I can't believe we didn't figure it out.
Hello, Joshua. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Well, I don't have any physical, evidence.
I didn't ask for evidence. I asked if you had a belief at all. But before you answer that question, which it sounds like you might need to think about, I'm going to thank Susie Blue, also Shell, Crystal, Heather's Descent, Danny Grax, Jace, and Cat DeWitch for helping with our last goal. Thank you guys so much. So, yeah, do you have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that?
Nothing specific. I think there's something supernatural.
What do you mean by supernatural?
Something that we can't explain currently with our current understanding of science.
Some explain would be supernatural.
Yeah. Well,
and by something that you can't explain.
So some phenomena, like hauntings and ghost sightings and stuff like that.
So you're saying you believe in ghosts?
I believe there's something there. Obviously, I can't say what it is indefinitely.
You believe there's something there. You've referenced ghosts. You don't believe, well, do you believe this is related to some kind of higher power or godlike being or anything like that? Or is it just an afterlife sort of chaotic soup of souls?
Oh, well, I was kind of leaning into more it's like a physical imprint of like the energy left behind by the person who moved on.
What is energy?
So I don't know. It's more aura based.
What is aura?
Like magnetic, electromagnetic field.
Wouldn't an electromagnetic field be called an electromagnetic field? Why would you call that aura?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
So you think that people have electromagnetic fields that leave permanent imprints on what?
On the world. On
What do you mean
space-time.
on the world? Like on
space, in the space-time continuum.
I'm not sure I understand. How does an imprint get put on the space-time continuum? An imprint of
It just depends on the emotion.
Emotions. So it's an imprint of emotions.
Yes.
And you think that imprints of emotions are placed upon the space-time continuum?
Well, it's not really like proven, but it's my best estimation.
Why would you think that there are emotions imprinted on space-time?
Because humans are very complex creatures, like compared to other animals that exist on the earth.
Because humans are complex, then
You can see that
therefore their emotions should be imprinted on space-time.
We know that emotions affect our bodies biologically.
But our emotions
we don't know the
affect our own
extent.
bodies.
Yeah, we don't know if it's actually affecting. Well, it does actually affect the things around us because people then perceive things to be negative.
So it
because
affects
of events
things
that have
around
happened.
us. So it affects things around us based on our
Yeah.
actions.
Yes.
So our emotions might affect our actions, and that might affect the world around us. I'm not sure how that talks about leaving imprints of emotion on space-time. That sounds rather fantastic. Do you have any reason to believe that's something that even could happen?
Yeah, just by the I don't know. I guess you could say, like, if you went into like a space that didn't necessarily feel the best. I think we as creatures have intuition. So
Intuition.
when
What do you mean by that?
when things start happening in a negative space, and
What do you
we
mean
know
negative space?
negative space. So
I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean something solid?
no, so negative space. So something that is insidious or doesn't necessarily feel good.
Negative space is something insidious or doesn't feel good. So you mean in a place where you don't feel good?
Yes. Oh, well, someone's
So-
just commented feng shui. So that's another
Okay.
way of explaining how things in a space can affect the energy.
Things in a space affect energy. I'm still
Yes.
not sure, I guess, what energy means then.
Like
Emotions. Wasn't it emotions?
it's not just emotions. It's your own spirituality can be affected by where you are currently at. So I don't know. I'm just talking about my house at this point. Sorry. Yeah. I don't know.
You don't know.
No. I did recently watch a video that made sense to me though. It's,
I don't need you to tell me about a video, though. I'm still more curious about why you think that there is spirits or things that stay. I think it was emotional imprints on space-time.
So maybe causality.
Are we just kind of randomly guessing at words now?
No, causality. So one thing leads to another.
One thing leads to another, and somehow.
Yes, but I have no origin point.
But that would somehow mean. What do you mean you have no origin point?
So when people perceive something to be negative, the amount of negativity that is placed on someone is by the majority. So it's like everyone's manifesting this
Are you
negative
basically
energy.
saying that the majority of people in a space decide how that space feels to them, or are you saying it's going to feel that way to everybody?
I'm saying it only takes one person to affect the majority, and the majority to affect the space.
I'm so confused. What is even the point of any of this conversation anymore? Why did you request up?
To show you how that works.
To show me how what works.
Did they
I didn't do that.
Interesting.
They decided to say that and leave. To show me how what works. To say a bunch of word salad about negative space and then become negative space. It
It's
actually
all
made
about how
positive
ghosts work?
space. It has a plus sign there. At least on my screen it says invite. That was so strange.
I was about to ask for an example of a place that they perceived negative energy, but I don't know if that would have been fruitful.
Probably this space. Well, I will question your negative energy, your positive claims, and your neutral gods. If you have such a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is it you believe and why? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah. I have, I mean, like, faith is unavoidable in one way or another.
So what god do you believe in?
I honestly my faith is eclectic, and more relies on, just observations and of energy, and I take what resonates from every source of information, regardless of where it's coming from. If it is fact or if I can resonate well, then I'll take that in. I guess I've started to relate my personal reference to God as God, but usually I call that uni, as in like the universe, as in all things that are, But yeah.
So your personal god is Uni, the universe.
Sure, or God, or my higher power, my highest self.
Highest self? Is that
Right.
what your idea of God is? Is that
Well,
some
I
kind of
think
projection of yourself onto things around you?
that all existence, is fractals, right? Including, and God is all things. I believe I am, like everybody else, a vessel, an avatar for higher energies or lower energies, if that were my choice.
What do you mean by energies?
I mean, the technical definition of energy is, I think, something to do with the process of, working. or something. I read it earlier today, but I mean, positive or negative energy. You could deduce it in the terms of quantum physics or whatever,
So
like with
what is
electromagnetic.
quantum?
The observation of matter and energy in the world. Or sorry, in the
You're saying
universe.
quantum is the observation of matter and energy in the universe?
And beyond our universe also, but yes. So no, I'm not nervous. I'm just like wondering if there's like a specific question, because like I definitely can question my beliefs. That's how I've come to them.
You're saying that something about observing things in the quantum helps you understand what you mean by energy when you say energy is positive or not. No, you said higher and lower.
Yeah, like positive and negative energy.
I don't know what you mean by positive energy.
Okay, so like there's like everything's electromagnetic charges to atoms, right? So you get positive or negative charges, and like if you want to put it in a literal sense. But I also think that I work in a more obscure spiritual sense as well, but quantum physics is what I lean on most.
So what does quantum mean?
It's like the observation of the universal laws in matter. Well, actually, quantum itself. I know what quantum theory means, but I know quantum theory is the observation of energy and matter.
Are you sure
quantum,
that quantum theory is the observation of energy and matter?
Yes, yeah, I am sure of that.
Where did you come
I'm
by
gonna look
that
up what the actual
definition?
quantum. Just through I'm trying to learn through different formats. I don't know. I just like research randomly Einstein, a bunch of like big figureheads and stuff. They've commented on these things, but there is textbook definitions that correlate with what I've said.
You're saying that Einstein commented on quantum theory and
yes,
called it
a lot,
and that he was one who said that it was just observation of matter and energy. Is that?
I think so. No, I mean I think that's the actual definition. He has more just commented on, universal laws pertaining to energy. And that's the thing. People act like, when I use the word energy, it's like this obscure, like, hokey thing. And it's like, it's not. It's really just
But when you talk about
coherent with the
positive and
laws.
negative energy, what is negative energy when it relates to physics?
When it relates to physics, yeah, see, like bridging the gap between my spiritual faith and physics is that's a blurred area for me, because I quantify it as a thing.
Is it possibly because the spirituality that you're using uses these scientific terms and possibly uses them incorrectly?
No.
Oh, it
no,
doesn't
I don't
use them
have any of these
incorrectly at all.
ideas. No, I'm not saying that. Of course, everybody.
You said that
is
you believe
incorrect.
what you believe based on quantum physics.
I believe,
And
like
you
honestly,
think
I
quantum
believe what I
physics
believe
is the
based on
observation
synchronicity
of
in my
matter and energy.
I only use the word quantum physics because it perfectly encapsulates what I've observed in my process. I'm not an expert in that field by any means, but I have processed things in my own experience.
How does it perfectly encapsulate what you're talking about if you're not an expert in the field? I mean, could you possibly...
I'm always learning.
Could you possibly have a misunderstanding of quantum physics and base your spirituality on that misunderstanding?
Like, what area of physics is quantum physics studying? Do you know that?
Matter and energy. Like they observe things like
what
black holes.
There's a specific, like quantum is a specific.
Okay, so I'll Google it, but it's like atoms and stuff.
Do you feel like you have enough understanding of this subject to be
Never.
incorporating it into your belief system?
Yeah. Yes, I have enough of it to be incorporating it, but I'm always learning. Like I've been on this
If
planet
you
for like
didn't
freaking what,
know
29 years?
what
That's
the
nothing.
word quantum even means, does that indicate that you
Well, I said
probably
quantum
don't
theory and
have a
quantum
good,
physics. I didn't.
yeah, that's in both of those. So it would be
Yes.
like kind of fundamental to understanding either of those other phrases too. Does that make sense?
Right. I understand, but do you have every definition of every word that you've ever used lined up ready to go? Or do you
Do you know
sometimes
how
like
old this
have an
planet
understanding
is?
of something without being overly specific?
I generally have an explanation of what each word I use means, and if I don't, I'm
Like I
willing
never
to
came
admit
here.
it and look it up.
Yeah,
Do you know how
exactly.
old this
As I
planet
did.
is?
No,
You don't know how old the planet
not
is.
by the exact number. No, that's like who logs
It's
all
like
these facts? Like I
4.5.
know a lot of
It's
stuff.
like okay. It's like 4.5 billion years old, right? So
Okay.
so in comparison to that 4.5 billion, your 29 seems like like almost insignificant. So to make assertions like you've been on this planet for 29 years, like I have also been on this planet for 29 years. I don't know that like what's going on here, and I don't need to
Do you
really.
think that I think I'm all knowing? I definitely
Well,
don't.
I mean,
I've stated that multiple
did
times that I'm a learner and I know barely anything at all. I said I have a good lead on
We're
information
not
that,
trying to
you
shame you
know,
on what you know and don't know. We're trying to understand
I
what
admit that I know
connections
nothing.
you're
yeah.
not. Okay, we're trying to understand what connections you're making between your spirituality and quantum physics, and if that understanding is based on understanding or if it's based on pop science articles or just generic ideas people say
Honestly,
without understanding.
no, it's not. It's not based on anything really external. It's just a weird way how I came upon it actually. I randomly I had a day on January 25th of 2025 and I was randomly manifesting a bunch of stuff. I had been processing like what I consider to be like fractal patterns of all fractal patterns, but that's just my own biased opinion because I created it and it's like or I didn't create it, but like it came out of my brain and like it's pretty cool. And so I was manifesting and stuff on the planetary alignment. And like randomly that day, also fun detail, there was a cab company card on the table. It was like 7777777. And so like I was just like manifesting a bunch of stuff. I had a bunch of gemstones, whatever. And then the next day, I'm like randomly writing a bunch of stuff and following like this trail of sacred symbology and etymology. Like I didn't pick up these terms and stuff because like they were told to me. They've just randomly kind of like found their way into my own journey in life, and I'm trying to piece it all together. Like I'm grappling at these things because like you're right, I'm 29 years old. Like that's what I said earlier, I'm a baby, man. Like I just woke up here.
Can you tell me what you mean by manifesting? You said you're manifesting things. What does that mean?
Like yeah, I was like manifesting like just things that I wanted. People do manifestation and stuff. It's not something I really am very familiar with either. I just felt like compelled to do it. And the day after,
You
so
felt
I was like
compelled
writing a bunch of
to do
intention.
what? I'm still trying to find out what you
That
mean by
intention.
manifesting.
Well, it was a planetary alignment, right? So it was a pretty big celestial event, and it was the planetary. So like it was a big celestial event, and I felt like I should just set intentions, and like there's probably going to be some kind of like big energy or whatever. Like I don't know. I just felt like if all the planets are aligned, that's probably something that like would be, beneficial if I was, and I am spiritual, and I don't necessarily have all the answers or like when I came for the prompt, do I question my belief?
Yeah, we don't expect you to have the answers. What we're doing is seeing if you can question your beliefs. And I'm hearing you say a lot of, I don't have the answers. Basically saying you don't know. And that's fine. I'm not trying to push you to say things that you don't know. I'm not trying to to get you to say things that make you look silly or anything like that. Thank you, Danny. I really appreciate that. What I am trying to do is see if you know what you believe, and if you can question it. And if you don't know what you believe, that's fine. But then I would obviously, question why you would.
Honestly, it's kind of fun because my belief is to ask questions. My belief is
Your
to
belief
ask
is
questions.
to ask questions.
Yeah, like
you said that
of
you
everything, including myself.
manifested things, and that things happened. You said there was like a cab company card. You listed numbers. You said that you.
I was just
like
mentioning random numerology that was strange in that moment.
Right.
There
Is
was
it
a lot of
really
synchronicity.
random numerology and synchronicity, or is it just that that's a catchy phone number for a cab company to have, and you
I
were
mean,
in a
it
place
was
where they would
also
be
just the fact that it was
advertising
on
it. You said
January
you were at a
25th of
hotel, I think.
2025. No, I was at a detox center, and it was on
Detox
January
center, I see.
25th.
So a place where they, again, might advertise cab and rideshare services.
Right.
And so you saw an ad for that, and you consider that as synchronicity, and it happened to be on a 12525 that you
Yeah.
seem to call that some kind of synchronicity.
It's like 2 plus 5, 2 plus 5 is 7 and 7, and all the sevens. Then it's like.
I see. 2 plus 5, 2 plus 5, then 1. You forget the 1, and so you'd have 14 plus 1 is 15, and that doesn't really mean anything anymore. So I'm really, I'm just kind of confused why you,
Maybe.
do you not see that you're picking and choosing what things to call synchronicities? When things go wrong, when things go bad, or when things are just neutral and normal. I mean, are those synchronicities too, or is it just
I don't
these
think that
things
all
that you
synchronicity
decided
is like definitely has like a meaning behind it. I think that there's lots of neutrality within that. But I don't know. I noticed that and it stuck out to me. But that doesn't have to mean that it's going to be significant to you.
No,
I just thought it was
I'm not
cool.
saying it should mean anything to me. I'm just curious why you decided that these things must mean something to you. Deftone Dude put something in the comment that I often think of when I hear stories like this. Have you ever seen the movie The Number 23?
No, I have not. No, I have not.
It's about a guy who basically starts seeing this number everywhere and following these rabbit trails of where the number leads him, and they all tie into some weird networked global conspiracy of 23. But really, it's because he fixated on the number that he created this sort of situation by kind of going nuts. None of the conspiracy is real. It was just his following a number and obsessing over seeing it everywhere.
So do you not think that like numbers are ever randomly, or not randomly, but like synchronicity wise significant or have like particular meanings regarding like your place in life?
I think that numbers have meaning in that they signify quantities of things, and that sometimes those quantities can have meaning because we decide that quantity means something. So why do you decide that numbers have more meaning?
I just like, like it's hard to, you have to find guidance somewhere, and maybe like obviously the most important is to look inward, right? But if I notice that it's 333 and time wise, then like I notice that and it's like cool to me. And even if it's like, say it means nothing, sure, whatever, but it's still like adds, even if just a placebo effect for me, that I could then be like, oh, I'm more in, like I look up the meaning of that angel number, whatever it is that's popping up, and it might just, even if it's placebo, it could be beneficial.
You mean
Can I say something? Oh, okay. Can I get in real quick? Tutsuki, just one
Yes,
thing real
Kat.
quick. Yeah. Does this belief system, do these practices, do these synchronicities, like, is this something that is aiding you in your recovery? So,
God damn it.
Let's keep that in mind.
Fuck.
No, it's okay. You can still ask questions and stuff. I'm
No,
open to that. Like, I'm not like.
Cut
We
Tuesday's
still will ask
questions off
questions.
at the knees.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will still ask questions, but sometimes some people come in real hot.
I wasn't gonna come in hot, but I'm definitely put in a rock in a hard place now.
That's okay. Go for it. It's okay. It's okay.
Did they already bring out pareidolia yet?
We were just about, I was saying that drain, you can go for it.
So essentially, pareidolia is where we find patterns, where patterns aren't really there, but we are able to connect those dots. Like you said, like the 333, that seems to be significant, or like the planetary alignment, and your manifestation, stuff like that. These are all, I think it's what you would call placebo, but it's not really a placebo. It's more like you find the meaning to these things, even though in reality they're just, if not everyday occurrences, common occurrences throughout, like planetary alignment or a solar eclipse, or let's say like 11 11 11 11, or 11 11 on a clock, and you're like, oh, this must mean something significant. I need to make a wish, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so a lot of times we would associate that stuff with pareidolia. And I'm not, if what you're doing works for you, by all means, go ahead and do it. But if you're here to question your belief, that would be something to keep in mind for sure.
Yeah. No, I definitely am.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's like I said earlier, my belief system is to ask questions always. Like I'm never sitting here acting like I know really anything. I find it very fun for me that like the day after I did that, I was like writing down like this weird theory that I started creating, and it really correlated to things like Einstein's relativity theory, and these are things that are way beyond me, like way beyond me. And I feel like what I did was go from like a really low dimension of thought to a high dimension of thought with like not visiting anything in between, and then like now I'm back to like regular, and I'm working backwards from an answer that I got a hint at, and I don't know any of the terminology.
Yeah, what do you mean by dimension of thought?
Okay, so like I never knew what the Akashic records were, and I didn't know it at that point either, but I technically like hacked into them with that practice that day. And the next day I was channeling this blueprint that is reflected throughout like these fields of like, quantum physics, where I agree I am not an expert.
Let's back up just a few mile markers.
Did she already go over the Akashic records with you guys?
No, that's the first time she said that.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yes, that was what I was hoping. Is somebody going to try to eviscerate me now?
Eviscerate you?
No. But
Operations happen here.
I will one day create
Unless
a time
you
machine,
think they're
go
the
back in
spot.
time, and destroy whoever decided to bring up the term Akashic records to begin with.
I don't know.
You
Honestly,
said
I like.
the Akashic records. What is Akashic record?
Apparently, it's the dimensions of thought and consciousness, and like the logged data that's collectively collected through that collective consciousness in our subconscious.
Logged collected data collected in our collective subconscious.
Yeah, it's our collective consciousness that's logged in our subconscious, and you know
Our
what we have
collective
not.
conscious logged in our subconscious. What is collective conscious?
I mean, like, would you agree to the universal law of oneness?
What? I have no idea what you're saying. What is the universal law of oneness now?
That's been it's so there's universal laws, right, that are validated and spoken about by our greatest minds of all
I have
time.
no idea what you're talking about. What is a universal law?
So let me get a textbook definition of the universal laws, because like for me, I just am able to accept that they're universal laws. So I don't know how to expand on what they are beyond that. But the law of oneness is essentially that like everything is one thing, that we are all different. Like it's like if it's like one massive body and we're different, like, you know, agents within it with different pathways and stuff like that. But we all technically are one.
I don't know how you're saying this is a law. And what do you mean we're all one?
Okay, so the universal laws can refer to two distinct concepts: the physical and scientific laws that govern the universe, such as gravity, and the spiritual and metaphysical laws, such as law of vibration, law of attraction, law of cause and effect, law of correspondence, things like that. You know,
So
law
you're
of
talking
relativity.
about
This was one of the
spiritual
laws.
laws, not physics.
Well,
It says,
metaphysical. They're metaphysical,
it
but
said that
they.
you just read an AI overview, and it said it can refer to
Yes.
two things, right? I don't know why you're trusting the AI overview, but it says that it can refer to physical laws that are testable and provable, and then it said something else, and you're referring to the something else, and you're calling them laws.
Set of so I referred to the first one, and that's not what I was talking about initially. It was I'm talking about the metaphysical one. But even within these metaphysical laws that are referred to by people like Aristotle and Einstein and stuff, like it's
referred to by
they
Einstein.
are there's lots of study there are lots of studies
What
that are
metaphysical
done.
laws are referred to by Einstein?
Oh yeah, all of them.
All of them are referred to by Einstein.
He created the law of relativity, or he incepted it.
I'm sorry. Do you think the theory of special relativity, is that what you're talking about? Or is there a
Yes.
there a spiritual law of relativity?
What your understanding of relativity is, I'm assuming, is the same as the law of relativity.
What is the law of relativity?
What do you think the law of relativity
That all things are relative and nothing is absolute. That everything has meaning because it is compared to something else.
You said Einstein created that, but that doesn't sound anything like Einstein's theory of
What does Einstein's theory of relativity say?
Here, let's get that.
While she looks that up, guys, we're at
What do you believe in? I'm just curious.
133,000 likes. I'm talking right now. Thank you. We're at 133,000 likes. Thank you guys so much for getting us there. There's 100 of us watching. If we keep tapping that screen, we should be able to hit 150 within the next 30 minutes.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, by the way. Sorry, there was a delay, I think.
No worries.
Einstein's theory of relativity consists of two main theories. Special relativity, which deals with space and time for objects in uniform motion. And then general relativity, which extends to include gravity. Yeah.
Those don't sound like what
But
you're
he,
talking about.
when I was studying the universal laws, did cite his works in ways, though.
So are they just buzzwords from the theory, or are they actually like referencing the physical mechanics that the theory is actually explaining?
I'm kind of wondering what the correlation is between his work and this metaphysical law, because like there was one. I'm just trying to.
Could it be that somebody made that correlation up so that they could sell books about metaphysics that nobody could prove wrong because it's
Well, I mean, like some of these laws state unequivocal facts, though.
unequivocal?
Like,
what is one of the laws that states an unequivocal fact?
everything in the universe, law of vibration, that everything in the universe is in constant motion and vibration. And like technically, if you think about the law of relativity,
Are you sure that everything in the universe is in constant motion and vibration?
yeah, atomically.
Atomically.
Do you know what absolute zero is?
I mean, unless it's just a perception, obviously. Maybe like it's all a simulation.
Just a theory.
Totally.
The apps I'm talking about absolute zero. But I was thinking that. I was thinking, yeah, if something was at absolute zero, then it won't move at all atomically.
What is that? That exists?
Not naturally. Not so far as that we know.
They can do that though?
We can get pretty close.
Interesting. But yeah, like pretty much all the laws. I don't think if you go through the laws of the universe, I don't think there's much to dispute.
Wait. Okay. So earlier you had asked if I have I use, and I would posit that I do, and that you're using a lot of words that you don't know what they mean. And how is it possible for you to have an understanding of like a secondary concept that is using these terms when you don't understand the terms within the original context and field that they're described within?
Do you ever forget anything?
Can you answer?
I forget things all the time.
I just asked you.
Yes. Okay. Sure. I forget stuff, man. I take in a lot of information. I hyper focus like I'm a
the same thing as using terms that you don't understand.
Okay. Well, sometimes I use terms because I used to know like the exact definition, and now I know a general sense of the definition, but maybe it's not specific enough for your tastes. And I am actively studying constantly so that I can become smarter. I'm sorry I'm not smart enough yet, but I forget shit, man. I do. But like realistically, a lot of the time when I use a word, it means exactly what I mean. Even if I forget exactly what it means, I look up the definition and it's doing exactly what I want it to do.
How disingenuous this sounds?
That's okay. I mean, like, I'm not really here to convince you of myself. I don't really have anything to prove to you, to be honest.
It's not about proving it to us. It's about seeing if you can question it.
I am a bit ahead of myself, I think. I often am. And that's why earlier I said I'm working backwards from the answer. Like I don't know all this stuff in between. So like I'm not really totally fluent, right? Like I know in the direction I want to go in and I have firm beliefs, but I think my beliefs are more of a moral stance. And if like when maybe I got ahead of myself and started referring to quantum physics and stuff, right? But ultimately my belief system centers around ethics and things that I can die on, like hills that I can die on.
So not quantum physics and interconnected collective unconsciousness collectives.
Well, that's the thing. I just don't understand it well enough yet, maybe, to be talking about it.
It sounds like you have a lot of questions there that you might do better to ask as questions than pose as answers. And could it lead you farther if you questioned it rather than assumed it?
I think it's just difficult for me because there's things that I see in my mind's eye and like understandings that I'm coming to that are very strong for me, but I don't have that language yet. I have understanding without language, if that makes any sense, and it doesn't have to.
Is this where we refer back to the Akashic record kind of thing, where you feel like you came to know something, and now you're starting with an answer, and you've got to make sense of the answer you think you came to know?
Yeah, I need to go back to the beginning and like work my way back to it so that I have all the, the language and technical terms to be able to refer to it.
But in that, will you be trying to verify the answer that you think you came to, or will you be trying to test it, question it, and accept it if it is wrong?
Yeah, 100%. I think that there's definitely a biased inclination to like want to follow that, trail of thought, but at no point am I going to like not accept like factual things that challenge it.
If everything is moving or vibrating in some way, in nearly every case at the quantum or the atomic level, if there are, what does that do to bolster your idea that there is some interconnected unconscious consciousness that is collected in our minds somehow?
I think that kind of just makes me think of frequencies and sounds and like, the things that we are taking in because they affect like in a personal sense, they affect our own body and then what we do to affect the world. It's just like all bouncing off of each other.
So you think because there are sounds associated with movement, then therefore all the moving things emit sounds that are affecting our bodies and our minds?
Yeah.
And you think somehow that there's some way that I'm really trying to reach to make any connection here. You're saying somehow it's trapped within all of the matter or the vibrations of the matter, the knowledge of all things.
I don't know. That's an obscure.
Like what does this relationship of vibration and sound affecting have to do with a collected consciousness that we can connect to or is in us?
Yeah, that's a big question. I don't know. It's like, okay, so if I were to play particular frequencies that have been like proven to have like positive effects on psychological wellness, and then say things in tones that were like carried that for me like were loving and kind and soothing to my neurological system, then I might not only be in a better like physical state, but like my mentality would be affected to the point where I am more powerful in how I impact others. Same thing and with like, you know, the opposite.
I'm not seeing how you make that leap.
I don't know. Like, and that's the thing. Like, we already established that I'm not like very knowledgeable on these topics. I'm more knowledgeable in terms of ethics and stuff. So like that, I would be able to like have no problem answering. These are obscure things that I'm still learning about. You know, to be able to refer to.
I would,
like I said, like it's like
I would suggest. I hear you. I would suggest looking more into not verifying the idea that you've come to this greater knowledge through collective consciousness connections, but seeing if that's even something possible, seeing if that, if you are going to try to use quantum physics to bolster it, don't just take the basic understandings that pop science articles or TV documentaries would tell you.
Oh no, yeah, no, I'm
And
that's why I'm
actually,
so not knowledgeable because I haven't.
well, sorry, and actually ask people in the field and don't just assume you understand.
Oh, very much so. And that's actually what I was really excited to do after I came to those theories. Is like I wanted to get actual professionals with like experience and knowledge in that field and have them look at what I was dealing with, because like then that would be, I would pay people to do that. You know what I mean? Because I don't know much about it, but it is definitely a thing. And like when it comes to the collective consciousness thing, I would just kind of it's random symbols that I associated with certain things in my in what I was positing in that book. I realized later were already correlated with the things that I was dictating them to. Like for instance, dark matter. I came up with a symbol for that in my book, and dark matter I personally think could be like a physical, in a physical way sense, a way to observe hell. Like black holes and stuff. That's what I think people are referring to when they think of hell. And
What do you think dark matter is?
I think it's the most negative concentrated space in our observable universe, but it's also where the laws of our universe seem to apply.
What do you mean by negative?
It's like dark matter is I figured like it's like this phenomenon that's like this darkest, like, you know, obscure like antithesis to matter and in our observations. So I was like, okay, well, what if that was hell? And then I what I could attribute like things like negative energy, like like one would assume that, like, you know, hell exists within the full negative, right? And dark matter is the most concentrated negative energy in the world, and it also permeates our entire universe.
So, like physically, astronomy wise, dark matter is just matter we can't observe, but we know is there because of how physical bodies within like space are interacting with each other. I don't know about the negative part of that. I've never really heard something like that, but
Yeah, it was a random specific question that I asked, and it ended up being that.
Was this something that you Googled or?
Yeah, like it was something I was like,
Would
okay, so if like the first like assumption in my brain was like, okay, what if it was dark matter? This is all just like technically for fun, right? And then I Googled, okay, what is the most concentrated or the most like most negatively charged electromagnetic energy in the world? And it was dark matter and like black holes.
electromagnetic energy. I'm, I don't
Okay,
know
let
how
me
it would.
Could it
what
be
is
that gave you a hallucination, and then by hallucination I mean that the AI just like made something up weird, because that's not a phrasing that makes sense in physics.
highest concentration?
We don't even know if like dark matter is electromagnetically charged. We've just never gotten our hands on what we know as dark matter. It's just, as far as we're concerned right now, it's an observable effect. It's not. There's nothing more to it than that. It's we do think that it's like kind of responsible for holding our superclusters together. And what I mean by superclusters are like, are you familiar with that term, supercluster?
Not intensely, no. I've
So
heard
a
of it, but
supercluster,
I'm not like aware of the definition.
yeah. So a supercluster is going to be a body of galaxies, right? So like our galaxy, Andromeda, the dwarf galaxy, all of these galaxies are culminating together, and if you like zoom out, you'll see that there's like this structure that's there, right? You'll have like, whoa, nice galaxy.
Thank you, Shell.
And we think that dark matter is what's in between the galaxies, and that's what is allowing for galaxies to interact with each other. But yeah, that's essentially what a supercluster is. I wouldn't put any more like depth or meaning into dark energy dark matter than that.
Dark matter is just matter that doesn't interact with light or itself, but interacts with normal matter. So that's why it's kind of like strewn about the universe and interacts with things through gravity in a way that is kind of weird, because it doesn't really like attract to itself, but it attracts to normal matter. So it kind of gets like, it becomes like kind of viscous and strewn across the universe and creates these filaments where galaxies cluster together. And without it, we wouldn't get the kind of like spiral within galaxies that we get. So the like applying a charge to it doesn't
Yeah.
really, is not really reflected in what we see. And like black holes are just like a completely separate, different thing.
Yeah, I think honestly the black hole had more legs than the dark matter thing. When you mentioned the whole AI, like maybe spun off a idea with like, yeah, that's definitely it. Like I think the dark matter concept is dead at this point. But but the black hole thing is definitely a different situation. I think I still kind of believe that they're a portal to hell.
Would you be surprised to know that the mass that goes into the black hole also comes back out in the form of Hawking radiation? We don't necessarily know what
It
goes on
comes
the
out back out in the
inside,
form of
but
what?
the like that black holes shrink and disappear, and like we can account for the loss in their mass. Like we might not know what goes on beyond the event horizon, but in their mathematics is what inspired the mathematics of wormholes, but they themselves are not wormholes because we don't see a loss for matter in that region, the mass.
So you said it comes out in the form of what?
Hawking
Hawking
radiation.
radiation.
And we
In the
don't detect
mass?
the mass going anywhere else because that's what makes the black hole so dense, is that all of that mass is still there. It's just concentrated. And a singularity, if it is truly a singularity, is an example of something that would be at absolute zero.
Interesting.
Because it's technically multiple particles that are existing within the same space. So not moving.
So is it an inconceivable notion that mass would, or would enter a black hole and never return from it?
No, it's kind of
No, that's
expected.
what I'm saying. Is that would be like we would be seeing like a loss of mass from that region of space time.
Oh, okay.
If that was the example, but we don't, and that's why black holes are so heavy.
Right.
Like a wormhole wouldn't necessarily be heavy. It would just have the curvature of space time that would allow you to traverse in a way that not following that path wouldn't. Sorry, I'm probably getting too in the weeds now.
No, that's cool. Okay, I'm appreciating the information. Awesome. Somebody asked in the comments, like, why the need to, for there to be a hell.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Karen. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. But
Yeah, that's okay.
we did run a poll, and I think it's time we move on. I appreciate you answering the questions that you did, and perhaps another time we'll have more questions, and who knows, your questions might lead you to other answers, and we'll question those as well. So thank you for being here.
Have a good day.
You too. Take care and keep asking questions. If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, if you're open to questioning your beliefs, well then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue with you or debate you or prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question. Well then, what is your belief and why do you believe it?
I resisted explaining so long, but then the dam just burst.
I know.
You guys are being real fun with the gifts. And it's very sweet, and it's also just very fun to look at.
You are very quiet, Kat.
Oh, probably. I'm so stressed out down here in the chat.
I appreciate you, by the way. Can I get a W for Kat and the rest of the mods in the chat? W mods.
It's Cat. It's just Cat.
Is it just Kat?
No. Yeah, that's why I'm so stressed out in the chat. That we're in that weird in between time, I was just saying that you guys are great, and that the gifts are fun for me to look at, and also like sometimes I will gift people because the numbers are stressing me out, and these numbers don't stress me out. So thank you.
Well, thank you all for tapping the screen. We're at 143,000 likes. and I bet we could break 150 before the top of the hour, if we all tap together. But we do have King Edit up joining us. Can I get your age for
Hello.
TikTok, TOS?
I'm 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the true God, Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe it to be entirely true and literal?
100%.
So you believe all the stories within it, like the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve being the first humans, and the global
The
flood?
literacy in it, 100% true.
Why do you believe those things to be true?
I believe those things on more of a temporary term, on how much that I don't grope my mind on how unfathomable that Jesus is, how amazing God is, that he's so amazing that he died on the cross so we could have eternal life with him.
I didn't ask you about Jesus. I was asking about why you believe the creation stories to be true.
Personally, myself, I believe in the creation stories because it gives me a sense of clarity that I was created in God's image, that I was created into God, that he made me. So 100%.
You're saying because it tells you that you were created in God's image, not Adam?
By God and Jesus Christ.
You were created by God, not your parents?
Yes. Without God, I wouldn't have been created.
I see. So you think because you assume that you were created by God, then therefore the creation story at the beginning is true? Or is it the other way around? Do you assume the story is true, created to look like God?
I'll tell you how it's created by God. My parents were created by another person. Those another person were created by another person. Kept on going on generations. And Adam and Eve were created by God, was seen as scripture. First people created as God, or created from God.
So you believe it because it's in scripture. I see.
Yes, 100%.
So you believe the scripture as it's written, 100%.
Yes.
I see. So when you read through the first chapter and you see the way it's written, where it tells you he created the light, and then he created that firmament, right, separating waters. Then he created the plants and the sun and the moon and the animals of the sea and the land and the man and the woman, right?
Yes.
You see that all in that order, and you believe that's true.
100%.
100%.
From Genesis to Revelation. Actually, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. When you read the next chapter, and it says that before the plants, he makes a man, and then before the woman, he makes animals, right? So he makes man, plants, animals, woman.
Yes.
You believe that's true too?
100%. And there's factual learnings from that true because...
I'm sorry, but how is that true when the other one says that the plants were way before the man and the animals were before both of them, the man and the woman?
Well, there's two different versions. There's NIV version, King James version. There's just a little bit of tweaks that show a little bit of different things, but biblically...
They all say the same thing.
It says that males and females were created in God's image, so that was the first creation that was ever created. That's why he spent 6 months creating us, forming every single organ.
Where does it say he spent 6 months?
Genesis.
Where in
Exodus.
Genesis does it say he spent 6 months?
He spent 6 months forming us.
Does that?
It's common sense. If you were to build a body...
It's absolutely not.
You're adding
You would
common
need
sense
six.
to your Bible. Where does this
It's
6 months in the Bible?
it's biblically and scientifically.
Can you
You
tell
would
me
need 6 months to build a body,
Where
a full
in the
body with
Bible?
every.
Where in the Bible?
I'm
Because as far as
sorry.
we're
How
concerned,
many months?
6?
6 months.
He says it's scientific that you need 6 months to create a body. Where does it
You
say
guys
that in
need
the
Jesus.
Bible?
That's the thing.
Hang on, King.
Oh,
Where does it say in the Bible that it takes 6 months to create a body?
Or no, my fault. It was a day. Sorry about that.
It takes 6 days to create a body.
No. It was just a day.
Just a day to create a body.
where did the
My
6
bad.
months come from?
No, it's because 6 months was how long it took in general for the Earth to fully form and
Where
then
does
just
it say
I
that?
thought it was a day.
It literally says that in Genesis
It says
It
6
says,
9.
months.
it says a day in Genesis.
It says
That
that
might
in
just be
Genesis.
the King James version.
No, they both say they both say days. So
do you have your Bible handy?
he
Oh,
left.
well,
I
yeah,
didn't.
I would have too, probably. I probably would have too.
Yeah,
Sorry, I couldn't help jumping on that lie.
Months. 6 months.
But he read the Bible all the way through.
And he believed it
Lord.
to be true and literal in all the months.
All that, okay, all that spamming, all that, can I come up? Can I come up? Can I come up? No, in the comments for that.
Oh my God, I just laughed so hard I exited the app for a second.
Read your Bible.
Do you know how many times "let me up" was said in the comments?
So many times.
So many fucking times.
He was
dude.
so confident. He was so confident. It's almost like I almost admire it how confident he was.
I honestly do oftentimes admire when people are very confidently wrong. I'm like, it takes some balls to like really come up here and say something that confidently.
First a day, then 6 months, 6 days.
I was even like trying to do the mental gymnastics in my head to like give them a little bit of credit. Like maybe they're interpreting that each day is a month. Then they're like double down, like, no, it says month. And I was like, oh.
You know what I think it was? You know what I honestly think it was? Right before he said that, I said in the comments, because people kept telling me happy birthday. I said, y'all trying to make me 30 a whole 6 months early. And then he got into his, immediately got into the whole 6 months thing. I think he was, reading the comments while he was talking. You know, when you're, reading something and saying something at the same time, and you accidentally say what you read. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my second thought was going to be they were going off of gestation period wrongly, but my bad.
I mean, hello, Jade, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, Jade is still loading in, and Tootski is noisy.
What else is new?
If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on it. We're not here to debate you or argue with you. We just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it, if you can even question it. Hey, Jade, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god is it you believe in?
I grew up Catholic, but I don't believe in religion or the Catholic God per se. I just call the higher power God because that's the name that I grew up with, if that makes sense.
Because what?
I said I call the higher power God because that's what I grew up with, if that makes sense.
So, what is it you're thinking of when you think of higher power?
I do think of a lot of people, uh, you know, I wouldn't say a person, but it's an entity that is omniscient, omnipotent, or omnipotent, that looks after me, but also looks after the world, but also does not engage in it, and also doesn't engage with me, but chooses to engage on occasion with not just me, but whomever it chooses
So
when
something
it
is
feels right.
choosing to engage with you sometimes and other people sometimes when it feels like it wants
Yeah,
to
like I'm
engage.
not a
What is the thing?
individual that's special. It's just,
What is the thing you're thinking of when you
I
refer
mean,
to
you know,
this
it's
entity?
off of, it's based off of like the Catholic God because I grew up with that, but that's not
I see.
the, you know, it's not the religion, or I don't really like believing in what, I don't like religion, and I don't like the ideals that it has for people or the structure or how I just kind of feel it, and I know um that's not
Jade,
adherent to other people's
yeah,
existence or reality. So
Jade,
like I don't put that.
Jade.
Hmm.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
No. In a way, yeah, but like not in a way. No, like I can't. I'm sorry. Not to you. I'm sorry. I'm just saying like I can't. Like I just can't. I don't. I do believe that he existed. I do believe he was a man. I believe that things could have happened, but I don't believe in him more like than
But you
the
feel
Bible.
that there, but you feel that there's a God there of some kind.
Yeah, I feel like there's some sort of higher power. I can't prove it, of course, but it's a belief.
And it's a thing that sometimes interacts and responds to prayers. And did it
I
create everything?
I like to believe that. I know I can't prove that. That's something I like to believe. I
Did it
don't know if it
create
makes.
everything?
Mm, that's hard to say because there are thoughts in my mind where it existed either before and it was the reason, or it existed after and it existed kind of like us, but in a more primordial way. Like more primordial than the planets, in the way that we think of how we came together on the earth. It's more primordial than that. Like I think for me, belief is something that I like to believe, but I don't have any proof for it, but also it's like it's kind of like science. It's like we're still discovering things, and that's becoming slower. We had a good leap for a good minute there during our existence, which is also a small part, but there are some things I can't explain, and I think I like to attribute them to something I can't see or believe in, which might also be science, but I think it makes me feel comfortable to believe that it's a entity and a higher power that I like to call God. Does that I'm like, is that crazy, or does that make sense, or
It's something that you want to believe, you'd like to believe.
Well, I mean, I do believe it, but like, I think I'm open.
Is it something that's giving you comfort, or is it assuaging of fear?
Both.
Is it a fear of what's next, or a fear of not knowing?
Also both. That's also both.
Do you have reason to believe that there is anything there at all?
I have a reason, but also I don't know what I might reason and what other people might reason might seem like reason. But at the end of the day, I don't have any physical proof to prove it. So at the end of the day, I can say it's not really reason, it's still belief.
Hmm. So I'm hearing that you don't have proof, and that the reasons you think other people might not find reasonable. So if that's the case, have you really questioned your reasons to see if they are really reasonable to you?
Hmm. I mean, I don't, in the way that you're asking me, what I interpret is like, have I questioned my faith? Or like, have I gone through a period of disbelief and questioned other things? Or, and I did.
You
I
did
think that,
before.
yeah, that was the thing that made it for me because I didn't
Do you
like being
stop
told what.
questioning now?
No, never.
Do you feel like you've come to some answer?
No, I mean, I I feel like I've come to some sort of acceptance of belief. Not really an answer. Not an answer I can tell people. Not an answer I can ever like tell
Why,
someone to agree with or follow.
why is the acceptance that you have come to that there must be something there?
It's not gonna be. It's an anecdotal. That's because I feel it. And that's not quantifiable. That's not there's no physical proof. There's no like it's a personal, it's an anecdotal. There's no real way to tell someone like because I feel it. That's not a justification or a real
But isn't
justification
is
in the ways
is
that we,
is that
you
the
know.
truth though? Because you feel it.
I mean, it's the truth for me, but also the truth for me doesn't mean it's the truth for everyone else. Like
Understood.
just because you feel something doesn't mean
I'm
it's
not looking
truth.
to be convinced, Jade. I'm
No, yeah.
curious. I'm curious if you can question that
Yeah,
reason, that feeling.
absolutely. I
You
think
said
I
it
do it.
would be anecdotal, like there's a story or something that happened that makes you
Yeah.
feel this way. I'm not asking you for the story, but I am asking, is that something that you have ever questioned? Is a story of an experience something that you should trust?
Yes and no. I think it's something I should question. And I think it's something that I should trust and not trust. I think it's something I should trust and not trust every day. I think it's something I should wake up every day and trust and not trust. Does does that make any sense?
It sounds like you question it, and you. Does the uncertainty make you uncomfortable?
Yeah, definitely.
So you want it. You want to believe. You want to feel like you believe, and sometimes when you don't feel like you believe, um, does that cause you to stop questioning?
I think it's more so I believe every day, but there are times to not. And I think belief for me is more of a I love facts and I love seeing, but also I guess like belief or like in terms of a higher power or any of that is based in faith. So it's like you have to believe without not seeing. And that makes sense to me in terms of science because there are things we can see or not see, I guess, not see that we can believe. Um, like dark matter and things like that. So it's like it makes sense to me, but it's like sometimes it's a little hard. And I think I just wake up every day and I try to just exist in the space that I can exist in, which is for me belief a lot of the time. It makes me feel comfortable. But there is a scary part. There is a what if. There's always going to be a what if. And if the what if is, then I guess I wouldn't have much to say about it. Once everything's said and done, it's like, ah, okay. I think it's like an acceptance, but it's also like a yearning for something more.
Okay. Does it matter if it's true or not?
That's a great question. And I hate to ask a question, but are we talking about belief or reality?
Your belief. The belief in this higher power.
It matters to me. It matters to me if it's true.
If you had reason to believe that it doesn't exist, would it change your life in any meaningful way?
That's a hard question. I think that's the hardest question because I don't really know. I feel like if I was faced with the ultimate knowing that it wasn't, my belief wasn't true, I think there would be some, I think there would be, I hate to use the term, but a come to Jesus moment where it'd be like, well, this isn't true. But also, I kind of think we do that. Like, when we're kids, we think everyone's gonna live forever, and then we have a moment where it's a realization that it's not, or a realization that life isn't gonna be, you know, this ideal. So I think it would be hard. I think it would change my life a little bit. But I think eventually I would probably accept it and then adapt.
I don't have very many more questions for you, Jade, but I wonder if anybody else does before we move on.
I'm open to it. I think this is a great panel.
You said that I'm just kind of retracking, but you said that you grew up Catholic,
Hmm.
but you don't believe that Jesus is real.
It's not that I don't believe he's real. I think he was just a man.
Oh, okay, all right. Um, so you renounced the Catholic faith?
I haven't necessarily renounced it. I guess I'm what you'd call lapsed Catholic, or someone who grew up in it and still, you know, has not ties to it, but it's like I read the Bible, but I don't read the Bible as something I need to absolutely adhere to. The Bible was written by, and especially since reading it as an adult and understanding it fully, um, I was like, I don't know, 14, 13 pages in, maybe even like 30 pages in, and I was like, this shit is crazy. This is wild. Um, so it's yeah. I'm willing to acknowledge that like things could have happened, but in terms of the fact that it was written by men, I think it's tainted by a lot of what men had to say and put a lot of their own um they put a lot of their own personal, beliefs in there, and I
But
don't really like that.
you believe that this God does exist, though?
Jesus?
No, just the Abrahamic God.
I wouldn't call it the Brahma God. I believe there's a higher power, and I call it that because I grew up with that, but I don't know. Um, I think there is a higher existence. There's an entity. I call it God because that's what I'm familiar with, but I really don't know what. I think that there is, yes, a higher power. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it actually has any ties to Catholic religion. Um, I kind of think it does, but I don't think it was observed in the way that I think it was maybe observed in a way, and that people probably men observed it and wrote down their accounts of it, but that's also wrong.
Okay. Um, what? So it sounds like you were like, I don't know if this Catholic God's real. Maybe God's real. Maybe it's not. What like the people of the Bible think it is, but there is something there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I went through definitely like a period of doubt where I was like, yeah, I don't know if I believe in this stuff. I kind of had to
If
find my own faith on my own, like my own belief. And that's why I kind of like, I grew up Catholic, but I, I didn't, I eventually kind of lost my faith and then on my own chose to believe in a higher power.
is this now, is this belief more of a like a big maybe, or is this like I'm pretty certain there is something out there?
I mean, personally, I'm like, I'm pretty certain, but at the same time, for me, it's also a big maybe because I can't prove that to anyone. I can't tell anyone to be like, I know this, and you know, and
Yeah.
I can, it's really more of a
No,
personal where
I'm
I'm
sorry. I'm
like,
just agreeing with you. Go ahead.
yeah, yeah, it's really a something I just kind of was like, yeah, no, if God is this and He is this, and I say He, it could be a she, it could be a they, them, it could be an it, um, you know, I'm like, I don't think he's like this. I don't, and maybe he was, and a lot of like what the Bible is like, oh, well, made in the image, I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, but also if we're made in the image, I'm like, then we have, and then by the Bible it's like, oh, free will and all this not, and I'm like, okay, then he knows me. So when people are like, oh, you shouldn't swear, oh, you shouldn't do this, I'm like, he knows me. He knows what I'm
Yeah.
about, and he made
Sure.
me
Yeah. No,
exactly the
that makes
way I
sense.
am. I'm like, and that's not to say like I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go ham and I'm gonna do all these things. I'm like, no, we he knows when I've done wrong. He's kind of, to me, it's kind of like Santa Claus is like, he knows when I've done wrong, he knows when I'm doing right, and it's up
Right.
to me
Like if
really
he's
to fix those
like if
things, within myself.
you're saying like if he's omniscient, then there's no reason to try to hide who you are,
Yes.
right? Like if you're gonna swear, swear. Like he knew I was gonna do it to begin with, right? Something like that.
Yes, but also there, it's
Okay.
it's kind of like to me, I I don't really like to gender or identify with, whatever, but I'm like, for some reason I keep, it's like a he is that's a comfortable term. So I'm like, well, it's kind of like a father looking over my shoulder all the time. And it's like, he knows when I swear, and he knows when I am the way I am. He knows what I'm doing wrong. He knows what I'm doing right. And even then, there are times where I'm like, I'm doing wrong. He knows it. And he's like, yeah, you really fucked this one up. And I'm like, I know. And he's like, well, you'll pay for it. And I'm like, I fucking know that too. And that's just I'm like, well, I've got to eat my fucking kibble, I've got to fucking do it. Like that's I've got to do it, I've got to be the person I am, but also like not without consequence. And I've got to be also like on top of that a better person. I can't just sit here and go, forgive me, forgive me, forgive me. I can ask for forgiveness, but at the end of the day, I have to do the things. I can't just
So,
ask for forgiveness.
Right.
I just have to fucking do, like, I have to really actually go for it and be the person and change
so,
and do that.
so we tend to do this anthropomorphize things, meaning we make them like human,
Hmm.
um, when they don't necessarily have to be. And you said that you keep using the word he, right? Even though you don't necessarily want to gender it or even anthropomorphize it.
Yeah, it's like a
So
comfortable term.
something that I have started doing, because I, who have never believed in this God, still would do that just because it's like colloquial, right? I've
Hmm.
started making a conscious effort to refer to it as it, and it has really helped me expand my understanding on what God could be.
I was
I
curious
like
what
that. Thank you, Kat.
you mentioned you were pretty certain. I'm curious of what cements that certainty. Can we dig in a little bit there?
Yeah. I think, I guess for me as a kid, you go to Catholic school, you do all this, all the, communion, the Sunday school, you have your first communion, and all this. I'm like, when I moved, we stopped going to church. My father is agnostic, and so, it wasn't as big of a thing. And that was kind of a time where like I was still trying to keep my faith within myself. And I was like, okay, every time I pass a church, I'm going to cross myself and I'm going to pray and I'm going to, do all the things I think I should be doing. And at some point, it kind of just was like, why do I believe in this? And the logic to me was, if someone raised me to, like, if someone told me to love someone, is that really truly love? Right? Like, you're supposed to love God, you're supposed to do all these things. And I was like, is that truly love? Is that truly, obedience or respect because someone told you to? And to me, logically, as a kid, I was like, no. So I'm like, it's fake. It's not real, and that's not right. And I just kind of was like, well, maybe I don't believe him. I don't know. And I kind of went through a period where I was like, fuck it. Maybe I don't. And I didn't really experience anything different. Like it didn't, I didn't go through like any terrible thing where I was like, oh my God, no, he's punishing me. Or, it was like, oh, everything's so much better. It was more just like a disconnection where I was like, okay, so I'm just out here. I'm just existing. I'm just living my life. Like there's no positive or negative benefits. I was like, fuck it. I don't have to believe unless I want to. I don't have to care. And I kind of chose that. Um, so I wouldn't say there was a definitive like thing that made me choose to believe, but then this might also be like a scientific psychological study is like once I chose to believe, I felt like I experienced um I'll say his I know, Kat, I'm gonna take that into account because going forward, I'm like, maybe I should try that. But I'm gonna use my comfort pronoun for him. Um, I felt like I experienced his presence in my life, and I was like, okay, there's someone there in the universe watching out. There's someone outside of the universe, like beyond science, beyond. But I'm also very like I believe in science as well, so I'm like there are things we don't. I'm like I think there is something at the core of all this, and it might just be the
So,
universe. Like I don't know, but
but you hold like a compatibilistic view of like science can exist and God can also exist.
yes, and I think
Okay.
in that way that like in the way that science is also doesn't have feelings, that God doesn't have feelings either, and it's
Yeah.
like a neutral, like I don't expect like when I pray it's like, oh, everything's gonna be great and he's gonna hear my prayer. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, he might fucking be like, yeah, cool, got some other shit to heap on you, and I'm like, that's fine. That's fine. It is what it is. It's just I feel like for me it's a comfort maybe, and maybe it's like a psychological thing, which might also be like in the realm of schizophrenia where it's like talking to another person. It's like it gets in there because like it's like, well, how often do you talk to an exist and has no actual physical quantifiable proof? It's a comfort, but also I feel like a lot of times for me it um it works out. And
If
I don't know if that's maybe manifestation. I don't know if that's a scientific, like there's something we haven't touched into yet, or maybe things are just happening and I'm looking at the positive correlation and
yeah,
looking over the negative correlation, looking over the negative things in my life and going, well, they're not that bad. I can't, that's a personal.
if you didn't have like Catholicism in your life, like let's say it was never introduced to you. Let's say Christianity itself was never introduced to you, but you experienced everything else outside of Catholicism. Would you still have like a cemented belief? Do you think you'd still have a cemented belief that there is something out there?
I think I would. I think
So what's the common denominator between
I
outside of Catholicism and being born into Catholicism
I
for that
mean,
belief to exist?
for me, I want to say there's a belief systems are they're created in order for people to believe. Like the way that they're created is for people to believe. But I think also sometimes it's kind of hard to not believe in something. And that's not saying like a higher power or religion, even if it's just like it's I think belief is not maybe the word I want to use. I think wonder uh or it's like
Awe.
astonishment.
Awe.
Yeah, awe. There's like something that we tie to that, and it doesn't always have to be belief, but there is something that we as humans kind of like attribute or tie to that, and I think we'll always find that. But I think
Was there
because oh, go ahead.
was there yeah, was there a specific event that took place in your life that really cemented this?
Uh, I mean, me personally, I could attribute like there's a bunch of things I could be like, oh, this was, but I don't think there's one that would make it different or astonishing or like a miracle or any type of religious, type of vocabulary or iconography that would be. It's more so I think I've always had a wonderment. I think I've always had an awe of the world around me, and I think I've always had a wonderful belief in, the things that exist. Like I have an appreciation of a lot of things. I'm like, wow, that's so basic, but it's so cool. I think it's just me being easily impressed. But I feel like if I was easily impressed, then I probably would fall heavily deep into religion. And I don't find that. Maybe it's just I don't like things that are touched by man. But religion is also like a creation of man, philosophy. These are all things that we've made up. But then it's like the stars, we didn't make that up. Like we, there are things that I'm like, this is definitely not made up by man. We just look at them, and the feelings we have are also not created, they're created within ourselves. So I can't say there was like one thing in my life that like particularly gave me faith or belief or um any of
But
that.
you find like the beauty of the world and what you've observed. Give it like you give credit to a god or a mind responsible for this, right? And that's kind of like what's holding your belief is that awe of nature.
Even less than that, it's like the fact that I wake up and every day, which I guess can also be attributed to nature. It's like we all wake up every day as long as our systems are fully functional. As long as we're healthy humans, we wake up every day. Um, it's like even that sometimes I'm like, thank God. Like it's almost feels like a what do you call it? It's like when you can't help but say it, it's just repetitive. It's just like I will wake up sometimes, not every day, but some days I wake up and I'm like, thank God. I'm like, I woke up. I woke up today. Nothing bad happened. And it's just like a wonderment at not just nature outside of me, but I guess maybe the nature within me. That I'm like, damn, made another day, alive, existing, cognizant, aware, able to speak, able to exist, able to uh, just interact with the world around me and other people, have conversation, be on this live. Like it's weird stuff like that. I think I might just be like a very simple, maybe I'm just a simple-minded, like it's like I just kind of, I'm like, damn, this is cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit confused, um, mainly because I don't see a symmetry breaker. Sorry if I'm using terms that you might not relate to, but
That's okay.
um, like I don't see the symmetry breaker between
The
like
difference.
yeah, it just being all natural, and it's okay to be like in wonder of the natural beauty of the world or within you. But I don't know where we're able, like I don't see room where we can fit a mind responsible for this into it.
Yeah, like there's if we are existing ourselves and we are the wonderment and we are existing, it's like where is there space for God and all that? And that's I mean, to be honest, like I definitely don't have the answer. That's where I'm like I kind of backtrack down to, I hate to say it, but like backtrack down to where it's like, oh, I feel this or I just believe this, and it's kind of like it's a shitty argument. Like you can't prove it. I can't prove it. I don't have quantifiable physical evidence. I don't have psychological evidence. I don't have even
So
anecdotal, like when it comes to that. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, that's kind of like why at the beginning of the questioning was I asked if you didn't have the idea of God introduced into your life, but you still experienced these things, um, would you still believe? Um, I don't.
Maybe
I'm
not.
I'm having
Yeah,
a hard.
I think I agree with you. No, I think I agree with you. I think maybe not. I think maybe not. I think I would probably have some sort of awe and wonderment and like come to some sort of like cool belief where I'm like, damn, this is some cool shit. It'd be real cool if somebody like this is crazy. It'd be cool if
Would it?
someone orchestrated all this because how does all this come to be? But also I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't have the answer for that. And like even if I was, because I consider myself like a very scientific person, even though I have belief and faith and all that, it's like it is very hard to comprehend the two for me. Like it's hard for me to justify both existing. And I think if I wasn't raised Catholic, I think I might find some sort of belief system where I'm like, this has to make sense because I think I view the world and I'm like, there's no way, like, there's no way. I think I'm just constantly in awe of it where I'm like, there has to be some greater explanation. But I think that also might be a comfort where I'm like, I need
Does
an
that explanation
explanation.
have to be a mind?
Mm, I, for me, as a human being, I want to say yes. But the thing is, like, it doesn't, I
Is
know
that
it doesn't
because
have to
you're a
be.
human being and you think
Yeah,
it should be human-like?
yeah. I'm like, it has to make sense to me, but it really doesn't. Like, I know it doesn't. I know that that's for me. And maybe this is just also because I know that there's people who are atheists out there. I know that there are people who are agnostic. Like, I know that there are plenty of people who are like, totally comfortable. And I'm like, maybe I'm just not comfortable with the idea that this just happened to, exist and it just happened and obviously like, billions and billions of years, even going back like to the beginning of the universe, to the Big Bang, to the
Okay,
everything that
okay, I want to
happened.
slow you down just a little
Hmm.
bit. Sorry. I wanted
Sorry.
to make sure. I think I need to say good morning to Bats, but also Morgan. And
Hello.
Morgan, I think, had a question a while back. Right?
I did. So I've been listening, and you made a statement where maybe you could find some other, belief system. Does it have to be like an organized, like these are the rules for you to branch out from your current beliefs? Or
Mm.
would you be looking for something that's maybe not as structured?
I know me as a person, I love a bit of structure. I've learned that as growing into an adult, like I've learned that I love structured thing. Uh, but I also love a structured thing that is unstructured, if that makes sense, because I love to find like where the between is. So I'm like, maybe an unstructured thing is better. But also then when I get to an unstructured thing, I find myself as a person finding like, okay, well, where do I fit into it? Or like for me, I have to constantly put myself in a box that makes sense to me. And maybe that relates to other people and maybe it relates to people who don't want to do that. But I'm like, it, I've always admired structure. I've always admired, because it feels like what we live in is constant chaos. Even the way that we live and exist, it's like it is structured chaos. So I think finding the structure, like, okay, I can make some sort of sense of this. I don't
Mm-hmm.
need to make unsense of it because I'm like, I already live in that. I want to find the structure in it. So I feel like a structured religion would be cool, but also I I don't know. I feel like maybe if I was brought up in something where it wasn't a structured religion or a structured belief system, there might have been more freedom and a little
What if
more understanding.
Do you?
what if you
Sorry,
could
Kat.
well, I just want to like add on to that. What if you could find a something with structure that wasn't necessarily like a belief system in this way?
I mean, for me, that's science. And even like for me, that's
Mm-hmm.
science. Science is very structured and I love it. For me, that's mathematics. For me, there are structured systems and they're not necessarily beliefs. I mean, we believe in them because that's what it exists. Like there's facts, there's quantifiable data, like there is that I love. And I love living in those realms. But I know that I know that when I get to exist outside those realms, like sci-fi that takes actual science, I'm talking about media at this point, but sci-fi that takes, structured information, like these are facts, these are like this is how it is. And then they kind of twist it a little bit. I'm like, yeah, I really do love that like in between that little tennis match between like, well, this is the factual data, but also if if it could stretch a little more, if we didn't have these realms that we live in where we know it's like, this is not possible, this is not real. If we stretch that, that's cool. So like
Could
oh yeah, go
could
ahead.
it be possible that those things in the sci-fi movies are just conjecture to what could happen should we advance our knowledge and technology?
First of all, don't talk sweet to me. I'm like, yeah, no, I live in that. And I'm like, man, one of these days this shit is gonna be possible. And I know a lot of people love to watch sci-fi movies and they're like, that'll never happen. I'm like, well, they also said like talking phones wouldn't happen and the talking wristwatches and shit wouldn't happen. I'm like, we made a big jump in technology. But I really do think there are things we don't understand about science. And one of my big like um things is like when we go into antimatter, when we go into quantum physics, like there are so many things that I'm like, we don't understand yet. We may not have the technology yet, but
Mm-hmm.
trust when we understand that, you know, and this is why I originally requested up was someone was talking about relativity and I was like, please let me explain it. And she couldn't explain it. And I was like, no, let me explain it. And I was like, the thing about it is like, if you cannot explain this to a 5-year-old, then you can't bring it up as a topic. And I was like, no, I was like, relativity, like the way that Einstein explained it, it's like, and they explain it in so many science museums to kids. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's literally that simple is you hold out a sheet and you put a ball in the middle of it and like you see how that sheet warps and that is pretty much like space and time. That's like the way the universe exists is the sheet, right? We all think of it on a grid and of course it's going every which way there. You're looking at it in like a 3D grid and then you put a ball in the middle of it and it
Mm-hmm.
stretches that sheet down. And it's like, well, if that has mass, it has gravity, everything around it, it's going to stretch and it's going to affect how everything is around it. And that's pretty much like how we exist in the universe, like even our solar system, like gravity. But it also applies to like black holes when we think of it. It applies to, and black holes apply to time, they apply to light. It's not just space, it's like
Mm-hmm.
so many things. And I'm like, no, 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 like this is a great topic, but it's like we don't understand everything. And although we
So
understand the basics of it, it's like we don't know. And I'm like,
can I ask, do you think, oh,
sorry, no, I my phone went off. Okay, go
you're
ahead, go ahead.
good. Do you think at any point it would be scientifically possible to prove or disprove the existence of a deity? Do you think we as humans are capable of achieving that level of knowledge?
I'm gonna, because I'm thinking about it and it's hard. but I think we can. But I think that the moment we can, we're gonna be on the same and I'm not talking about like this 4D, 5D shit. I'm talking about like in a real life real world situation. I think that if we can, when we can, if we will, when we will, I think that will open doors to um not just places, because I feel like places are like things that people think they can go to. Um, in this sense, I think that when we do that, there are going to be places. I think it's going to be time, space, outside of our own known universe. I think that we're going to cross a boundary to where once we're on that level, if there is a higher being that is kind of the overarching existence and deity of this universe or our universe, we are either going to be on the same level and go to meet them, and then move forward throughout the universe, or I think we are going to find many more. Like, I'm not above the idea that, you know, well, okay, if there's one, why wouldn't there be more? And then at that point, it's like, well, if we can meet them on a level where we can actually acknowledge, see, communicate, all of these things, where do we go from there? Because I don't think it would be one. I think there would be many, and maybe we just got to experience one, but there are many more. And at that point, it's like, well, we're outside of it. So now we engage with them. I really, but also I don't know. Like that's a thought in my mind. Like that's not a that would be a cool sci-fi movie, but I really don't know. Like you could just be, I don't know, we meet one, it's like, all right, flush the toilet. They've met us. Let's go. Send, run it again, run the simulation. I have no idea. Like it's
Thank
fun to
you.
think about and scary, but it's
Thank you.
also
I
like,
have no further questions at this time.
sorry. I hope I answered that like not in a I'm not trying to be funny either. I'm not trying to
The
be
cool
like,
thing is there's no right answer.
I appreciate you for asking it because it's a deep question and it scares me. I'm not even gonna lie. That's why it took so long before I said anything. It's a scary answer. Like I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm not scared of it. I'm not scared of that outcome. It's scary as fuck.
Why
How
would you be
dare you
scared
for
of any
being human,
outcome?
my friend?
Why would
Say
you be
again,
scared
Kat?
of any outcome? Why would you be scared of any outcome? Like
I
like when
mean,
I say that, I mean to say that like we don't genuinely have like very much control over any of these outcomes, right? So what does it serve you to be scared of it?
uh, it doesn't disturb me anything, but I know I have anxiety. Like I know I'm scared of any shit. I know I'm scared of if there's God and I'm going to hell. If there's God and I'm going to heaven, and none of my people that I want to be there are with me and they're not there. I'm scared of if there's nothing. I'm scared of. And if there's nothing, like absolutely nothing, like let's say there is nothing, which is also like more factually like we can't prove the existence of God, so there's more likely that there's nothing. Um, I guess then I just turn into nothing, which is also kind of scary for people. I don't know. I don't have kids and I don't plan on having kids, so I don't, I'm not really like a legacy person or like kind of live through my kids and my family and my generations. And no, my DNA probably won't go on. Um, which is a little scary, but also, I think I'm still accepting that fate because I just really don't want to have kids. Uh, but it's like I really don't know, and I think that's the scary part is not knowing. for a lot of
Why is
people.
not knowing scary?
Oh God, I'm like, for me, it's I want to consider a primal fear. A primal fear is like going into the dark, and
That's
not knowing what's
perfectly
there.
acceptable. Yeah,
Sorry.
that's definitely perfectly acceptable. The fear of the unknown is a very natural fear for really, I would say honestly, all intelligent life. That's including like little tiny animals. If you're unsure of something, if you don't know, what you're facing, that's really fucking scary, right? Because you don't know what that's capable of, or what that means for you. Your
Right,
life
but
could
that's a it's something that gives me comfort, but it's not something that can be proven. Like, I acknowledge that it can't be proven, it can't be quantified, it can't be like there's just so it's like I'm not gonna sit here and be like, no, it's God. I know it's God. Like I don't know that. I just choose to believe it. And that's it's like everyone be like, okay, well then you're kooky as fuck. And it's like, woo woo shit. All right. Like, and it's fun. And it's cool. And it keeps me going. But like I'm not gonna sit here and preach to people and be like, you need to get right with the Lord. And like, at the end of the day, like, yeah, true. I might share some shit if I identify it, like, but for me, it's always been personal, and I can't prove that. And I don't want to prove that. Like, it's not my job. That's just, I just exist here as a human being with a belief and a woo woo. I think that's probably the best way. Kat was telling me to, maybe saying it. I'm like, yeah, call it a woo woo. I'll call it a woo woo. Like, for me, it's a woo woo. It's a woo woo. And I'm cool with that. And I don't want anybody else to,
Do you
have to feel
question
like
your woo woo?
I
Can you
do.
question it?
I can.
Do
I
you
can
doubt it?
question. I do doubt it.
Could you be wrong?
I can be wrong. I'm not saying that like sarcastically. I'm saying that 100%. That's I 100%. I'm like the day I go, I'm like I want to find out because if all this woo woo shit is real, trust, and a lot of people, I grew up Catholic. If I show up to quote unquote the pearly gates and I show up and they're like, oh, this is you, Jade, you're up. And I'm like, what's up, woo woo? Like, I'm about that. I'm not, like, for me, it shouldn't be this much of a thing. And I'm not saying this much of a thing. A lot of people make this so, it's like, it should really be personal. And it really should. And I get it, I'm coming on here, but like, it should be personal. People who want to come on here and preach like any type of religion or any type of belief, it's like we can talk about it, but at the end of the day, I'm not the type of person who will sit here and be like, well, you should believe in God or he's going to send you to hell. Like, no. Like, if you want to believe in the woo woo shit, believe in the woo woo shit. Come on. Like, that's fine. And if not, that's cool. We can roll too. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, let's party. I'm
All
very,
right, Jade. I
sorry.
appreciate you. I
Sorry,
appreciate
I
you
got
being
a
here. I
little.
appreciate you answering the questions that you did. But I do think we are ready to move on. Thank you so much for
No,
being
thank you
honest and
guys.
open and sharing the woo woo. I hope that you can question it going forward. And if you do find any different answers, bring them back to us because we're definitely going to have questions for those. So thank you, Jade. Take
You
care.
guys are the
And I do that nearly everybody.
I look
I
forward
can't
to it.
remember a time in the last like week you haven't done it. Probably 2 or 3 weeks that everybody hasn't gotten it.
It feels like everything has normalized.
Papa Meech, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, anything like that?
What I was just feeling on the backs of what Jade was saying was like, I don't know.
Do
I
you
don't
have
know
a
where I
belief?
land. I don't know where I land, I'm like Jade. I'm like nervous of the thing of death. So I don't know. What's your belief?
That's not quite what this is about, Papa. So if you're open to questioning your own beliefs, that's
I'm
what
definitely
we're
down
doing
to
here.
questioning my beliefs. I guess I just don't know where I believe.
So if you don't know what you believe, then what question should you ask?
I guess that's what I was hoping for you to let me know. Like, question my beliefs. Isn't that kind of the thing? I was born Catholic. I'm in Canada. I did the, the whole kind of thing that was happening around me at that time. Whatever the kindergarten 1, grade 2, you get a little confirmation or something, but then I dropped off, you know what I mean? Like, seemed the same time most people dropped off for a bit there. And then started to come to my own experiences as I grew up and as I got older and had experiences of, different natures. And now even, coming across this TikTok, people questioning these things on this platform like this. And I don't know, it's like, it's all pretty mind-boggling in itself. I don't know where I land. I know I wake up some nights before I go to bed and I'm just like clutching my chest, you know what I mean? Super nervous about something that likely seems to come down the line, and that the only reason I see that it comes down the line is because things cease to have my interaction to be able to be interacting with. But at the same time, the scope of what I know to be a thing. But it
Are you
seems,
saying that sometimes you wake up believing and sometimes you don't? Sometimes you feel like there's something there and sometimes there's not.
well, there's always something there. The something there is the
So then there's something there. What is the something
tangibility,
there?
tangibility of process or something, you know what I mean? And
Tangibility of process. What do you mean now? You're talking about phenomenology.
I don't know if that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, then why don't you use simpler words so we can all understand?
I guess I'm trying to, like, the fact that, your eyes open up and then experience happens. Like, do I believe that? Like, that's probably at belief. I believe that I'm speaking right now.
So you're experiencing things right now.
Yeah, experiencing things.
Mm-hmm.
What is belief to you?
I don't know. It's like kind of like just the questioning, like, would that be the belief? Is in the question, the fact that you're even propositioning something. That's why I think a lot of people talk about like the allegory nature of it or whatever. Like, you're almost supposed to just take it as experience as it comes in the way it comes, no matter how, in the question,
I'm not
basically.
sure you're using the word allegory correctly, because
I might not be. I probably am not.
allegory is something adjacent to an experience. It is an example that isn't necessarily true.
Right, that would make sense. Yeah, so like when the thing happens, when the story hits your mind, it's not necessarily true. It's a story. It's because me picking up a pencil is the story. You know what I mean?
So are you saying it's more closely related to, say, for example, Aesop's fables?
What's that?
If anyone wants to jump in on how to explain Aesop's fables, I'd appreciate it. I
An
love
ancient
it.
collection of stories.
Thank you. A very well-known, well-used, like, I'm trying to think of an example. Yeah, fairy tales, lessons, moral fairy tales.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like if there's large scale story like that, I don't encounter that too much. You know what I mean? My day to day is kind of like into the weeds, I guess. But at that point, you got to start questioning even just the stories that are coming to you in whatever way. You know what I mean? Even in just the things people carry around with them, that's kind of like stories playing out in front of you as they experience at the same time or whatever. But they carry around their stories.
Is it okay if I ask you a question, Papa Meech?
Yeah, for sure.
You seem to be like not making very many assertions. Maybe it's from a place of not knowing for sure. And I wanted to ask you, if you can't assert that there's a higher power, do you maybe think that there might be a higher power?
Yeah.
Is that where you're at, closer?
Yeah. And it's kind of like I have different understandings of what some people do. I have a little bit of like knowledge in this one specific sect of Buddhism that like comes from Taiwan, and it's kind of like on the backs of this thing. And anyway, they mainly study this text called the Lamb Rim. So if I'm referencing anything, it's probably the Lamb Rim, mainly that I studied volume 2 in like a classroom once a week. And the other guy at the front of the room was this monk. Anyway, and they don't necessarily believe and cyclical in nature, but like you can break down those cyclical natures into just like, their main thing is karma, which is cause and effect. Cause happens and then there's an effect or whatever, and then causes a cause, and they like break down, and they have this no trust for like, there's like they have no trust for what you see, because you can break it down and like look closer and it changes and it takes different form or whatever. So there's no like trust there, but then there is one essential, one truth of it. I don't know. So they have their own little thing going and view of it.
The monks have some very interesting beliefs. I'd love to look more into that on my own time. But what is it you think? Like the monks, they may think one thing. What do you think?
Well, I think as it comes to me in that, like, that's a version of like a story that I had referred to as like an allegory or whatever. And it almost becomes an allegory when I think of it as like, okay, what does this mean for me? And then it kind of like, it's like, though I'm scared of death, I keep like kind of coming back to like, if I'm hearing a story now, it's hitting me now. And the now is like the only, so it's like hard recognize that I'm doing this all the time and stuff. And it's more because of the generation of questions like this coming to this place of this TikTok or whatever with these questions. And you guys all have your own studious nature and come at it from this way. And that's just, right there. It's just like, it's you, each one of you has a story, and in the choice of your words now is based off of all your stories. So we're just like kind of interacting and colliding. So, but then like at one point, someone can say, you're never talking to bats again. And it's like, oh shit. And I guess that's what, I don't know. I failed to fully stand the like the skull representation on this TikTok and the question of your beliefs. Like, I don't even know what the belief of my death versus the belief of my, I don't know, Christmas tree. I'm looking at a Christmas tree.
What does the word belief mean to you? Are you just rambling kind of at this point, waiting for somebody to cut you off? Because I'll more than happily oblige.
Yes.
What does belief mean?
What does belief mean to you?
There are plenty of people who are waiting to actually question their beliefs. Well, okay, maybe they're ghosts in the queue. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. He can come back. I think maybe he
Right, he
should
was
be
just-
asking himself a
yeah.
few more questions before turning them back on everyone without a second thought.
It's just avoidance at that point.
The prompt right now is, can you question your beliefs, not the panel. So there's another time to ask. This isn't that time. But maybe if you do have beliefs and you know what beliefs are, you get them pressed up.
I believe that my coffee is delicious and tastes like blueberries.
Oh, that sounds good.
I have devil
God.
dog coffee. It's supposed to taste like the little Debbie's or whatever devil dogs. It does not.
Dunkin' Donuts has blueberry coffee, and I used to drink a lot of it when Dunkin' Donuts was a thing that existed for me, but it doesn't anymore. And that blueberry coffee sounds delicious.
Well, you can get it at the grocery store too. But
I mean, I can't. No, I don't think. But
More than likely not.
yeah, my grocery stores don't have the same things your grocery stores do. They have far less.
Much less.
I need to send you some coffee.
I'll send you some honey. I'll trade you some honey for some coffee.
I say we'll have to put together a care package for cat.
We have some of the best berries in Washington. I'll see if I can find a recipe and send you some frozen berries or something.
I have a local blueberry farm not 2 minutes down the road from me too.
I have a blueberry bush. It just doesn't make that many blueberries.
Hey, Papa Mage, welcome back.
Yo, what's up?
So, what does belief mean to you?
Just that something is happening.
And is it happening that you, do you feel that it is happening that there is a God or a higher power?
Yeah, I think like trajectory-wise, higher power is even, like a lot of people say like higher power is within you, you know what I mean? That's part of the storyline.
What does higher power mean to you? I'm not worried about a lot of people.
Higher power to me, yeah, exactly. It's like, what would that look like that I tip into a higher power?
Yeah, that's what I asked.
Yeah, me too.
So when you hear higher power and you accept that there's something like that there, you think it is happening. What is it that is happening that you think is a higher power?
Well, here, how about if I say, like, when I question my beliefs, like I should be doing right now, because this is the point of this, right? And will I reach a higher power?
What does that mean? Reach a higher power?
I don't know. Why am I supposed to be questioning my beliefs?
I don't know, because you decided to request backup, so since you don't want to, goodbye.
What?
Oh, Christ almighty.
Dazed and dreaming. Thrayle, you know you're going to drop him. Yeah, I didn't know that. I'm not psychic.
Okay, no, but in all fairness, we all did know you were going to end up dropping him. Come on.
Why should I question my beliefs?
Because it's on the prompt, maybe. That's why we're all here. I think he has a lot of questions to ask. Maybe once he comes to some conclusions, he'll be ready to come back.
Do some research and come back.
I think, I don't even think research is necessary. I think some introspection. Ask yourself a few questions. Why should you question your beliefs? Ask yourself why you request it up when you don't have a belief or question or even know what either one means. But thank you, Missy and Morgan. Thank you also to Philly Red and Kyboshed. Thank you, Ethereal Embers. Thank you to Shell, Danny Grax, to Ms. Bear, and to Hannah. Thank y'all so much for helping with that goal. I appreciate you so much. And if we all, at what, 89 of us, start tapping the screen a little bit, I bet we break 200K in no time. And somebody in here might even show up to question their beliefs. That would be awesome. Somebody believing in a thing that they believe in could actually question that belief.
Believe, 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 believe.
Is it like Beetlejuice cat?
Winnie the Pooh.
Oh no.
No, that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you ask me that? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was asking, is it like Beetlejuice? Belief.
I mean, Thrayle does that sometimes, so I was trying it out, you know, give it a test run.
I'll see if I can manifest a believer. But Thrayle, if someone say wanted to do something more than gifting, and wanted to promote more interaction, is there something that they could do?
I mean, more than gifting. I mean, because we can always tap the screen and we can always share the live. We can always repost and sometimes even add to our stories. But yeah, there are other ways if people wanted to. Well, I mean, there's gifting to promote, you said. Well, I mean, there's the TikTok promote feature. They do that. If you click the share button, it lets you do that. But yeah, that is a thing that does work out.
You can repost.
You can.
I'm looking forward to saving up some because coins are fun, and I know I love doing the night sky one. That's one of your favorites because, well, it's a pretty one. But maybe it'd be fun to be a Dark Lord again.
You'll always be a Dark Lord, Pat.
Yes. Oh, awesome! That just made my morning.
Once a Dark Lord, always a Dark Lord.
There we go. Okay. I hope you enjoyed your pork chop, by the way.
It was delicious.
Something you'd only know if you were if the Discord at the time Thrayle mentioned it, I guess.
That's true.
Which was almost nobody, so.
which you could also access by going to the Batcolyte bio.
Yeah, come play chess or Wordle or I guess D&D now, which I don't play, but the rest of them do.
I really want to get a Scrabble game going because I love Scrabble.
I'm here for you, Bats. I will play Scrabble until my fingers fall off.
I'm against Scrabble, but I'm glad you guys like it.
Well, I'll play Scrabble while you put somebody in a jar, or beat them at chess.
I love that.
Or stalemate them at chess. We call that a cat special.
Cat special. Oh yeah, Peg is wondering about if there's any D&D in the Discord.
There is D&D in the Discord. You'll have to make sure and check the announcements if you haven't already.
Hello, Jack.
Keen-eyed adventurer, you might find exactly what you're looking for. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over there, Dirk Dickler.
No, I apologize.
TOS.
I appreciate you having me up here. I appreciate you, lads. Thank you so much. I was gonna give you my opinion from the England over here.
Your opinion
Friend,
from the
can you
England
give the
over
age
there.
for TOS?
No, I'm kidding. I'm from the north of America. I apologize. I thought it was funny.
Sounds
but
a little more likely. So yeah, can I get your age, Dirk?
33 and I'm a Taurus.
I was going to ask your star sign. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
1,000,000,000,000,000% there's something bigger than us out there. Like, why would there not be?
1,000,000,000,000%.
Yeah, I mean that. Like, even like I've never been baptized, but when I'm at my lowest of my lows and I feel like there's no one else out to reach to, I say, please God, get me through this. And I guarantee a lot of people out here do the same, even if there's an atheist. And somehow I get out of it. And someone got me through it.
You say someone got you through it. What do you mean, someone? You mean you?
Something. Well, I mean, no. I mean, like I randomly got like a call back. Like if I got laid off from a job. There's one time I got laid off from a job back in the day, and I was literally lost my apartment. All right. I mean, I don't know how deep. I just met you guys. I don't know how deep I should get in like my life. Like I was about to get freaking deep.
All right, Dirk. Real quick, I'm gonna speak past you, and definitely gonna thank Bone and Branch for that level up. And Dirk, I need you to kind of slow down for a second. Answer this question: are you drunk?
Absolutely not. I actually just had a Zoom call with my job at 7:00. So no.
And so you're saying that something happens in life and something else happens, and you see that as a sign that there's a God or a higher power?
I recently started thinking that yes, 100%, because I mean, there's no other. What was the other reason for random stuff to happen like that? Like I got laid off, then all of a sudden.
What do you mean reason for random stuff to happen? You mean cause and effect?
Not reason, but things in my life's like been good. Like I was about to lose like my house or something like that, and then all of a sudden like I got a letter in the mail, but I was like lowest of lows. You know what I mean? Like crying. Like I'm not like everyone writes a letter. You know what I mean? But and then I got a check in the mail from. I got a check in the mail that said like, "Oh, this is from an old 401k thing," and then boom, and then I caught up on my mortgage.
So you're saying that you needed money and then you got money, and you think that's because of a God?
Well, it's not even like simple things. Like I mean, like, there's things in the world you can't explain. Like science can only go so far. You know what I mean?
What are the limits of science?
Yeah.
What are the limits of science, Dirk?
Where you go to the point where you can't explain something, like.
So you're saying when science gets to the point where it can't explain something, it just stops there?
Exactly, and then and then obviously it goes to
it goes where?
To a higher power.
Why?
Okay, so if you start off with a blank piece of paper, a white piece of paper, blank piece of paper, and a dot just shows up. Someone made that dot, dude.
Dirk, you're saying that if you start with a blank piece of paper, why are you starting with a blank piece of paper?
I'm talking about like everything.
Everything is a blank piece of paper.
I mean, I'm trying to like give you like my like perception or like my opinion. I mean, if you're not open-minded enough to like.
I'm listening, Dirk. You said if I start with a blank piece of paper and a dot appears, why am I starting with a blank piece of paper? Are you trying to make a comparison to existence in some way? In which case, why are you assuming a blank piece of paper?
Let me ask you guys this: like, why are you guys?
What we believe doesn't matter, Dirk. I'm just asking you if you can question your beliefs. So we're questioning your beliefs.
I'm not religious, but I believe there's something bigger than us out there.
Why?
Because we're so minute. We're this little speck of dust on like a rock in the middle of infinity.
Because we're a minute rock in infinity, therefore there's something bigger. Is that what you're just saying? Like a bigger fish, like bigger people, or bigger aliens? Is that what you mean?
Whatever you
Or are
want
you
to call
saying
it.
there's some? Well, I'm asking you what you believe in, Dirk.
I mean, we're one of we're a little rock like floating. Like, all right, let me give you some science. For every like grain of sand, every grain of sand that's on Earth, every little grain of sand, there's more stars It just takes for the one little rock to be like the perfect amount of like distance from that grain of sand to have life. Every grain of sand on Earth. So I mean, there's got to be something bigger than us out there.
So because there are more stars than grains of sand, and then you assume that there's some life out there that is bigger than us, but it's life. Are you talking about just that other life forms, or are you talking about like something that created all of this? Because that's what you were talking about with a blank piece of paper, right?
Well, yeah, it starts somewhere. I mean, we only use what, like a third of our brain. Can you imagine? Like we can't even fathom like what is.
Or does there have to be a start?
Well, our brains think that, but I mean, we can't fathom what it could be. I mean, like check this out. So, just since like science, from a science point of view, there's been 5 extinctions on this Earth, and the last extinction, where us Homo sapiens, been around for like what, like 300,000 years, whatever. Like, and there's like the Earth's been a lot like here for 3 billion years. Can you imagine? There's other things on this like planet, like in the ocean, and whatnot. Like look what we achieved, like AI and all this stuff in just 300,000 years. There's things in the ocean that have been here for billions of years. You're gonna say like we're the most like, even just here. You think we're the most like what's the word
I've been asking you about though is if you think something created all of this, because you mentioned a blank sheet of paper and a dot appearing. So what does that have to do with bigger and badder aliens?
What do you think happens when we pass?
So we're not
To the
talking
question?
about bigger and better aliens now. We're just talking about afterlife, Dirk.
What's an alien? An alien could be anything. An alien's like something that's not.
Well, Dirk, you're talking about life in other places. Are you saying that life in other places created all of existence and is responsible for our afterlife?
I mean, I think our universe and our solar system or the galaxy is so minute. Like there's infinity amount, and I think that
You seem to know the words minute and infinity. I'm glad, but do you actually know what I was asking?
I do, and yes, I believe there's something bigger than us out there.
Do you think there's something that created everything?
In my mind, yes. I don't think it's a white dude that's a white dude with a beard in the middle of Jerusalem. I don't believe that.
Why do you think there's something that created everything?
Because because I can't fathom something other than that exact equation.
Because you can't fathom anything other than that. So therefore, there's nothing other than that.
So where do we come from?
I'm not here to answer your questions, Dirk. But why do you assume that there is something that put us here?
Because I mean, like obviously, like that's the only thing I can fathom. Like obviously, there's a reason for us being here. Something put us here, but then you have to think about
Why do you say obviously there's a reason?
Well, not like why else would we be here? We're here to repopulate.
You think there is a why that we are here for some purpose, some task that we're supposed to perform.
Yeah, repopulate.
Repopulate. Saying it was populated before and now we're trying to repopulate it again.
Yeah, but I mean, but like, I understand what you're saying. I understand where you're going. But like, we're just talking about this, like, just Earth on its own. But like, there's so much beyond like our galaxy, like beyond that.
Do you think our galaxy, our universe, everything else was created by a something? By a mind, an entity bigger than us?
Yeah, 100%. And I
Why?
You tell me.
I don't know why you think what you think, Dirk. That's why I asked why.
In this entire, like, beyond our galaxy, like, there's, like, obviously there's other living things out there, because it's, like, obviously, like, impossible for there not to be. And I don't think that we're the, like, in the image of God. I don't think that we're ants. We're mold on a piece of bread.
What is God?
God is creator.
Creator of what?
I mean, I'm not saying Christian or Judaism or anything, but like, I mean, I think that where I'm going with this, I think that
The question that I asked.
yeah, I mean, I think that anything that we think about religion is so minute to other.
Okay, you said the creator. I said the creator of what?
Creator of all.
What is all?
Energy.
What is energy?
The sun, like, everything's built of energy.
But what
is energy?
It's molecules bouncing off each other.
So God is the creator of energy.
Yep.
And that's it.
Well, it is weird though. Honestly, I'm throwing this out there. I know it's like off topic, but we are the only planet that has like trees. Like, the most valuable resource in our entire galaxy is wood,
How do you know that?
because there's nothing else in our. There's water in other planets in our galaxy, but there's no wood.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I said it was off topic, but like from like the what do you call it? The what do you call it? Telescope. You can go to like you can go
How do
see
you know
more.
that?
It's science.
Why does
Have
it
we
matter?
explored the entire galaxy, my friend?
Yeah, like the telescope and stuff like that.
Dirk, you think that the Hubble telescope can tell you that no other planet in the galaxy has wood?
No other galaxy.
Have you ever even
in our galaxy
tried to Google to see if that's true, or if there's even a way we know that?
In our galaxy, like, the most valuable or the most rare resource is wood. I know I haven't Googled it, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Then why do you
Did you just like make that up?
Someone Google it.
Oh my goodness.
There's water. There's no wood.
Dirk,
what is the most?
do you just assume that you know things and then say them as though they're fact? Is that what this is a demonstration of?
No, I just want you guys to Google it because I know I'm right.
You just wanted us to Google.
Yeah, wood is the rarest.
How do you know that? How have you determined that there's no wood anywhere in the
in our galaxy?
In the galaxy, yeah.
It's science, and
it's science. You've determined through science that there's no wood anywhere else in the galaxy.
Not at all. And like, yes, like I've done.
Can you tell me the methodology? Can you tell me the methodology you used in this scientific experiment that verified that there's no wood anywhere else in the galaxy?
Well, from my I mean, from my college classes and
From
my
your college classes,
Do you
I
have
hope
any
you didn't pay
studies
for
you
that
can
college
reference?
class.
again.
The rarest resource in the universe is antimatter.
That sounds way different than wood.
Antimatter is
I
everywhere.
googled it. I googled it,
Did you
by
just
the
say
way.
antimatter is everywhere?
We're all antimatter. What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness.
Look up.
Okay.
All right. Well, I mean, you take other people's opinions and then take it
Burke,
to.
you're just saying things at this point. You're not even like, they're not coherent.
Wood
You mean
is
antimatter is everywhere.
wood
Do you know
is
what
the
antimatter is?
wood is the rarest thing in our
Do
entire
you know what?
entire galaxy.
You keep saying that over and over like you actually
You
know
said
it, but
that,
how could
and
you
you told me to
possibly?
Google it, and I googled it, and I told you what it said.
Okay. You're right.
Dirk, it seems that you're fascinated with a lot of science and things. It's really interesting. Science is very interesting, and it's in the universe, but it's still interesting. But I'm failing to understand how these interesting factoids prove or disprove a belief in God or a higher power.
Well, no, I said it was off topic.
So, do you have any
Well, no.
anything besides anecdotal that could hold to your belief that there is a higher power?
I mean, from our minds, like what we can like actually like relate to, like yes, there's obviously has to be something that's here, but then there's also have to be something that whoever put us here has to something put that there. You know what I mean? We can't fathom it. So I mean, whether or not like I would hope that there's something bigger than us, like what happens when you pass? What it's like nothing. An endless stream.
Does the belief in a higher power give you comfort for the afterlife?
No, I think the afterlife is human's biggest adventure. But I mean, but at the same time, like I started believing in like Jesus and whatnot because why do you have car insurance? You know what I mean?
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
No, I'm just throwing it out. Well, I'm just throwing it out there. Whatever.
So you took Pascal's wager.
All right, so I read it. I read this book the other day. If you guys are in the reading, which I don't know if you guys are, but I read More Than a Carpenter by Josh Mc.
Thank you.
Yep.
Also, I I was waiting till he left to say this, but
You got a battery warning, didn't you?
Oh no.
the
You were
rarest
waiting.
material in the universe that is a product of life is wood. But it's not the rarest material
of life.
Yeah, is wood.
Is wood
And it did
that we
come
know
up
of.
when I
Right,
googled
that we know of.
Like it was the second thing right under antimatter when I googled that, but I was not about to say that.
Oh man.
So there you go.
It was giving because we can't find wood everywhere else. We're special.
I would check that source, Cat.
I'm just telling you what came up when I googled it.
I'm sure.
It's just
I would definitely check the source there.
fire was as a product of life.
As a product of life that we know of.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we like to ignore qualifiers, so.
The wonderful thing about science is we're always discovering new things. Space exploration is a vast industry. At this time, we don't know if there's wood on other planets. Maybe 100 years from now, we'll find one that does, and then we won't be the special planet with wood anymore.
Oh, no, Bats. You forgot. Once science can't prove something, it stops.
Oh, it stops.
Yeah, it just stops. It comes to a screeching halt.
Like science is an
Ugh.
ongoing thing and not necessarily a objective truth.
Uh-huh.
But God is an objective truth, apparently.
Clearly.
I was relieved that that guest was dropped as they were talking about Josh McDowell.
I was about to pipe up the second he said the title of that book.
That book sounded familiar. I think, I don't know if I've read it before or heard of it. More Than a Carpenter. It sounds familiar.
It's religious propaganda is what it is, geared towards young men.
Oh, okay. People get caught up in a lot of propaganda instead of going back to source check. If a book doesn't have footnotes with sources in the back, I don't like to read it.
Same. I want to know if I'm reading fantasy.
The universe needs car insurance.
So
I'm sorry.
he's wedging his bets in case there's an afterlife, but he has no source to confirm that belief besides anecdotes.
He didn't believe it.
In his
He
college
didn't fucking
classes.
believe it.
Once got 90 people in here, over 200,000 likes. If anybody does have beliefs, we're here to question them, aren't we, Thrayle?
That is what we're here for. Oh, I have an echo. There it is. That is what we're here for.
Oh my god.
May the beliefs
Speak properly.
Speak properly.
Yeah. Thrayle. Come on. Get serious.
I prefer when Thrayle speaks like Batitude.
Oh, that would have been the perfect time.
That probably would have been the perfect time for a Batitude. You're right. I'm so out of practice with that. I haven't really picked up on the cues as well as I used to. And besides, it takes a while to get Batitude in here.
Well, we had plenty of time. He was not shutting up anytime soon.
Hello, Dale. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, we got that thing again where he's loaded on one screen but not the other. Go ahead and request back up, Dale, if you meant to be here. And that goes for anybody else. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Well, I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I'm not here to prove you wrong or make you look like a fool. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then, what is that belief, and why do you believe it?
I believe that everyone in here should like the live and share the live and repost the live. And if you've already reposted the live, unrepost it and re-repost it.
I believe that somebody helped us meet the gift goal, and that's really cool.
That, well, it was Morgan, and it was Bree. It was also Huggy and Squiggles and Cat DeWitch. And I believe that's who it was. There might have been more. If I didn't read your name, then I didn't see it. But I appreciate all of you for helping with that goal.
I believe that Peg says that bats are friends, not food. Philly.
Bats are friends, not food.
I've actually...
Especially after COVID.
I would think twice before eating another bat head.
I'm sure.
You Ozzie Nelson'd it. No, Ozzie Nelson. Yeah, that's it. Ozzy.
Ozzy Osbourne.
Ozzy Osbourne.
Ozzy Osbourne. Who Ozzie Nelson?
What the fuck?
No.
The fuck are we talking about?
I don't know who Ozzie Nelson is.
Universe where
Nah, I barbecued mine.
No, Ozzy Nelson is the alternate universe where Ozzy Osbourne's just like straight edge.
Oh, no, I don't like that.
Oh god, I don't like that at all.
Ozzy
Don't
Nelson.
say
Morgan.
Ozzy Nelson. He's like a dentist or something. Like,
I was picturing him as a country singer.
oh.
R.I.P. Prince of Darkness.
Hopefully you're not
now.
a dentist in another life right now. That would be terrible for you.
Ned Flanders with the guitar. Oh no.
This live has been unruly. Like, unruly.
It's been a wild one, it sure has. I wonder, I mean, we still have plenty of time left. I don't have to go to bed yet. I woke up right before I
You just woke up, yeah.
So, I woke up 3 hours late, so I've only been awake for 6 hours.
At this time of
Let me
day.
double check. We've been live for 5 and nearly 6 hours. So yeah, I've been awake for just over 6 hours. Took me about half an hour to get ready, I think.
I know, it was record time, you guys. He got ready in record fucking time.
Which you would know if you were in the Discord at the time.
I was honestly shocked how fast he was live.
Heating up a pork chop and running to get coffee. And like, yeah, that was fast.
I've seen him take like 40 minutes doing nothing.
Well, since
That's nothing.
I know.
It used to be if I said I was going to be live at 10, everybody would assume midnight or 1. So
It was at 3 hours to whatever Thrayle says.
Mm-hmm. So technically, I would. At least that's the way I believe it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Let's question that belief.
Can we question that belief? Yeah.
Do you have anything besides anecdotal evidence to verify this belief?
Do you
Make sure
value
associate the
punctuality
allegory with the metaphor?
Do I value punctuality? Do I associate what with metaphor? There were 2 questions overlaid.
Is it time for question the questioner, since you are so not as tired as maybe this time of day?
Bright and bushy-tailed.
No, that's the worst time to question the questioner.
Oh, but Billy's here, and she's so good at asking questions.
I want to be asked questions sometime.
I love asking you questions, Philly.
I say, I'm always down for
Philly
questions.
Red, do you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in mermaids.
You walked into that one, Thrayle.
I did.
You absolutely
Yeah, you did walk
did.
yourself right in there.
I think
You know, I still catch myself. I still do catch myself thinking like a believer. Like, wait a second. Do I still believe? No. Do I? Like that kind of a thing.
Is it like this thing, like when you wake up in the morning, you like think, like, you know, when you wake up in the morning and you think, like something is different than how it is?
Mm-hmm.
Like just like a habitual thing? It's like, is it like
I
that?
think
And
I
then you
think that's a good example. Yeah, like
like
if
like
you
when
have a
you're in a
dream.
long, well, or like when you're in a long relationship and that relationship ends, but you wake up in the morning for like several weeks or months, like still thinking like you're in that relationship, but you're not.
Right, and then the realization is
There's like this
dawning.
moment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's that yeah, it's a lingering belief.
Would you compare to deconstruction to that, similar to the process of grief?
For me, absolutely. I know many people who find a lot of relief in deconstruction, and I've found aspects of relief, but I would say that it has been vastly overshadowed by the grief.
If you ever need a good cry, go watch Billy's TikToks.
I'm really dry.
And a new account coming soon, I hear.
That's what makes it worse, is I know you're not trying to make people cry.
I cried just the other night on Philly's Live. It was wonderful.
On my life?
Yeah. Every time I was muted, I was crying.
Oh, Bads.
It was a good cry. I needed to cry. But, like, one thing I've noticed with deconstruction is every so often I'll say, like, something will happen. I go, oh my God, thank God. Like, thank you. Oh, what the fuck? Nope, never mind. Fuck. Who am I supposed to thank? And I don't know. Like, if I was a Christian, I would thank God. But when something good happens, I don't know who to thank. Myself, it feels kind of vain. My children, they didn't do anything. They're just here mooching off me rent free. Wonderful, wonderful renters. But I think the loss of being able to thank something bigger than myself is something that I've struggled with. Is that, have you found a replacement for that at all?
A replacement for,
like, I don't know, like
the desire to thank something greater than you, something larger than you. Is that?
Yeah, like the gratitude that comes. Oh, like Thanksgiving time. We just had Thanksgiving, and we're supposed to. I've got plenty to be thankful for. Who do I thank? Do I thank? I feel like missing someone to thank is kind of leaving me a little bit like.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I was taught to be grateful. Be grateful to who? For what?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so can I, like, I've never had this God figure, and I've always found things to think, or people to think, or is it...
I'm happy to answer that question too. I do notice, firstly, though, that we still have the WTF background. Do you want to keep this conversation going, Thrayle, or do we need to shift it to inviting up somebody with a God belief?
Well, we can keep going for a moment, but yeah, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you know, like Durgan does, then go ahead and request on up. Go ahead, Philly.
I think that I've been able to express gratitude for something without expressing gratitude to something or someone. I've practiced that for a long, long time before I ever started really deconstructing. So I don't know that there has to be a receiver, a conscious, I don't know that I need to replace my gratitude to God with something else.
Last time,
Replacing it. Oh, go ahead, Kat.
no, sorry, I was gonna say last time Durgan was here, I wanted to say something to him and he fell asleep, but finish this if you have a question.
Mm-hmm. What would you be replacing it with? What do you want to replace it with?
Is that question for me or for Philly?
Philly.
I think that's a better question for Bats.
Well, both of you take it then.
Well, I guess. I need a second.
What do you think, Bats?
I think in the past I've tried to replace it with my indigenous practices, like something simple as when I prepare a meal and if an animal is in that meal, I would thank it as it prepared. I would thank my ancestors. I've tried to replace this need to be grateful to something, but I think maybe Philly's approach is better, where I express the gratitude not towards someone but for something. But it's just hard for my brain to wrap my head around that because I was always taught I'm nothing. I have to be grateful to something. If I could replace it with something, I'd like to, but maybe it's better not to replace it and do like Philly and like why do I guess question my belief in the need to be grateful to something. And I really want to hear Philly's answer on this because I'm in a place of questioning and Philly's a little bit beyond me on this.
I don't know about that.
Me neither. I miss the idea of a benevolent God who gives me gifts as an expression of care. Gifts from things like, I don't need to go into an example, so that'll be too sad. But I don't think
Are you satisfied with no replacement? With nothing in its place, just the I don't know?
It's not an I don't know.
What is it?
It's a change in emphasis, a change in focus. It's a it's an expression of what I am experiencing. It's not about giving that gratitude to someone else. I mean, there's many people and non-conscious things in my life that I can express gratitude to. But I think it's a shift in my thinking, which started before I lost the relationship that I thought I had with God. But it's a shift in thinking away from thank you to I'm thankful. It's about my experience, excuse me, my experience of gratitude, my experience of thankfulness, not about expressing that to a good, loving being watching over me. Maybe the replacement, if there is a replacement, it's not the object of my gratitude. It's the replacement is where the focus of the gratitude lies. It's in my experience of the gratitude. Am I making any sense?
Making a lot of sense to me. I'm wondering if maybe my need for something to be grateful for is just based off of a indoctrination to be severely codependent. I break free from that and question that codependency.
It's interesting to hear codependency in, or the consideration of codependency.
I'm just naturally a very codependent person too, so that doesn't help. I need to be independent, says my therapist.
I've done a lot of work to be less codependent in my life. So to hear your connection of that to this topic is thought-provoking for me. Thank you, Pats.
No, thank you, Phil. You're helping me understand. Maybe instead of looking through a telescope for a god, I should be enjoying the stars. I don't have to be thankful to a god for the stars. I can just be thankful for the stars.
Absolutely.
But if I had a belief, now would be a good time to request up and...
Good segue. We like to have these open, respectful, questioning, belief conversations.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
Go ahead.
All of us have had our beliefs questioned. It's maybe scary the first time, but this is a good space for questioning beliefs. No one's going to yell at you. No one's going to say you're wrong. Some of us might think it if you get very make a lot of assertions with no evidence, but this is a good space for questioning beliefs. I was questioned. Everybody up on this panel was questioned at one point. Thank you, Thrayle, for this space, and it's a really good space. I can be grateful to you for this space. I don't have to be grateful to a God.
Thank you.
Good morning, Duragon.
Good morning. I hope everybody's
How are
well.
you?
I'm doing okay. I actually wanted to say something to Philly. I saw your video yesterday. You know, that little short one about the only way out is through. I've really liked that phrase for a very long time. And like I had kind of like forgotten about it, you know? But yesterday seeing that, I realized what my next tattoo was going to be, and that's going to go across my left forearm.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, just I wanted to let you know that you reminded me of that and how important it is and significant to me it is. So that's maybe beginning of next year sometime.
Very cool. Well, that. I used the audio from my friend who reminded me of that. So I will pass that along, and I hope to see a photo of it once you do it.
Yeah, it's gonna look really cool. I'll show you.
Post in Discord or something. I don't know if you're in Discord or not, but could you post it if you are?
I hate Discord.
It hurts Duragon's soul.
It does. It hurts my
Durgan
soul.
hates Discord, but he is still there, which means that all of you who don't hate Discord have no excuse for not using the link in the link tree in my bio.
This
Because
is
even
true.
Duragon's there.
Yeah. Do as I say, not as I do. So go on Discord and connect.
So Duragon.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, what, 2 weeks ago maybe, guys? I cried again about determinism on panel. Again, cried. But this time I cried because I understood something about myself and about the idea of it in a much more productive way. And I wanted to tell you that, one, I understand it better. Two, I understand why you believe it. And three, I'm not changing my mind anytime soon, but I do at least understand a little bit better now.
That's awesome. So I just want to say, like, you know, I was kind of guilty of something when we spoke about this and things got kind of heated. Was I realized I was kind of falling into this scientism state where this has to be the case and anything outside of this is not the case. And I think that was me kind of falling into a box again. I kind of want to just say that, you know, it's I don't really know, like, just you know, I could believe this thing. I could believe this thing very strongly, but the reality is this isn't completely grounded in like, this is the one thing and it's the truth. You know, I think that's kind of a dangerous place to be. So I mean, I still like have my beliefs. Like, I don't think I've really shifted very much, but I think I don't want to lose that open-mindedness that I would like to have about myself.
No, absolutely, and I get it, and I also don't think I've shifted very much, but I do understand better, like, what the place that you were coming from, and I have, like, my own things that, like, prevent me from being in this place, but I do get it, and without that conversation that we had, I would not have taken the time to gain the understanding that I did. So thank you.
Right on. Look at us growing. That's awesome.
Look at that.
Look at us getting it. Get us getting it. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I'm 40.
You have so much background noise and an echo. I'm gonna have to mute you. If you can get somewhere quieter, and I don't know, maybe use headphones, then maybe we can have a conversation.
Sound like you were in Bluetooth for a second there, Thrayle.
It was really weird. Let's see if it's better this time. Are you there, D? Can you hear me? D going once. Going twice. And try again. Well then, who else do we
One day
have?
you're gonna get canceled for auctioning off people to the audience.
I didn't say sold. And nobody's paying me. I didn't set a price. We have Lainey joining us, I think, if Lainey loads in. There we go. Hello, Lainey. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, hi, I'm 56.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I did when I was a Catholic because I was made to. So then I became a Christian, and then I became a spiritualist. So I have no idea. So do I question my beliefs? Absolutely, 100%.
Is that where you are now, is questioning your spiritualism?
Yeah, I am. I was on a journey of yoga and mindfulness and thinking it was the answer to physical issues, mental health issues, life's issues then, but it doesn't last. It's not a forever. So I'm not sure there is a forever other than just us being. We are here together, but the world is so fractured at the moment. We're all seeking something that we'll probably never find because it's not to be found.
Interesting.
Mm.
Do you,
I don't think there is anything. I think you can be kind and not an act of something, but I don't think there's a power that makes kindness happen or can make a mass of people do a certain thing. I think it's people do a certain thing in somebody's name, which is a cop out in their God, in their God's name. So I think people use God very conveniently when they need to.
do you think people conveniently use spiritualism when they need to?
Yeah, I think they appear to me as if they're wearing a mask sometimes. Everything's very calm and zen, and they're in touch with their inner self. And if you fast, eat certain foods, and breathe properly, this is a way of life. Sounds very boring to me. What's the point? What's the point? That's not living, I don't think. In your own shell, even you're not doing anything. You're just there, like a inanimate object. Yeah, I'm going through a bit of a metamorphosis at the moment. I believed for a long time I have Crohn's disease, so I believed for a long time that I was allowed to live by some power, some entity, some galaxy type thing, and that's why I was still alive, and there was a reason for me to live. I think there is a reason for me to live, but I can drop the galaxy or why I'm here and what's my lesson. Well, what's my lesson is okay, yeah. So I think just being kind is a religious act. I hate the word religion. I hate the word church. Any organised places where worshippers. Why would we worship? God wants us to worship Him. Why is that? Why does He want us to worship Him? I don't understand. If you worship me, you can come to my house. Well, that's not very a good deal, is it?
Really, I don't make guests in my house worship me.
No, I don't make people worship me, and if they did, I'd probably put them out. I don't want to be worshipped. So yeah, I just think it's the greatest story ever told. Fortunately, having to admit that to myself is very hard. As somebody who's just read the Psalms a couple of months ago, and Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, it just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's the whole worship thing, and
I hear you. I hear you not wanting to worship or fall in line with world
yeah.
religions. But what I'm curious about, Lainey, is what you believe is there. What do you believe is
Well, at this very present, as I said, I'm going through a metamorphosis. Nothing.
nothing?
Space-time continuum.
I see.
We
Do you
can't get out of
believe?
it, I don't think. That's what I
Do
do
you
believe.
believe,
We haven't
Lainey?
been to the moon.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't mean to keep talking over you. Do you believe that there is some afterlife?
No, I think people do that to make themselves, if they're depressed, grieving, they look for things that will signs will point them in a direction, like a feather or a robin or a door closing or a coincidence or they'll use anything to comfort themselves. We're very insecure. As soon as the cord is cut as a baby, we're very, very, very lost and insecure, and we're trying to get back into the womb all the time. We're not going to the sky, we're trying to get back inside our mother or our carrier, or, you know. That's what I'm doing anyway, I think, at the moment. There's nothing in the sky for me, no. Does that make any sense? It doesn't make sense to me because it's very new and it's very tough. The realization and the probability that I am right, that there is nothing. We have our time and you're done. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It's not very it's not very a happy story, is it? And who wants not happy? So we tell fairy tales and like Christmas and Easter Bunny, and the Bible is just the greatest story ever told.
And a story at that.
End of story. Never ending story, actually, is what they should have called it. I wonder what it will look like in 100 years.
I don't know, Lainey. That's a good question. I wonder what other beliefs or religions might spring up in its stead.
Yeah, just pop up. Yeah, you have all the cults. The whole world is a cult at the moment. I do believe that, and it's not a religious
I'm
cult.
curious, Lainey.
Yeah.
Based on your answers, I'm curious, what would convince you that a God does exist?
Oh, convinced me he does exist. I came out of hospital, and my good friend Bernie, I have Crohn's disease, so I had major surgery. I was very sick, and I think I was probably dying. I was very, very sick. My friend Bernie is a pastor, a lady pastor, and I know in Ireland that's major, isn't it? And she prays a lot, so she came up and prayed over me, and in my, I suppose, hallucinogenic desperation, I clung on to, yeah, I'm going to get cured here. This is the answer, because otherwise, the other option was die. So was I going to live or die? Was a question. It was nothing to do with God. She prayed over me, and yeah, I did feel different, and I felt different. I got out of bed. I started to walk. Started to move around. I developed a certain energy about me, and I told myself that I had been healed. And I truly, at that time, believed that the Holy Spirit actually had healed me. He, she, they pronouns, nobody healed me. In fact, I healed me because I started to eat, drink lots of water, go for a walk, start
You did
reading
it,
again.
not a
I
God.
did it. I did it, not anybody else. No one came down and put their hand over me and said, there you are, now you're better. That's not possible. That doesn't even make 1 ounce of sense. I couldn't even fathom. Do I believe people can heal themselves?
I didn't ask that though. I
No,
am
no, I'm
curious though.
questioning out loud. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. The question was, what would convince you that a God does exist? You started talking about healing, but you.
Yeah, well, for a while I thought that was he had sent the Holy Spirit, because I had gotten out of bed. I was in bed for a year, and I got up, and my depression lifted, and everything lifted after the lady prayed over me. So, but it was all in my mind.
Perhaps just receiving the attention.
Yeah, just by asking her to come and pray for me, the love from her and somebody caring about you, that was it. That's it. Love. Love.
Just love.
Human love. That's it. There's nothing else. And it should be enough, but it isn't.
Well, so if healing wouldn't convince you, what might, do you think, convince you that a God does exist? Can you imagine any kind of evidence or happening that
If I
might
was to
sway
say
you?
my grandmother was very kind to me when I was a little girl. I had quite a traumatic childhood, so I hold her very dear to my heart. I've often asked out loud when I became a Christian, could she come to me and show me? And she didn't, and she never will, because she's not there. So that would convince me, if I was to see an anomaly, sober, you know, to see her face somewhere, I probably would kind of think, whoa, what was that? That would be the only thing that would convince me. Or every war, 8 wars in the world would stop in at 12 o'clock tonight. They all put tools down. That would make me think something bigger has done that. A miracle, maybe.
So if you witnessed a miracle, it might convince you.
Yeah, but why are miracles be contributed to God though? Cannot be contributed to
So maybe not a miracle.
No, it
Let
would
me
take a
ask you.
miracle for me. It would
Oh,
take
I see.
something really, yeah, profound. I don't. I can't believe we do Christmas, Easter, and all of these tales, and they're not true. We're lying to ourselves every day. So what do we replace if we don't have faith in ourselves? That's it then. So I've developed faith in myself, what I can do, and we're quite powerful all on our own. Yeah.
I wonder, Lainey,
Yeah.
if you did have some miracle performed in front of you, or some kind of miracle made you believe that there was a God of any kind, would its existence alone be enough for you to worship it, or would you need
No,
something more?
no. The whole worship thing is very strange to me. That's where I come undone. I don't understand what the reward is in the Quran and in any Bible. I've looked through quite a few, and it's all worship me, follow me, speak my word, follow the Ten Commandments. The Quran in particular is disturbing. If we were to follow the written word of Zionism, we would all be dead. So it doesn't make any sense to me. So it would take. I don't. If my grandmother appeared to me, I don't even know whether I would connect that with a god. I mean, what is he hanging out the sky and it just threw Molly down? Molly was her name. Like, how would that work? Like, there could be spirits. I may be open to, like, an aura. You know, your aura, your color, and your chakras and all that. And maybe, but that's. It would have to be something major for me. Then statues would have to start dancing or something. Actually,
So if the statues are
Mary danced,
dancing,
didn't she? How come we
so
have loads of statues in Ireland that were dancing? Very unusual drawing in Ireland, isn't it? And Mecca and Medjugorje, where all the poor people are. It's a bit odd, don't you think?
I don't know.
I don't think statues can dance or move. I don't think so. That's not possible.
I see. So if you don't think statues can dance or move, and you saw them dancing and moving, you might then begin to believe in the supernatural, or in a god or something. I'm curious,
I believe there's a
Lainey.
dark entity. That's an odd thing now. Yeah.
A dark
I
entity.
believe there's darkness in the world, but I don't know what to call it.
Is darkness an actual thing, or is it just a way to describe human behavior?
It's a way to describe human behavior, yeah. You know, the way they act so barbaric. It's beyond, it's next level. But I don't think it's a devil who comes from hell, or God's watching down on the devil.
I
These
appreciate
places
you,
don't
Lainey.
exist. Yeah.
And I don't know
Thank
that
you.
I
That's
have
the
more
first time off.
questions.
That was lovely.
You've been lovely. I think Morgan has a question, and I'm
Oh,
Philly
fire
Regan
away.
too. No,
Thank
Philly's
you.
not
That was
unmuted,
lovely.
but Morgan's got a question. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Morgan.
Okay.
So,
Hi.
hello, Lainey.
How are you?
I'm well, and you?
I'm okay. I'm lying down on my bed. My tummy is a little bit sick, but I'm resting, and I'm going to do some poetry then after that, and that makes me feel better. So, yeah.
Wonderful. And
I like
am I to understand you are from Ireland, yes?
I am from Ireland, Republic of Ireland, called Arklow, County Wicklow. Beautiful place.
So, I
Like you
have
say,
to ask you, am I to understand you do not believe in a higher deity, or do? I'm sorry, I was distracted and had to deal with something.
I was christened as a Catholic, obviously
Okay.
by my parents, and I was sent to Mass to worship a God that I didn't believe in. So I got a bit older and I was searching. I became a Christian. I was baptized Christian 10
Okay.
years ago. But in the last, I have Crohn's disease, so sometimes I'm very sick.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked somebody to pray over me, and I slowly got better, and I put it down to a higher power because I was
Okay.
very sick, stitches and really. But it was love. I'm just using my brain, logic, and common sense. It was love and somebody caring to come and see you, make you a meal. I want to believe there is something, but I'm not that stupid. Logically,
So
it doesn't
then,
make any sense.
okay, so I have a general understanding of your belief in deities. Now, what is your opinion of the little people?
Oh, the leprechauns.
Mm.
Oh, no, that's a whole different thing altogether. Yeah. Oh, they're real.
Okay.
Fairy rings are real as well. They live on, they live underground, you see. I'm only joking. No, there's a lot of people talking about fairy rings and leprechauns and Irish
So-
mythical
Yes, and
mermaids.
I have to preface
They're
that
beautiful
I had to
stories.
ask that question. I recently
Yeah.
saw a comedy bit where it came
Yeah.
to religion and the
Yeah.
Fae, and you ask any
Yes.
Irish person if they believe in the Fae,
Yeah.
and they'll all go silent. So I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
No. I actually really like the little guys. I love what's the name of the movie? Oh,
Oh, there's so many.
Garby O'Dill and the Little
Oh,
People.
yes.
That's an amazing movie. It's funny. It's wonderful. It makes you feel happy. So but yeah, for years I often wondered, do the Little People? Oh, there was another one as well, The Borrowers. Did you
Mhm.
watch The Borrowers?
Yes.
Yeah, they lived underground. So yeah, when I was a child, I used to think people lived underground. So I thought, that's a bit crazy, isn't it? We were talking about God hanging out of the sky, like, and I'm talking about leprechauns running around underneath,
Right.
So I'm putting my money on the leprechauns and the fairies to do something here. Yeah. If I was a betting person, I'd put my money on the fairies and the whiskey.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my question.
Okay. It was lovely to talk to you. All right.
Appreciate you, lady.
Have a
I
nice
appreciate you
day.
so much. You too.
Okay.
I hope you take
Good
care
luck.
and keep asking questions.
I will, and I'll ring again because I'm really questioning them. Really, really. So I'll come up with more questions. You can be guaranteed
Actually,
that.
before you
Yeah.
go, I think Bats might have had a question.
Yeah.
I do. If you have time, Lainey.
Yeah, no, I'm here on my own, just with my cat Molly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I loved everything you've had to say so far. You're a delight.
Ah, thank you. That's a lovely thing to say. I am a nice person. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a good person. Yeah.
You spoke that you'd had some experience with spiritualism, and earlier you mentioned that spirits and auras might exist, and I was wondering what an aura was because I've heard it used several times, but you've
Yeah.
do you have what that is?
Well, I'm an empath, so I seem to feel other people's energy. Now, I don't know if it has a colour or not. Some people would say it's purple, indigo, green. People that are really into spirituality will say that you have so many chakras, they're all different colours. All I know is that my brother Tony is very like-minded with me, and I'll think of something, he'll think of something at the same time, 60 miles away. Strange things have happened between us. Coincidence? No, there's too many. So I don't know what that is. Whether that's, but when my brother walks around, you can feel the love from him. And when I walk around, you can feel love off of me. Because I give out love. I try to give out love to the world. And you get back what you give out. Colour wise, mediums, psychics, they all say, again, they go green, your aura's such and such colour. I've never seen said colour, but in my face when I was sick, I was dead because I was like grey. But now, even though I have Crohn's, I have like a beautiful, beautiful skin with lovely complexion and rosy cheeks. So that's my aura. So I don't know. That's my honest answer. I've never seen somebody walking around with other colour around them. I don't see that. And I don't think they do either. So that one could go out the window as well. If two people are thinking something at the same time, what's that called? I can't think of the name of it. You know if you, like I thought I must bring my brother and the phone will ring, it'll be him. One day I bought a picture for him and in my street in Arklow, and he lives in Wexford. And I came home to the house and he was sitting in my house. And I had just bought a picture. While I lived in England, I had a really bad feeling that something had happened. And my cousin was killed in a car crash. So those sorts of things spiritually, I just seem to be an empath. I seem to be able to pick up on certain frequencies, maybe. That's a maybe. But I wouldn't have science or anything to back that up, or, as I said, I haven't seen purple people, only prints. But they killed him, so yeah. But I like conspiracy theories, by the way.
Yeah, rest in peace,
Yeah.
Prince. Mm,
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
I've,
do you have a belief? Do you guys believe, or do you question your beliefs every day? Is it ongoing work?
I don't know if my beliefs can help your beliefs at all, because I used to believe also that I was an empath.
Yeah.
I've since understood that sometimes trauma can create an awareness.
Yeah.
Because for a long time, to be aware of other people was to be safe. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if you've experienced that or not, but that's
I
more.
have, yeah.
So I've given a more
That makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. But you see, when you're in fight flight mode, your spirit is actually closed down.
Your spirit.
So yeah, you're dead. I said the word now, haven't I?
Now I
Yeah.
gotta know what it is.
Yeah. Well, in a traumatic situation, when you're a child and you don't speak and you make yourself as small as you can and you recoil, everything about you recoils. And then when you later have trauma therapy or like I did, your body changes. But I think that's just what would you call it, self-love, and but I think again I'm back to love of oneself and the power of your own mind, like telekinesis. I've seen that done. Like, how does somebody do that? So the power of the mind to me is very, very, very interesting, considering we're 80% water, you know.
You said I'm sorry, I did not mean to smack the microphone. You said you've seen telekinesis.
I actually have, yeah. Now you know, most of life is rehearsed. I went to a show a couple of times there in England. The guy was, he moved things, and is the eye quicker than the hand? Of course there's tricks. I mean, I can't prove it, he's not telling. Back to the question again, do you believe him? Do you believe what anyone says every day? Do you believe it when you look out the window if it's light? I question everything.
Can you believe someone's telling the truth and still be wrong?
Oh yeah. Yeah. My brother tells the truth, but he's usually wrong. But it's his truth. It's his truth, so he can have it. But he's wrong because I'm right.
Yes, of course.
No, I won't get in the ring with somebody unless I know that I have some idea what I'm talking about, so I can spot a BS a mile away. I can't bear it. I can't bear talking to them or listening to them when they don't know what they're talking about. It really annoys me. I like people who are knowledgeable, study, have references, open their eyes to other things, investigate, which is what I do. I'll probably do that till I pop my clogs. And then I'm going to Connemara to be spread over just a little tiny village in Connemara. That's where I'm going. Oh, it's beautiful.
I think my final question to you is because do you think beliefs have to be true to be meaningful?
Beliefs have to be true to be meaningful? No. Christmas is a huge belief. It's very meaningful. People love it. Children are so happy. Worldwide. Amazing, amazing time. And it's life. So, no. A belief can be extremely the most beautiful thing in the world. But it comes down to integrity again. If you believe in specific religions, you can't give blood, you don't practice Christmas, birthdays. But look, there can't be 9 million gods. It's crazy. I mean, there just isn't, like, there can't be, there isn't. So, the miracle of a child's eyes on Christmas morning when they're opening a present and Santa's beside them, that's amazing. And that's a tale. That's a non-belief. That's a story, made up story. Well, imagine taking it away from them. If we were to ban Christmas, what would that look like? Actually, some people don't have Christmas. Half the world doesn't have Christmas. They're starving. They don't even have food. Never mind Christmas. So I think we should stop praying and get on an aeroplane and maybe do some humanitarian work.
I appreciate you, Lainey, coming up and answering the questions. You have been
Yeah,
lovely.
thank you very much. That was lovely. Thank you.
I hope you keep asking questions, and if you find
Oh, I
any new
will.
answers, bring them
That
to
you can be
us,
sure.
because we'll definitely
If I
want to
see the
question.
leprechauns, I'll let you know. Okay.
Absolutely.
I'll keep taking my tablets.
Thank you, Lainey. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I believe she was a delight.
She was delightful. And thank you, everybody, for being respectful in the chat, for tapping the screen up to 235,000 likes. That's amazing. I bet we could hit 250 pretty quickly if we all tap together. There's 76 of us in here, and I think we could probably coax the algorithm a little bit more to bring us a few more believers who might actually be able to question their beliefs. Hello, Joe. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 26.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything else like that?
I think that we're a manifestation of a God. So it's like, you know how you have dreams and you can create your own dreams? I think that we're a manifestation of like a God's dream.
Why do you think that we are the manifestation of a God's dream?
It's like the, it's just a little bit how I feel, and then a little bit has to do with things I run into, like Einstein saying that everything's an illusion. So
When
I
did
had
Einstein say everything was an illusion?
I'm sorry?
When did Einstein say everything was an illusion?
When he was alive.
Is there a publication where that quote comes from?
Oh yeah, you can look it up. It's a famous quote of his. Yeah.
And he says everything is an illusion.
Yeah,
And
life
when
is an illusion. Yeah.
He says life is an illusion or
Yeah.
everything.
I mean, life is everything, right? So.
I don't know. Is life everything? Is everything alive?
Is everything alive? I mean, if you're talking about atoms moving around, yeah, then.
Is that what you consider life? Is atoms moving around?
What I consider life is energy. So anything with energy
What is
life.
energy?
What is energy?
That's what I asked.
I think we're kind of like going in a little rabbit hole of all the way down to quantum physics, and I'm not going to be able to answer what quantum physics is for you.
I didn't ask what quantum physics was. You're saying everything is energy.
Yeah, and then you're asking what's energy, and I'm like,
I'm trying to find out
that's
what you're
quantum
saying.
physics, dude. Like that's quarks that you're talking about, quarks and all that stuff. Like
You're saying energy is quantum physics?
Yeah, it's quantum mechanics. Yeah.
What does quantum mean?
What does quantum mean? That's the thing, bro. You got to research that. We're talking about God, right?
Well, you were saying that this
you brought it
energy
up.
is going to bring us
I didn't bring it
quantum
up.
physics.
I
Okay,
said life is an illusion. And then this guy
So
started.
I'm going to go ahead and mute you for a second because you don't seem to understand what's going on and you're talking, arguing over the top of people. There's no reason for that. That's not what we're doing here. So if you can behave yourself, we're here to question your beliefs. If you have beliefs that you can question. So I'm asking you what energy is because you seem to think that we are all a manifestation of a God and that somehow Einstein proved it by saying that we're all an illusion and everything's energy. So I'm wanting to know what you mean by energy and how that's going to bring us back to your idea of a God. You'll have to, there you go.
It's hard to explain what energy is because that's kind of the explanation of God, right? There's an entity. It's just it's it's a little disrespectful about how you don't really kind of like correlate with what people are saying rather than just question.
I see. So because I don't already know what you mean, I'm being disrespectful. I'm asking questions
it's almost
about
like
your
a little bit
beliefs
of
and
common
things
sense
that
of
you
what.
say. So I'm using the mute button again because you don't seem to understand. I'm questioning beliefs on a panel where it says, "Can you question beliefs?" And you say something, so I ask what you mean by that, and you think that's disrespectful, Joe? Yeah, that's disrespectful.
Is it common sense if you can't even define for us what you mean? How can you say something is common sense if when asked to explain what you mean, you can't? How is that common sense?
You'll have to unmute, Joe.
What do you mean how I can't explain how I can't explain?
Well, you were asked what energy was, and you couldn't explain it, and then you said it's common sense. Why are you being asked? But it cannot be common sense if you can't explain what you mean by the word that you used.
How do I explain it to somebody that wants me to explain?
Well, if you use a word,
Start
don't you
with
think you
what you
should be able
mean.
to explain what it means?
But what does mean to you?
Wow.
Oh my God, we're not doing this Jordan Peterson
You
ass
see
shit.
that's exactly what he's doing.
No, it's not.
What does mean to you? Are you kidding me?
Well, it depends on the meaning of meaning to you.
And the quote is, reality is an illusion, not life.
What does mean to you?
I wonder what that means.
Nobody knows. Just like the very elusive definition of energy, nobody fucking knows.
Well, it's common sense. It's common sense, don't you know, Kat?
It's apparently it is. How silly
You
of
should be able
me.
to explain it.
Yeah, it's common sense. Like it's common sense to know what a dingle hopper is without explaining it.
It's super disrespectful of us to not know what he means by the word that he doesn't know what it means.
Noctis is waving the ruler.
Just telling us to behave. Noctis, you don't even understand what my night has been. Don't no.
Well, hello, Dazed and Dreamin'. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 25 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Do I have a belief that there is a higher power?
Or a god or anything like that?
Yeah, I do have a belief.
And which god is it you believe in?
I believe in no God, actually. I just believe in a higher power, a source. I believe in Jesus Christ. I mean, for
so
sure.
You believe in no God, but you believe in Jesus Christ. Have you read
I
your
would
Bible?
believe that in my opinion, in my perspective, Jesus Christ would always
Have
be
you
God.
read your Bible?
Yeah, kinda. Not really the whole way.
You haven't read it the whole way, but you believe Jesus is your Lord and Savior.
I believe he's a God. He was a person that came with.
Is he your Savior? Did he die on the cross for your sins?
Did he save me personally in this lifetime? Yes.
How?
He gave me a new heart for sure. I was able to feel again. My heart turned to stone.
How did he give you a new heart? How did you
Okay, so I'll go into detail.
To him?
I'll go into all the detail I can.
I'm not asking for all the detail. I'm asking how you attribute your new feelings towards people to Jesus.
How do I attribute feelings? I have to take the feelings and usually it's been a journey. I was triggered. I was off rip triggered by everybody else that was talking nonsense, in my opinion, and I would easily, react to that.
So you had a certain way of reacting, and I'm assuming, and I shouldn't, but you said new heart. Was there surgery involved? Or is this just...
felt like that. Spiritually, not physically.
Spiritual heart. So he changed the way you feel about things.
Yeah, for sure.
How did he change the way you feel about things and not you?
Because in life, I was doing everything at the time that would justify those feelings. At the time, gave me short temporary relief with the dopamine because of whatever I was doing to escape. But it didn't ever make a feeling inside me go away, which was the feeling of like, I'm not winning, and life is kicking my ass, and I'm trying to win, and I'm kicking my own ass while trying to win. And imagine that. So I just felt really lost, really helpless, really hopeless. I felt like, I'm not doing something right, and I just cried out to Jesus, like, yo, bro.
So you cried out to Jesus, and Jesus made things better?
I had to give my life specifically to Jesus.
What do you mean give your life?
Okay, so can I go into detail now and tell you the experience I had?
No, I'm curious what giving your life means.
It helped me feel again, bro. It just felt like I felt guilt when I had.
So you said the name Jesus and the guilt went away.
No,
Did you
not
read the book at
specifically.
all?
Not specifically like that, big dog.
Did you read the book at all?
I read Genesis, Revelations.
Just Genesis and Revelations. Do you believe those stories to be true?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like those are the most important ones.
You think Genesis and Revelation are the most important ones, the first and the last story? And so when you read Genesis, did you believe that the earth was created in 6 days, as it says in chapter 1?
No.
Why not?
Because the Bible was created by man. Man is limited on what they give as perspectives due to the two opposing forces constantly here.
You're saying man is limited on what they can say based on opposing forces.
Right.
What does that even mean?
There's usually only like, I would say, when it comes to the sea, there's only a few lighthouses out there. And
I have no idea what this metaphor means. So let's
the
back
human
up just a
race
little.
is the
Let's stop
sea.
talking over me for just a second.
Sorry, big dog.
Let's back up. You said that you don't believe in a 6-day creation as written in Genesis 1, right?
Correct.
Do you believe Adam and Eve were the first two humans?
Correct.
You do believe that. So you believe the story in Genesis 2 and 3, but you don't believe the story of Genesis 1.
I believe the apple was a human hybrid. I believe the apple was Satan, bro. She lusted, and then bada bing, bada boom.
Where does it say that she lusted?
Man, it ain't gonna say that like that. It ain't gonna say.
So then why do
you
you add to the Bible that says, somewhere in the middle?
Isn't that what we're supposed to do?
You didn't. You're gonna let me finish speaking, Dazed. So why are you adding to the Bible when in the middle it says not to do that? Oh.
Because I question everything for I question everything for what it is and not what it's trying to appear to be.
You question everything for what it is, and yet you claim to believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior because you said his name and felt better.
Not necessarily in that specific order, but basically to sum it up, yeah.
How is that questioning things for what they are?
Because at the time when I had the encounter, I thought I knew everything. I thought I fucking had all the answers. I thought I was top shit. I thought I had it all going for me. But when Jesus gave me it was like a sense of love, an overwhelming sense of love so great that it made me feel guilty because, oh my goodness, I've lived my whole life doubting you. Doubting your presence, doubting that you're even a thing in reality, and you showed me in my own individual perspective.
Okay, so hang on just a second, because you're just kind of rambling and not really answering my question. So I'm going to speak past you for just a minute to thank Huggy and Morgan. Also going to thank Emily and Smoke My Taco. Thank you also to, I really like that name. Thank you to JTP, also to Gabby, and thank you, Jess. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. I really appreciate all of you so much. Also, we're at 240,000 likes, guys. We're 10,000 away from 250. That's pretty amazing. I think if we all tap together, we could probably get there in the next few minutes. So, Dazed, you're saying that you believe because you give your life over, but that sounds like you believe already. You give your life over because you believe. It's not.
No, bro, I didn't believe before I believed. I definitely did not believe at all. It was the sense of feeling of
before you believed.
It was a sense of guilt that came out of nowhere when I, I'm praying in my knees. I took the doubt
You're
away from
praying
my
to
head.
who?
I took the doubt
Who are
away
you
from my head,
praying
and I was
to?
praying to specifically Jesus
Who were
Christ.
you praying to?
Jesus
You were
Christ.
praying to Jesus Christ, who you didn't believe was there.
Who I didn't believe was a real presence, a real thing, you know what I mean?
So why were you praying to it?
Because at the time I felt lost. I felt like whatever I was doing in life wasn't helping me win, not whatsoever. And I look left and right, there's nobody by my side. So what am I supposed to do?
So you're saying because you had nowhere else to turn, you felt there was nothing else you could do. And again, the thing you were trying to fix was your attitude towards people.
No, the thing I was trying to fix was not to be fooled, not to be deceived, how to see the truth in all things living.
So you were at your, you were trying everything you could to not be deceived, and you decided to pray to a being that you didn't think existed.
Nah, but I definitely believed that the devil was a thing, you know, even before I had my
It's
encounter
sounding
with
more and
Jesus.
more days like you already believed in God and Jesus and the devil before you prayed.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying now. So ask me again one more time so I can put it in my head.
Ask you again. Ask you which one.
The reason why I believe, you know, you were onto something right there. I believed before I believed.
So when did you start believing?
That question's deep, bro. Probably before I even started. Probably before I even came to life, you know, in this body, bro. That's probably
Why would you believe that? Do you remember before you came to life?
Man.
So then why would you speak about before if you don't remember? When do you
Because I told
remember?
myself in this life, what's my purpose? Why am I alive? You know? Am I just put here by accident? Or is there a reason why I would be alive right now? Is what I told myself. I asked myself this.
You asked yourself if there is a reason why you would be here.
Right, if my life has significance to the human collectiveness.
And when you ask yourself that, what is your answer?
Yeah, great significance.
Great significance. You're meant to teach what?
Teach love. Psychotic love.
Psychotic love. Do you think you're accomplishing that here?
I'm going to lie to you and I'm going to say no.
Does anybody else have questions for this guest? I'm done.
Nope.
I do have one question, but I'm not sure I want to. If you're going to be truthful. Dazed?
Am I going to be truthful about answering your question, or am I going to be truthful the whole way around this lifetime?
Well, are you going to be truthful, at least in this live, in this conversation?
Yeah, for sure, bro. I'm being as genuine as I possibly can be.
Okay, for sure. Did you grow up with any beliefs? Like, did your parents teach you or indoctrinate you or
My
raise
parents
you?
definitely tried to enforce Christianity on me, but for some reason, you know, I hated church. I fucking hated church. You know, I was a rebellious kid when it came to that. It never got stuck in my head in that manner where I was in fear of something. It never got to me like that.
Is it possible that when times got hard, you just simply went back on the beliefs that were taught to you as a child?
Personally, I would say it's not something that I just leaned it on because, you know, fuck it, you know, let me try something even though I don't know it's real. It's like I said, I had my experience of feeling a guilt at the same time where I'm praying and giving my life to Jesus Christ. I verbally saying with my words that are coming out of my mouth, Jesus Christ, I give you my life. This vessel is for yours to use. You know, I'm your tool. Put me to work, you know, and the only reason why I'm saying this was because at the time I'm telling my pastor the exact same thing. I was telling y'all, I was like, man, I don't have the answers. I don't know where to go. He said, bro, you need Jesus. You need Jesus to take control, bro. And there's no other way you can go. It's either that or you're stuck. And I was like, man, I don't want to be stuck. I'm a person that's very competitive. I want to achieve. I want to finish. I want to achieve my goal. That's it, and go and rest. And so I said, man, F it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pray. But before I prayed, he was like, you gotta take the doubt out of your mind before you pray right now, because there's a voice in your head saying whatever you're about to attempt is pointless. And I was like, damn, there it is, bro. And I was like, why do I think this way when I've never given the energy, the space, the safe space for.
So what you're saying is that you removed all doubt and then did the prayer. How did you remove all doubt?
I just told myself I don't know, bro. I've never tried ever in my life to fully know, and if if I pass up on this offer right now, I could never know. So I say, I'm just gonna give it a shot. What's the point of not giving it a shot? What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, there's a price at the end of the day. What's coming?
Would you say the people who you were talking to gave you a sense of urgency to do it? That maybe there was a God-shaped hole in your heart, and that you falling short of the glory of God means that you need to seek Him?
The sense of urgency made me realize, bro, I'm a sinner in life, sinning, but my sinning ways aren't fucking helping me no more. I'm not even benefiting the right way I'm supposed to be benefiting in my eyes as a human being. So I said, man, if my manipulation ain't working, what am I left to do in life as morality hasn't kicked in for me at the age yet? It didn't kick in for me. I didn't know my left or right. I didn't know that my words impacted the world.
Well, we all go through very difficult times in our 20s where we have to question our morals and develop them. It's part of being human. But would you say that, I don't know how to phrase this, would you say that your belief that, okay, let me ask you this, because you brought up sin. What is sin?
I'm about to commit a sin right now, okay? I'm going to just say with my egotistical mind. Jove, Enzo, enlightenment equals Google, you're Squire. You couldn't even get the sentence out of your mouth, big dog. Listen, bro. That just triggered hardcore.
Yo,
That dude that came up talking about quantum physics, bro. Yeah, that shit triggered me.
Are you just talking to the chat right now instead of paying attention to the questions?
I paid attention to the question, but I was also simultaneously actively.
Yeah, so what was the answer to Bat's question?
What is sin? My answer would be sin would be something born with you. We're born into sin. We're born with it.
Well, that tells me that you believe in a pre-existing, it as a pre-existing condition. But what is it? Do you know the biblical term for sin?
For biblical sin, no, I don't. Can you enlighten me, please, a little bit?
Well, the term sin is an archery term. It means to miss the mark. So anything short of God's glory could be sin, which is something people sometimes think is a pre-existing condition. But apart from the Bible, there really isn't any evidence that sin exists. So I'm trying to understand why you can sin. Is it again something that was taught to you?
It just came to me randomly. I definitely didn't.
It just came to you.
It came at me in the age of 16 when I was in high school, and a kid that was being bullied at the time, unalived. It made me think about that. I didn't have nothing to do with it, but it made me feel kind of still guilty because I felt like I walked past the kid every day. I could have said something. I could have been the person that was his friend. And it was just like, yeah, it made me feel like that. I could have spoken up. I could have done something about it, but it's not my fault. I know that I've gone through my own thing about it.
I think, Bats, if you've got another question, I know Philly's had her hand up.
I just wanted to ask, because I think Philly had some good questions here, but I just wanted to ask, is sin like guilt for you?
No, guilt is knowing I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing and still doing what I'm doing anyways. Sin is more like I'm about to go do something bad, and I know what I'm about to go do bad, and I'm gonna come home and I'm gonna look myself in the mirror and smile about the bad that I just did. I'm a sinner. I'm not gonna be perfect, Never in this life. I'm not Jesus, bro. I'm not Jesus now, okay? He did it. I can't. I could never do something like that. I could if I wanted to. It's just like, not in this lifetime. Heck no, it's already too late for that.
That battle with morality. I guess I'm curious to see what Philly has to say.
I understand, Dazed, that you follow Jesus, or you claim Jesus. Is that correct?
I claim that he protects my life. He's by my side. I'm paving my own road.
Do you call yourself a Christian?
I don't follow religion. I don't know what that word means in my vocabulary. I didn't create it. Don't know who did. I don't follow it.
You don't know what Christian means?
I don't know what the word religion was invented.
She didn't say religion. She said Christian twice now.
I don't believe in Christianity. Yeah, I don't believe in that.
Do you believe the Bible?
I believe Jesus made the Bible or Christianity. That's what I believe in.
Go ahead, Philly.
You believe that Jesus, what did you say, protects you?
Yeah, protects me as I've given my life to him. He protects me knowing that I'm going to wake up with the mindset of there's still things I need to do and there's still work to be done, so get the fuck up and get to work. Yeah.
What does it mean that you've given your life to Jesus?
I'm like a dog, all right? I'm waiting for my master to tell me what to do next. At the end of the day, it's like he gives me insights on what I should do at the time when I feel like I don't know what I should do. And those are the times I take time to myself to look inside, well, what I'm missing.
How does Jesus tell you what to do?
It's almost like a blueprint, digitally sent to you, and you downloaded it like instantaneously. So it's like along the way, inputs will come to you. I don't know, bro, how to even explain this right now, bro. It's so crazy. It's like it's like the way I need to go specifically on what I'm trying to achieve me personally in this life and how I'm trying to achieve it. It's like he shows me the path. Now he doesn't show me the obstacles in this path. He just shows me the path. He shows me that there's a way, and I'm seeing the way. I just looked at it, the glimpse of the future. But he gonna make me work for it.
How do you know if it is Jesus showing you the path or something else?
Because when I'm tapping into that source, I'm usually daydreaming. I'm usually staring off into space, simultaneously connecting with it. However, that way that works. I know I'm not using my feelings or my brain. And to be honest, people have like scanned my brain and have showed me my brains, like what my brain is looking like in those, in that scanning thing where it shows you the activity and what part of the brain ignites. It's like when I was tapping into it, there's like less activity went on in my brain. Like the brain barely lit up.
What scan are you talking about?
I would have to look up the name about it. The scan that they use or they do on human beings to see which part of the brain lights up, which part of the brain is being used at the certain time of completing a task. Are you using both sides, one side, frontal cortex?
Are you talking about an MRI?
Yeah, I think that's the word right there, MRI. I was going to say MRE, but I knew that wasn't right.
You had an MRI around your talking to Jesus?
No, I had an MRI. Yeah, like for real, somebody was doing an MRI on me, verbally telling me what it was, showing and giving readings of while I was, going through the process of trying to stay in that flow state. And
in the MRI.
However the freaking way the technology works right now, people can do this shit. Like, bro, there's drones. There's drones all over this world, bro.
I mean, I'm wondering if maybe what you're referencing is something other than an MRI.
Probably, but I wouldn't know. Probably, I don't have that. I'm limited information.
Hey, Dazed.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, man?
Yes, ma'am.
Not a ma'am. Thanks.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Do you think Jesus is perfect?
Not perfect, but he was pure.
Have you read the Gospels or his life story?
Which version in which Bible?
Any of them?
Oh, they all word themselves differently in the way, so people interpret it in different ways when it comes to how to understand the text, metaphorically and not literally. There's a lot of shit that you're supposed to learn from the Bible, like lessons, bro.
So maybe there's not a good way to find out about Jesus then, is there? Or have you found one?
I would say there's 3 historians at the time who wrote their experiences of being around Jesus Christ when Jesus Christ was around. I take those into heart. I've done my research.
Which historians around Jesus' time wrote about him?
I would have to look up right now. I don't know in the back of my mind, but I did my research back in the day.
Was one of them Josephus? Or were you into the Gospels? Or if you're into the Gospels, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? Because as far as I know, there is no actual historian who wrote at the time of Jesus about Jesus. Even the disciples wrote later after he had already gone. No, but there's no records that I found in my research.
I want to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You trust the disciples? You would trust the disciples to narrate the story for you, to give you the story? Oh my lordy!
Oh my goodness!
I didn't
What's
trust
with
them.
the condescending bullshit all of a sudden?
It's not condescending. It's not like
Yeah,
I'm.
it was.
It's not like I'm a pedestal. It's more like
It's okay. Just back up. Be respectful. It's okay.
I'm just like there's only so much literature we can read on Jesus. I'm not saying I trusted what I read, but I read it anyway to be informed on their opinions and what the Bible said. I tried to do my due diligence and do research. You seem to follow this Jesus, and I've from what I've read about him, I don't know if he's like, even you said that you don't know if he's perfect. He was pure, maybe. And I'm trying to understand why follow this Jesus if you haven't avail yourself of all the resources to learn about him. Maybe you don't have to trust the disciples, but at least getting perspective would you not think that'd be helpful in your research?
hell no, bro. I think talking to the disciples would be not a negative or a positive. It'd be something that'd be worth to do, me, myself, and I, because I get to sit down and speak to the people that were originally here from day one. Like, hey, but how's it going? You know what I mean? So, in that kind of manner, bro.
So how do you get an informed opinion on Jesus? Is it through prayer? Is it through meditation?
Yeah, I would say meditation in the way like I stare off into space when I get these when I get these words that just come to me that are slipping out of my mouth.
If these words are just coming to you while you're sitting there, how do you know that they're coming from Jesus if you don't know the character of Jesus?
They don't pop up as a suggestion in my head.
How do you know that this is Jesus? Why are you attributing it to him and not possibly even your own thoughts?
I'm not using thought right now.
That's clear.
He said it.
I would just encourage you to try to do your research, because if you're going to claim that it's Jesus who's giving you this information, you should at least try to educate yourself on what we do have as far as record. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I'm not telling you to believe what's written, but if you're going to say that Jesus is who you follow, but you haven't read anything or the red letters or anything, I would just encourage you to maybe inform your beliefs a little bit, because it sounds a little woo, and it's okay.
I wonder. Hang on, Days. I wonder, because we did kind of cut off Philly's line of questioning. Did you have more questions, Philly?
I do. I'm just trying to recover. Um,
Or
no, it's okay. You're good. Yeah, I need a moment.
That's fine, Philly. Go ahead and take that moment. We're at 245,000 likes, guys. We could hit 250,000 really quickly, and I bet that would bring in more people who might be willing, able, or what is it, courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you can question that belief, go ahead and request on up. There'll
I'm
probably be
composed.
room soon. Go ahead, Philly.
Except that you just said that.
I just mean that we have been moving at kind of a pace through the live, and we'll probably move on soon, but not because of anything Dazed has or hasn't said.
Dazed, I'm not sure if I'm understanding how you know that Jesus is the one guiding you. Do you believe in angels or demons? Anything like that?
it's like it's not even my fault if you want to be honest about it. Like,
Sorry, we can't hear you when
sorry,
you're...
my phone just told me I only have 10%. But
Oh, okay.
it's not like where he's telling me, hey, bro, this is what the point is of me being with you right now. I need you to tell them of how you know. No, bro, he ain't telling. He's telling me, shut up, shut your mouth. Don't even try to answer, because it's something that the individual will know once they've achieved it. You will know. There's no doubt about it when you will know. And when it hits you, you'll be like, dang, bro. But it's only gonna hit you, and everybody has their own experiences about how they are, told in their way. It's not. He doesn't use words. That's not language.
Right, I understand. I understand it's not words, but I'm trying to understand how you know that the guidance that you're receiving is from Jesus. What if it is from a deceitful spirit? What if it is from your subconscious mind?
I would say it's all the above. They're all around all the time. I just know how to
Okay.
take control of my energy and my presence and what's around my vicinity and what it does while it's around my vicinity, especially on that spiritual realm.
Can you elaborate? How do you know?
I know. I don't know. I mean, I technically know when other demons could be affecting my life. It's going to be impacting me in a more physical matter. It's going to give me troubles. It's going to give me some little bit of hard times. I know when my own demons would have been, messing with my own mind, and I took control of that a long time ago. My demons helped me. My ancestors behind me, they help me guide. The angels that are protecting me right now, they help me guide.
So how do you know if it's Jesus or the angels or your ancestors? Do you know when it's one or the other?
I would say it's Jesus. I would say is everything. God is everything.
So God is your ancestors. The angels are God.
And the ancestors signed up for the same journey that I signed up for the same reasons.
I was trying to clarify in your understanding, the angels are God and
No, the
God
angels
is
aren't
your
God.
ancestors.
Angels are not God. Angels would be their own separate thing. Their own
Okay.
separate part of the team.
So how do you know when you are being guided by your
Jesus.
ancestors or by Jesus or by angels?
Because it's like a time specifically when I'm getting certain insights where everything shuts up real quick. Everything shuts up and it speaks and everybody listens inside. That's how I kind of know, because I haven't given that authority, I haven't given that type of control to nothing in life other than who I gave my life to.
So when you quiet down, when you settle, that's when you know it's Jesus?
One more time, a car just passed and it was really loud. I'm so sorry.
Sure. I'm just trying to see if I understand what you're saying. When you settle down, like when you quiet your mind, that's when you know, or when your mind is quieted, that's when you know it's Jesus.
It's not how I know, but at those times, that's specifically how I would tap in with him. How do I know?
Yeah.
It's an authority, bro. It's a presence that comes with authority. It comes with a shut up and listen. I'm here to teach you something. You're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be learning, because this is what you came to life for. Is to do
Do
these.
your ancestors not have that authority? Do the angels not have that authority?
The angels aren't making me uncomfortable to keep me moving. The angels are just there to protect me. My ancestors, they're definitely telling me the truth that I don't want to tell myself, but they'll tell me because it's like I need to fucking tell myself, and I'm not going to do that, so they'll do it. I would say, the thing that really gives me the kick, the uncomfortable feeling that makes me get up and walk one more step or two, or however I start walking until I stop, are the demons. Is the dark side of life, and that's why I love them. That's why I love them, because it's like, yes, they're my teachers too. They're not guiding me, but they're teaching me to do certain things within myself in order to learn from the experience I'm going through at that moment. And it's gonna make me uncomfortable, but it's only to make me get up and stand, at least, especially if I wasn't standing. And it's just, at the end of the day, you're supposed to walk forward, and you're not supposed to stop. You're not supposed to look back. You're not supposed to think you need a retrack. You keep going forward.
Days.
I'm not. Go ahead, Bats.
I need to ask a clarifying question, if that's okay. A couple clarifying questions. When you refer to demons, are you referring to like a dark sense of morality, or are you referring to entities?
Sure, I'm referring to the evil faces in the world. There's half human beings, half something else, and it's not their fault. They're not the problem in my eyes. They are still human, because they still have a piece of me inside them, so they have to be forced to go through the same experience. Evil faces are here to have two opposing forces are here for a reason. That's all we need to know. They're here.
What are these opposing forces?
The negative and the positive, the left or the right, the up or the down.
Okay, and how do you differentiate between them?
How do I differentiate? Okay, so how do I tell the difference?
Yeah.
Jesus comes with a peace. Demons come with anxiousness.
So, wait, could you say that again? Are you saying Jesus comes with
a peace? It is a peace. It is a protection, bro. When you're around the presence, you feel protected, no matter, even if you could put yourself in harm's way and say things you're not supposed to say. It's like, what's up, big dog?
Sorry, Philly.
Sorry, a car just drove up to me and asked, "Did you order DoorDash?"
Can I ask you something, Days? And if you don't want to answer, just tell me F off or something.
Off. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, it'd be cool. I'm fine with that. But have you sought a medical professional on some of these moral struggles that you've been having?
Never will I go to therapy. I'm my own therapist. Actually, Juice WRLD is my therapist. Shout out to Juice WRLD. Rest in peace, Juice WRLD. That boy was my therapist, bro.
Music can be therapy too.
For sure. That's what helped me save up myself.
That's
everything.
Yeah. But if you're having a lot of distress over some of these moral issues, maybe talking to someone would be a good idea, because I don't think you mentioned before that you have demons inside you, and I don't think you have demons, man.
We all have
I
demons
think we all
inside
have
of
our
us.
struggles. Do you think?
7 deadly sins. Learn them, live them, love them.
It's,
Yeah, for sure. They hold you
it's,
down.
it's,
They're with you. They
it's a
ain't going
movie.
nowhere. They're yours.
Hold on, Dave.
It's a movie, man. Do you
I
think
didn't
there's a
hear your
difference
question, Beth.
between?
Sorry.
Oh, it's a movie. Do you think there's a difference between like fantasy and what's actually out there, or do you think there's a
I'm kind of lost.
possibility that's well, 7 deadly sins, like all that stuff, like those are all good stories. Do you think those stories are real?
I think they're happening every day, bro. It's like you're not a perfect person. You're gonna sin, and you're gonna sin in these ways. Regardless of what you want to tell yourself, you're a human being. You're not God.
But why do we have to
Okay.
believe in
Well,
sin,
so
God?
sorry, Beth. Go on.
No, you probably have a lot of questioning.
No. I just wanted to say that he mentioned. Sorry, Chris. Dazed. You mentioned half human, half something else earlier. Is that not something you should maybe think about?
What is your soul? What is your soul made out of? Is your soul human? Yeah.
How do you know that?
How do you not know that? The energy
What does a
can
soul
never be
look
created or
like?
destroyed.
Okay, and then we go back to the energy.
Yeah.
That's
Background to energy. Dazed. When you say energy cannot be created or destroyed, are you trying to reference the second law of thermodynamics? Is that what you're referencing?
I would say I'm referencing something else, not that. I mean, it's definitely dynamics for sure. I mean, it definitely is
So
the definition.
if you don't know what you're referencing, then why would you reference it? Could you even be wrong about that?
Could I be wrong? There's a possibility for sure. Am I wrong? The way I said it, yeah, for sure. I didn't say it right at all. I butchered it, but it's the purpose of things. I don't really try to give people the answers to the math question.
Purpose of things is what makes you feel that you are somehow a conduit of the truth without having to study, without having to look into, without having to question. What gives you that certainty?
You said, how do I know that I'm a conduit without having to question it? And that's all I heard last before my internet interrupted.
How do you know that you are a conduit of the truth? What makes you think that the things that you assume to know are knowledge and not just assumptions, imagination?
How it impact how I impact the world, how I impact other lives, how I impact reality itself.
How does how you impact verify that the knowledge you claim is knowledge?
I don't even know how to answer that, big dog. I don't know how to claim the knowledge I know is true knowledge. I don't know how to tell I don't know. I can't force a horse to drink from the water. I could just bring the horse to the river so it sees the water that it can drink. I can't freaking force it.
Do you think you have brought horses to water in this conversation?
No, it's more the fact that like I am the water. So when I come around, you see it. It's something that inside you. It tells you. It triggers you. It's a sense inside that just doesn't like it. You know, it called me an illness. You know what I mean? And I'm okay with that. It's like I'm okay with that.
So you're okay with a sense inside of you potentially being called an illness and it being wrong?
It's being called an illness by the people. Yeah, I'm not even gonna get too touchy. I don't want to trigger nobody. You know, people have their emotions.
Dazed. Could you be wrong?
Possibility, bro.
What does it mean if you are wrong?
That means whatever I was saying was complete ass crack out of my butt cheeks, and you know it doesn't affect nobody. It doesn't apply to nobody. It is insignificant. It is not able to be resonating with. You can't resonate with this frequency. But that's not the vibe I give off in my frequency. That's not the vibe I give you. So yeah. I perceive how you perceive my vibe due to the comments that you said every time I've ever joined the live. Attentively paying attention really hard and focusing. The things that were randomly said and nobody said to them for them to say things. Everything, bro. I'm paying attention to everything, bro. And I feel like God, what he really tells me really is like, yeah, you're seeing the truth, bro. You're seeing the truth. Your eyes aren't being deceived. Even if you're being lied to, it's the truth. It's a sense inside that I know, you know. And, people like that will be called crazy, you know. You're just crazy. You're in psychosis. It's just like certain things. Psychosis is a real thing that you can be put inside of. Me personally, I've gone through psychosis one time in my life, and I snapped out of it in the same day. My mother-in-law put me into psychosis. She, I was also abusing substance hardcore at the time. I was like 5 days straight, no sleep.
And maybe not go too much into that. I've been in psychosis. I recognize it sometimes in other people. And I just ask those people to try to, maybe they don't like therapy, but maybe talk to a friend about someone you can look up to about like what you're dealing with. Is my DMs are open if you need to talk about something. But I really hope, like, okay, here's a question. If tomorrow you found out all that was some BS, all of it, would it change how you interact with people? Just you couldn't maybe formulate another reason to live?
I think if I was lying out of my ass so fucking that tomorrow was the day he came for my soul. Oh yeah, bro, it's a rip in the chat for me. I'm getting judged hard. You know, that's how I see that. But it's like, every day as I wake my eyes open, I realize I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I have to be grateful for that. I have to be grateful because obviously this life has significance. Obviously there's a purpose. Obviously I'm alive and I woke up today for a reason. And my life has reason. Because I understand that every day we go by, there's hundreds of people who don't get to wake up. Hundreds of people won't wake up today. Hundreds of people won't wake up tomorrow. And it just keeps going forever and ever and ever. So be grateful that you're alive and you woke up.
Man, if interacting with Jesus and meditation is what keeps you going, I'm not going to take that from you at this point in your life. Like, that's what keeps you going. That's what keeps you going. I would just encourage you to please, just, there's other reasons that there's lots of reasons to be alive, and if that's your reason, that's your reason.
You guys are my reason. The human collectiveness is my reason.
Well, I'd be honored to be a reason for someone to stay alive, so thanks.
Thanks for digging into your beliefs with us and answering questions.
Thanks for getting in that deep where I was hitting the right spots. You're welcome. Anytime.
Hey, Dazed.
Well, I guess,
Just take care and I'll let you out of there.
We don't really need to wait for the end of the poll. I appreciate you, Days. Thank you for answering questions. I hope that you keep asking questions, and maybe if you find some different answers, bring them back to us, and we'll question those. It is a good time to repost, Michael.
I'm reposting, copying link, and sharing on my story because apparently I figured out how to do that now.
That's awesome. I don't think I have that option on the other device. But yeah, thank you guys for tapping the screen, getting us over 250,000 likes. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. There's 72 of us in there. Somewhere amongst us, there must be someone with a belief in a god or gods, goddesses, a higher power, anything at all like that, who might be capable of questioning that belief. And if you can question that belief, well then, request on up. I'd like to ask you just a few questions, starting, of course, with what is that belief? What God is that? And why do you believe in it? What's compelled your belief, or is it something you've just chosen? Hello, Kingfisher. How are you doing this morning?
Oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in forever. Hi.
Hello, Kat.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
We did have him back for a little while the other night when you were
When I had the migraine.
one of the nights you missed.
Yeah.
Now I have to go. I have a friend who's questioning a rope right now, so oh boy, I need you to drop me, please.
Understandable. Appreciate you, Bats.
All right, thank you. I'll take care.
You too. Take care. Absolutely.
Still, unceremoniously as fuck.
Bats is so amazing.
Yes, they are. And if you believe in an amazing God or higher power, something like that, go ahead and request it.
Good segue there. Good
Yeah,
transition.
hard pressed to make an argument for that one, but you could try.
I liked it.
While we wait for anyone.
I haven't seen in a long time. Did you mean to request a monster? Hello, monstrous.
Hey,
Good morning.
long time no see.
It has been a while.
No.
It has been a while. You were one of the very first subscribers when that was a thing.
Yeah.
And we didn't talk much, but then there was a gap, and I'm glad to see you back.
Well, I haven't really been on TikTok even since like the last time I was up.
I see. Well, then, for formality's sake, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Never ask a lady her age. I'm kidding. It's 34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No.
And why not?
Because it all seems like a bunch of bullshit.
Because it all seems like a bunch of bullshit. I'm going to have questions on that in just a moment, but I got to make sure that I thank Delilah's Scissors, Crystal J, Heather's Descent, Morgan, and also Jace. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal. I appreciate y'all. So it's all just a bunch of bullshit, you say? How did you determine it was bullshit?
I know a while back you had a thing where you defined faith and belief.
Mm-hmm.
And you can have blind faith in something that you cannot see. You cannot feel. Sorry, the baby wants to talk.
Absolutely.
But you can believe in another human and them not have to have almighty powers. They didn't have to walk on water or save you from your sins. But having blind faith in the flying spaghetti monster might be a bit much.
So is that what it means to you to have a belief in a god is blind faith in spaghetti monsters?
Yes.
Can you think of what might convince you that well, not necessarily a spaghetti monster, but a god of some kind created everything and wants something from you?
Objective proof. Like, okay.
That's all right, monstrous. Take a moment. That's absolutely fine. But
I gotta jump down real quick. Baby.
Yeah, no worries.
Crazy.
Appreciate you so much. We are not believerless on the panel, despite all appearances. There are some gods hiding in the brains of those aboard. Kingfisher just raised his hand.
I felt personally called out for a second.
Well, it's not only you, Kingfisher, if that makes you feel any better.
His gods have more form and
That's probably true, yeah.
are more godly.
That
Since
is,
yours is,
than
yours is kind
whose?
of a volcano, or the feeling of
Mine is a feeling or a concept. It's definitely, it has no form whatsoever, but I wasn't talking about me. Morgan has gods too.
whose gods are juicier.
I don't know if I've asked either Morgan or Kingfisher about their gods.
Well, they both have them, so.
Well, I am on this panel for questioning and to be questioned, so if you would like, you can go ahead.
What do you believe, Kingfisher?
I'm a Norse pagan,
A Norse pagan.
I in particularly work with the gods and goddesses Freya, Tyr, and Odin.
And how did you come to work with those specific gods and goddesses?
Because the concepts that they represented aligned most with who I am as a person.
What does it mean to work with them?
A in particular example would be working with Freya would involve doing rituals and workings that involve love. As she is the goddess of love, beauty, and a war goddess. So, in particularly, you would go out and try and give love into the world. By generally being a nice, quote unquote, nice person. And also give her offerings such as things that are gold and or gold adjacent, such as amber, because within the stories and sagas, she's closely related with those.
So working with Freya means offering gold and trying to share love in the world.
Yeah, that's a small way that I'd typically do to work with Freya.
What is there?
Another one of Philly's great questions.
So articulate, so poignantly, perfectly worded. Those thoughts are coming out so great.
I love you.
Very eloquacious.
Eloquacious, that's a word.
It might be.
Maybe not, though.
I don't know, the word might exist because its existence would mean non-existence, so it can't exist.
God, here we go.
Get your jar ready.
I'm making a playlist to listen to on Spotify called Scream Into the Void that is going to be shared and collaborative, but it is for nights like tonight.
That sounds amazing. I do have, I think, a worded question now. Kingfisher, does anybody who intends to spread love in the world, would you consider anyone who does that to also be working with Freya?
Not in particularly. Sure, you could say, "Oh, I'm working with Freya because I'm spreading love in the world," but it's not just spreading love in the world that is what defines you working with Freya. It's a myriad of other things, such as the love rituals, offerings. You can't, it's not like a Christian God where oh, I prayed on Sunday and all of a sudden I'm a good Christian.
So you would have to do a ritual or an offering around the intention, the action of spreading love in the world in order for you to consider it being working with Freya?
Yes.
Does Freya take a corporeal form, like a physical form?
No.
So what does an offering of gold to Freya look like?
An offering for gold would look like having a altar set up towards Freya in particular. Getting something that is either gold in color and or is the element gold. Anointing it with oils. Either general anointing oil or something specifically blended for Freya. Then you would place that object on the altar, say a prayer, and then that would be your offering.
What happens to the item after you've made it an offering?
Nothing really. It just sits there. It's more of a symbolic offering rather than, oh, I'm giving away.
Do you believe that Freya sees or hears this kind of offering?
Yes.
How do you know about Freya or these other gods?
Because I was Christian adjacent for a little while. Then I it sort of wasn't aligning with who I wanted to be as a person, and the overall community was not very welcoming. So I started looking into other religions for research, and I stumbled across Norse mythology. Started doing some more research into that in particular, and started to learn about specific rituals, offerings. Started reading the Eddas, prose poetic, and eventually got to reading the Havamal, and all these things in particular lined up with who I was and wanted to be as a person.
So I heard you say that you did research, you read the Eddas. Is it primarily the Eddas that gave you the information, or is there other forms?
The Eddas themselves, a good amount of them are more symbolic stories rather than things to be taken at plain face value. And they don't give that much information into any rituals and or workings that were done, because those weren't some things that were cared about to be remembered by Christians who wrote them. So go ahead.
Do you know who wrote the Eddas?
I'm Snorri.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
If I do remember correctly, he was a Christian a Christian missionary, was he not?
He was a Franciscan monk sent to Scandinavia to collect stories. So a lot of the poetic and prose Edda are heavily influenced by Abrahamic viewpoints.
Yes.
How do you have any where boy, I'm doing that great thing again with the questioning.
Words are hard sometimes. I get it.
What I'm curious about is where or how you're able to find a confidence in what you know about these gods or goddesses.
Can you say the question again? I don't think
I know I'm not formulating words goodly.
They're hard.
7 plus 7 is equal in 16 right now.
Hard day.
Do you feel like, Kingfisher, you have knowledge about these gods, these goddesses, about Norse paganism? And if you feel like you know certain things, how do you know that they're true? Have you had what some would call spiritual or supernatural experiences with Odin or Freya or any of these entities?
Yes, I have.
Have you considered other explanations for those experiences?
I always do. Before I tell myself whether or not that this was in fact Freya or Odin, I try and look at the situation from a different viewpoint other than just religion. Per se, I thought that that cat looked a bit weird, and I would say, oh, I felt the presence of Freya in the cat or something. I would try and make sure, well, am I feeling okay that day? Am I sick? Try and see whether or not I am of well-being and sound enough mind to come up with that conclusion.
And what has led you to the conclusion that it is a spiritual, a supernatural experience?
Um, could you give a example of something in particular?
Why? Well, I don't know what your spiritual experiences have been. Are you comfortable to put one forward as an example?
Yes. Um, there was a time when I was walking down by the river. Um, I'm getting a bit of deja vu. Hold on. Have I told this story before? I think I have. Anyway, walking down by the river, close to a forest, birds were chirping, bugs were buzzing around. Everything seemed okay. All of a sudden, everything goes quiet, dead quiet. And I felt a presence as though something was walking beside me. But I was standing by the open riverbank, and there was no one else around me. I couldn't see anything that would quiet all the bugs. I tried to come up with something that might have been like explainable, a storm or some weird seismic activity, but nothing was happening that day. So I've come to the conclusion that a spirit might have been down by that river.
I'm wondering if you did share this or a similar story on panel here before. What did you? It sounds like you discounted the possibility that there was an unseen predator. Is that the case?
There could have been, but I don't see how, as the forest wasn't so dense as to where I couldn't clearly see down it. It was a forest that had been logged and all the trees were new growth, so it wasn't so dense as to where I couldn't. There was nothing in the trees. That's what made it a bit unnerving for me.
Is it possible there was a predator bird?
I looked up around to see, and again there wasn't anything.
Do you leave any room for the possibility that this was not a spirit, it was just something you didn't see?
Absolutely.
Did you think at the time that it could have been not a spirit and something you just couldn't?
At the time, I'm 60% sure that it was a spirit, and around 40% sure that it wasn't.
What happened after that? Did you leave? Did you like get still like everything else had? What was your next move?
After that, I had just left the forest. It was unnerving to have that happen.
Yeah, I don't
So I
fuck with
just
the
know.
woods.
I'm up and around the Appalachian Mountains, so I really don't.
Yeah, I really don't fuck with those woods. Those are the woods I fuck with the least.
I'm also located in those mountains.
I'm not in those mountains, but I fuck with the woods. Keep the door open.
Not those ones.
What about your encounter leads you to believe that Freya must be involved in some way?
I'm I'm confused. I don't
He
I
didn't
don't
say Freya.
recall putting Freya in.
Oh, I see.
He did. Hmm.
I thought we were talking about
We were just talking about spiritual experiences at this
just a
point.
spiritual experience.
Hmm.
So this doesn't relate to your Norse paganism at all.
It does. I think Philly had asked the question, what convinces me that it's true that I have had a spiritual experience. And I think this was kind of a branch off tangent.
So then what convinces you that you've had a spiritual experience that's spiritual?
Of personal gnosis um uh, about these gods and goddesses, and just experiences that I have had.
Well, I mean, if you're going to cheat, take questions from the audience.
I'm not cheating. I had the same question.
I think that's just using your resources. So,
And
like,
raccoons' questions are usually top notch. So
Exactly. So, you know,
yeah, it's not cheating. You're outvoted. This is a democracy, you know.
No, it's a republic. There's totally different.
We actually voted it into a dictatorship the other week.
But this does fit into my understanding of Norse deities, and like entities, because whenever, at least I think, that a Norse deity or entity is around, there's a presence in the air, essentially.
a presence.
Yes, it feels like something is there, but it's not corporeal.
Feels like something is there, but it is not corporeal.
I know it sounds like energy. I'm not gonna be that stupid.
It's not stupid if you have some explanation or some reason to use the word. But you say it feels like something is there, but it's not corporeal. What is the feeling, if not
It's
something?
the feeling of like whenever you're being watched. You might not know where it's from, but you can feel whenever you are being watched. That's what it feels like to me.
Do you think people can always feel when they are being watched?
Not always, but I can feel whenever I'm being watched. Essentially, so that's what it feels
Are you
like.
sure it's not?
Presence.
I mean, if you're able to verify that you're being watched, are you talking about people looking at you?
Yes, I'm talking about people looking at me.
Okay, are you sure you're not catching people looking at you out of your peripheral, and then assuming that was a feeling, but really you saw it?
Could you say that again so I can have a better understanding?
Is it possible that you're actually just seeing people look at you out of your peripheral?
I mean, unless I have 360-degree vision, I can see out the back of my head, then sure.
That'd be cool.
So you think that you can feel eyes upon you when you have no indication?
Yes.
Can you verify that? Or could this just be something that you have tended to notice, that sometimes when you feel you're being watched, you find someone watching you, or look until someone looks back?
I've tended to notice it. Unless I'm some sort of spiritual medium, I can't verify it 100% accuracy, no.
Are you familiar with the concept of agency detection?
No, so could you explain?
Sure. So, as a product of our evolution, we have a ability, the sort of anxiety to to be fearful that somebody is watching us, that a predator is behind us, or that there's some sort of agent in our midst. And so that feeling of being watched is actually part of your genetic makeup. It's something that has helped your ancestors survive, and that it's not so much a spiritual thing, although in the spandrel hypothesis, it gives it gives a spiritual sense. There is a potential for a spiritual sense, but in reality, it's something. Is it possible that this is a byproduct of evolution?
Okay.
So I think is it possible that other people feel like, there's a where do you see, so now that do you understand the concept of agency detection?
Yes.
And so where do you think the line is between agency detection and paranoia?
Would those two things not go hand in hand?
I think there's a Venn diagram. I'm into Venn diagrams lately.
Good morning, Rav.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rev.
Good morning.
I almost made a Venn diagram about something else the other day, and I don't remember what it was.
Our ancestors gave us evolutionary paranoia.
What?
Our ancestors gave us evolutionary paranoia.
Mm-hmm. Thank goodness.
to keep us from getting eaten by the mountain lions or whatever.
That's the same thing with you wake up.
That's I guess it is a what's that called? A reflex. So
The
have you ever
Moro
seen?
reflex.
Yeah, what's that?
The Moro reflex.
Moral reflex. Yeah. Have you ever seen a cat where their hairs are all standing up?
Mm-hmm.
That is the same thing that's happening when we get goosebumps. We just don't have all the hairs. When you say the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, goosebumps are the flexing of your follicles. And what is the goal?
Your
What is
follicles.
Yeah, flex those follicles.
It's a good alliteration.
Thank you. So what would happen if you had a bunch of fur and you got goosebumps?
Are you asking, or
Yeah,
the hairs would stand up like a cat?
exactly. And you would look. How would your appearance change? What's that?
Bigger.
Yeah, bigger.
Oh, you would, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That's why they get all fluffy.
Mm-hmm.
That's also why they turn to the side.
Oh, to make themselves even bigger. Give them a little extra depth. Anyway, that's really all I wanted to contribute.
Well, thank you for the contribution.
Yeah. I'll hang out if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen. Okay, cool.
What do you think about that, Kingfisher?
In particular to his statement of agency detection?
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's a possibility. I'm not going to leave out the room for it.
Hmm. Difference to your faith to know there may be a scientific explanation to your
That's cheating.
unverified personal gnosis. I know it's cheating, but
Hey.
but I've always done it.
But he's the boss, so
Do as I say, not as I do.
he's the dictator. We voted him into the dictatorship, and now this is what we are stuck with.
That there might be no. Because there's always going to be things that science just won't be able to figure out what will be beyond a shadow of a doubt for.
Why do you say always?
Because we don't know what happens after death. We don't know what came before we were alive.
Does that mean we can never know?
Maybe in the very, very far future. But as for now, no.
You know, I was in college a decade ago, right? And I took this class called Social Problems. And in this class, the instructor, it was basically a whole class about the dangers of AI and how they were going to eventually eradicate us all. It was really, really fun. It was like super, super upbeat, right? And this was a decade ago when AI was like nowhere near what it is now. And I thought a decade ago that there's no way some of the stuff this guy was talking about could even come close to being possible in like the next 30 years. And here we are 10 years later, and it is far more possible than I ever imagined it to be.
So are you saying that
Saying that you think that these things might be way far off in the very, very distant future. However, sometimes we think things could be far off in the distant future, and then it's a decade later, and you're like, he might have been right, and AI might like obliterate us all. So, I'm just saying, don't count,
never say never,
don't
essentially?
count out don't count out modern science.
Also, just a question. Do you have any like kids or nieces or nephews, or just you don't have to answer that question? Like, do you know? Obviously, you will realize that babies are made, and are you aware of any babies that have been? It's a dumb question. The answer is yes, right? Right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to go through the questioning path. But anyway, so sometimes it's difficult for me because I don't want to just say anyway. So, are you aware of existence before they existed? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I guess the question of what was life like before you existed, I mean, a lot like life is like right now. If you're asking from your own personal sense, I mean, I guess that is a different conversation, but like, the universe did not come into existence when I popped into the world, right?
Because things are older than you.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, where we came from is very much what we're existing in. So, what was before us is what's around us. Your thoughts? Question mark.
Good job, Rev.
Thank you.
Oh, was that you making that a question?
Uh-huh.
What was before us is what is around us, yes, because the universe didn't just pop in whenever I came in. But the reason that why we can view the universe is because of our brains and our eyes. We would never be able to figure out what was before that. Where was what was random Joe Schmo off the street before he was born? We can't figure that out right now. We can't figure that out soon from what I can think of.
I don't really know what we're questioning anymore. I've lost the plot a little bit.
I think we stumbled into the realms of philosophical conversation.
Don't sound so excited about that.
Philosophy class was not fun.
I didn't like it
So,
either.
so what is it question now? What is that question? What?
I was responding to Rav's question.
Mhm.
Oh, thank you, Raccoon. Whether scientific explanation affects spiritual belief. There we go. There's the plot.
You could have scrolled up just a little bit.
Well, my hands are full. Is it
Interesting
important to
question,
you that
quickly.
this is a spiritual that
No, go ahead, Kat.
is it important to you that there you keep this like idea of the possibility of spiritual like things in your life?
Yes,
Why?
because throughout my family's history, we have always been people who have believed within like a spiritual sense. Partly because on both sides of my family, part of them are Native American.
Hmm. So it's like a familial thing. That's the reason it's important to have the spiritualness.
That's why it's important to me, at least.
Okay, that's fair. Fair answer. Throw.
I can barely hear you, Kat.
Oh no, I thought you had a question.
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet. What?
I didn't have a question.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay, I was mistaken.
I mean, I have questions, but I wasn't raising my hand.
Well, I only had that one, so it can be your turn if you want.
Well, thank you. I have the talking stick now.
I'm
Yeah,
having
I've passed
talking.
it.
Do I talk to my mom now?
We're so polite to each other.
Well, Raccoon's question's great, as always. Do you still have a choice?
What in particular?
I didn't hear you.
That was really muffled, my friend.
Do I still have a choice in what in particular?
This is when it helps when Raccoon can ask her own questions.
So in the meantime, if you have a belief in a god, gods, or anything like that, thank you for that.
But well, I mean, on topic. Do you have a choice to believe that your unverified personal gnosis is actually gnosis in the face of scientific explanation?
Yes, I do have a choice to believe in it.
Why would you choose that?
Well, you just said because it's familial, like a familial thing, right?
There she is. fuck up her question enough and she'll show up.
Oh no.
Is that the
Boy.
secret?
It's Jordan Peterson herself.
Oh my god. Incredible, incredible. Okay.
Jordana Peterson.
All right. So, what led to my question was that you said that you would still believe, or you would still kind of give weight to your belief, even if you were faced with a scientific explanation. And your reasoning, or what I gathered from your answer, was that your reasoning was that it was because it was a familial belief system, that your family has a history or heritage of these types of beliefs, right? And you kind of indicated some of your indigenous heritage as well. And so my follow-up question, well, first, I guess I should ask, is that accurate, or did I take away the right thing? Which part was the most relevant? That's a lot of words, man. All right.
So you have this belief system, and the reason you have this belief system and would keep it if science proved it, even if science proved the spiritual experience wrong, is because you have a familial tie to having a spiritual belief. Is that a correct representation of what you said?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, if you'll listen, I'll appreciate it a lot, I promise. So when it comes to your belief then, do you feel like questioning your beliefs would dishonor that heritage?
No.
Okay. All right. So that was essentially the question. It was one led to the other. Like, so you're saying that you're honoring your heritage by accepting a belief over a scientific explanation. At least that's what I gathered.
Also, Kira, do you know what his belief is?
Well, I gathered it was Norse pagan and then additionally some indigenous.
I just didn't know how long you'd been here. I didn't know if you got that part.
The only reason was because I hopped in and Thrayle said Freya. I missed the entire beginning. I got that. I was like, Freya, yes, hello, I'm tuned in. Okay, so if you do have a choice, do you, okay, how do I phrase this? So you're essentially, am I incorrect when I ask that you are essentially choosing to believe what you do, even in the face of a scientific explanation?
If the scientific explanation was so clear to just outright to leave out no room for a spiritual explanation or belief, then yes, I would choose the scientific explanation. But if it would still leave room, then I could choose either or, depending on which one sounds and or is backed more.
And by backed, you mean even backed by spiritual explanation? Like backed by something without evidence, really?
Essentially.
Okay. I have more questions, but I'm...
What if spirituality is a scientific process itself in the same way as agency detection?
That wouldn't really impact me that much.
How do you know that? I can be sure of that.
That that if it were a that if spirituality were an evolutionary process, that I wouldn't be impacted that much.
Hmm. Hmm.
Because I just wouldn't be.
Mm,
Did we lose the music too?
apparently.
I think so.
The unnerving silence is among us.
There you go.
It's
How
better.
long have you been practicing Norse paganism? I'm sure you already answered this question for everybody else.
Little over 2 years.
Okay. Prior to that, did you hold any belief system?
I was Christian adjacent.
Did you ever hold the same certainty for that belief system that you do for this one?
I didn't really do enough research within Christianity. That's why I say I was Christian adjacent.
Have you done any research on Christianity since leaving?
I have.
Okay. What is the difference for you? Like what gives you a stronger belief in this spiritual path?
Because I have done workings such as rituals and spell work that heavily involves Norse deities and whatnot, and prayers even, and I've gotten results. And nothing of that sort would even be tolerated within Christianity.
Don't they do prayers and rituals all the time?
Not to the extent or like of Norse spell works.
What's different?
May I ask where you're sourcing your spell works from?
While you think on that, let me just jump in real quick and thank Ethereal Embers, Law of Attraction, Jace, and Dacta for helping with that previous goal. Go ahead, King.
I like to keep my spell works close to me and don't like to really share where I get them from,
Why is that?
because I like to keep what I do partly a secret.
Why is that?
Because then I feel safer. It's kind of a comfort thing.
Do you feel as though, I guess, is the motivation to keep things secret a desire to keep from being mocked or questioned on something that you find pretty sacred? Or what's the motivation for keeping it secret?
My motivation would mostly be uh just it's just a weird desire really to keep my things secret.
Hmm.
I don't know why. I just want to keep them secret.
I think it would be, I mean, I don't know. For me, I like to know why. The methods of ritual that you learned obviously weren't kept a secret if you learned them. So I wonder, do you think that it would take away from your own experience or your own practice if anybody knew the source from what you learned?
Not really. Partially because I change parts of the workings and whatnot that is listed in
Hmm.
order to fit my own who I am essentially.
Okay. How do your prayers and rituals differ from Christian prayers and rituals? Let's go to purpose rather than method.
They would purpose would still be very close because there's not much else that you could pray for and or do ritual for that you can't also do with the other.
Hmm.
So you could pray to God for money, but you could also pray to a Norse deity for money.
Is that the purpose of prayer?
For what, money?
Petition.
In order to get something?
Mm-hmm.
Not all the time.
What other purpose do you find in prayer? For you, personally.
General worship of the deity, as in stuff like daily prayers, asking for something.
What do you get out of honoring a deity?
Um, there's a concept. I'm not sure whether or not it has its own name within Norse mythology, but within Greek mythology, there is a concept called charis. I don't know how you would actually pronounce it, if that's even how you do. Um, where you essentially have to build up a trust with this deity in order to probably have your prayer be received. Um, that's sort of the same concept for me, but within Norse mythology for Norse deities.
How do you know when your prayer or ritual is received?
Um, within rituals where I ask for something, if that thing comes to pass, then the prayer might have been received. It could have just been a coincidence.
If you don't get what you ask for, do you assume that it wasn't received?
Yes, it might not have been received, but it also just probably just didn't happen. Essentially, my prayer might have been heard, but it just wasn't answered.
Why do you think that would be?
Because maybe it was something that I didn't need.
What determines that?
The Norse deities sort of determine that, if I would have asked for money, but instead would have needed something, wisdom, essentially, like wisdom or a bit of insight to another situation, I would not have gotten the money.
Are you familiar with the concept of petitioning these deities in order to empower yourself versus petitioning them to provide for you what you're asking for?
I'm familiar with that concept.
What are your thoughts?
It's a generally good thing, instead of asking them to just outright empower you, to ask to be provided with. It's, for me, it's more respectful to that deity.
So, to clarify, you think it's more respectful to ask them to provide rather than empower you to do it for yourself? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
How is that more respectful in your mind?
That's also not necessarily a widely held belief amongst Norse pagans.
Very true.
It it feels more respectful to me. I'm not quite sure why.
To ask for help rather than asking them to help you help yourself?
Yes, because if I really wanted to help myself, I would not pray to the deity. I would go out and try it myself.
What would
If I
prevent
wanted.
you doing that in the first place?
Hmm?
What would prevent you from doing that in the first place? If you really wanted something, what would prevent you from seeking it for yourself rather than petitioning a deity?
If it was something outside of my own control.
Do you have an example?
Per se, I prayed to a deity in order to have better luck or better odds of having a successful hunt. I can't just give myself better odds or luck of having a better hunt.
Have you heard of the concept Haminya?
I'm drawing a blank, but I've heard of the word before. Could you enlighten me?
Yeah. So in the in Norse cosmology, there is a piece of your soul, and this piece of the soul is called Hamingya, and it literally translates to luck. And it is indeed something that you can nourish or diminish based on your actions and the way you move within the world and your community. And so the reason I bring it up is because in your own belief system, your control over your luck is very much yours and not something that can be prayed into being. It's something that you earn through your actions or through
Something
the
you have to
actions of those
feed.
around you. Right. So I guess that's kind of what we're saying is at what point we take a ritual or a prayer from honoring and venerating into petition. You know, if it's yeah, how do I articulate this? I guess it's the whole idea of asking for somebody to step in rather than you empowering yourself. Okay, I had it and then I lost it. Sorry. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank. Anyway, how do you feel about the concept of humming now?
Are you thinking?
I'm thinking.
While you're thinking, let me just jump in and thank everybody for 270,000 likes. That's really amazing. I appreciate all of you. Also, while I was, I was listening, I stepped out of the studio and a little metal bar kind of came loose on the door. The door's metal, the shed's metal. There's an electrical outlet not far from where that bar kept swinging. I could have prayed for the luck to keep that bar from hitting the outlet, possibly getting it. I mean, it already had broke part of the outlet face, so it's like it was trying to get in there. So to keep it from, getting into the outlet and electrifying the whole outside of the shed and possibly me, I took a screwdriver and removed the screw holding the bar there, because it was kind of an obsolete piece of the door frame, and I can fix it later. But now it's not going to hit that outlet, and I didn't have to pray to a god to get the for like the luck or the motivation. If I had, I could have prayed, for a successful outcome. If I believed in
What are y'all
that sort of
talking
thing.
about?
Hopefully, I'm somewhat on topic.
Thrayle, you haven't earned
Hopefully,
enough
King
credits
knows
with
what I'm saying.
You haven't earned enough credits with your prayers to get protection from electrocution yet. I'm sorry.
Right, prayer credits. My point is, I think, why are you praying for gods to do the things for you that you can do?
If I could just go out and do it, I don't think I would pray to a god to do it for me.
Do what exactly?
But something like in the case of Thrayle, the door handle, I would just fix the door handle. I would not pray to a god to fix the door handle for me, or have the luck to not have the door handle break on me.
So what situation would fall under the "there's nothing I can do" category?
A loved one is sick or dying.
And see, that makes more sense to me than the money please rituals. That makes much more sense. What do you believe that the outcome of your family member's fate is dependent on your attempt to intervene on their behalf? Your prayers, your rituals.
I believe it might help, but it's not absolutely imperative that I do.
So if we had somebody with a similar situation that didn't have anyone to pray for them or do ritual for them or call upon any gods or goddesses or divine intervention, they would have less chance?
Hmm. Could you put this into numbers? It's easier for me to actually come up with something for that then.
How to put it into numbers? My brain doesn't work that way, so I'm struggling. Let me see. This feels really weird in my brain. Okay. Say, oh God, how do I even articulate this? Do you believe that, say someone has a 60% chance of improving currently without intervention? Do you believe that your prayers or your energy or your ritual or whatever that is increases their percentage? 63%, 65%.
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that requires deity or ancestor or spiritual intervention at all, or is that something that you believe you can add to their chances of healing? Like, is there any personal power you feel like you have if you direct your energy toward them?
I don't. I don't think I am would be able to just direct any energy towards them. I channel most of it through rituals and prayers.
Okay, so it's kind of a forgive this term because you're not Christian, but like a Jesus take the wheel situation. Odin take the wheel, or I guess Frigga if it's a help thing, I suppose, or ear. So okay, all right. Um, how many percentage points do you think that it increases their chances of improving if you have thought about it in a numbers way?
I can't answer that.
Oh, okay. I mean, nobody really can. I guess I was just asking what your beliefs are on it.
I don't. I would say I don't know how much it would increase the percentage.
Okay. Is there anything that you've experienced that supports this belief?
Most are too personal or graphic to share on here, so I can't.
That's fine. It's a yes or no, really. Is there anything you've experienced that contradicts this belief?
Would that be like a prayer not being answered, or my intended outcome not?
Yes, partially yes.
Mm, that's somewhere. It's somewhere in the middle. Not really yes fully or no fully.
Was your faith affected when you didn't get the desired outcome?
No.
Did you say no?
Yes, I said no.
Okay. So I guess another thing, before I feel like I should shut up for a minute. What if you were faced with something that was scientifically backed that said that the power of prayer or prayer requests or asking for divine intervention has been shown to actually have the opposite effect of those receiving of what we're looking for. So to word that better, that praying for someone has been shown to actually their situation degrades, that it's a stronger likelihood that they will not improve. Did I read that?
I understand what you're saying, but conceptually, this doesn't make sense to me. Um, that's a hard one to answer because that would there's other implications other than just, oh, my prayer lessened. Ah,
And to be clear, I'm not saying that your prayer would lessen the healing process. I don't believe that that's true. It's just that there have been studies shown that people who are aware that they are being prayed over, that it may affect how. What was that study? God damn it! I know you guys have read it, where it's like there was an added
Is it?
pressure, or there was an added. Sorry, Kat.
Yeah, like they like don't feel like as much. They don't do as much to make themselves better because they feel like it's like the prayer, um, like is doing something to make them better. Is that what you're talking about?
Thank you. Yep.
Mhm. Yeah, so like the person who like if they know they're being prayed for, like since they might have a belief that there will be some divine intervention, might not behave in a way that facilitates them getting better as much as they would have without the idea of divine intervention.
I would just pray in secret then.
You what?
Let's see.
And you.
Sorry, that tickled me that you say "and you" after someone says "bless you."
Who's
Why are you both following the orders of some ancient pope?
habitual? It's polite.
I like the way they do it in Spanish. They go salud, which is health, dinero, which is money, and if you sneeze a third time, amor, so love.
Oh,
What if like what if you sneeze like 12 times?
Yeah.
Then you're going to hell. I don't know. I
Oh
can't.
God!
Oh.
No, I have no idea.
Be out of like wholesome blessings, wouldn't you? Eventually.
At some point, I
Tyler's
feel
always
like
like,
you'd run
stop
out.
fucking. Tyler's like, stop fucking sneezing
Stop
so many times. Why do you
blessing
sneeze 9 times in a row? And I'm like, I don't know. I
Just
can't
the more
help
you
it.
sneeze, the needier you are.
Yeah.
We are falling off the topic of belief, and while I thank Kingfisher for going on the journey, we are open if somebody else watching does have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs.
Also, Kingfisher, you're allowed to opt out at any time. Also,
I felt that
that
getting
was
my queen, doing that to my queen was such a dishonor, so I resigned myself. I didn't realize that it was more of a dishonor to resign.
It is.
Is it possible, and if you are tired and tapped out, that's totally fine. Is it possible that you hold to these rituals as a sense of comfort in a world where we feel like we have very little control? Is it possible that this gives you a sense of controlling something?
It's possible.
When you were practicing Christianity, did you feel like you had control?
No, I felt more as being controlled.
Is your practice in heathenry or Norse paganism, whatever you want to call it, do you think that it resonates with you more deeply because of the freedom in your practice? Or, and maybe both, right? Or do you feel like you just connect more with the deities in this belief system?
It's both.
Do you believe in the Abrahamic God at all? Like in his existence?
I believe he exists.
Do you believe in the written lore of either one of these spiritual paths?
Believe in the written lore how? As literal interpretation? As in
Yeah.
these things actually happened?
Mm-hmm.
No.
What is the nature of the Abrahamic God to you? Like, I guess if you believe he exists, what does that look like?
A god of control and of fear, essentially, to me.
Hmm. Interesting. Sorry, I'm gonna sit with that for just a sec.
Oh, I thought we had a guest. They disappeared.
Well, we did, but they disappeared.
Keeps happening. Or anything like that. Go ahead and request on it. I discovered that I can cook cup noodles from my coffee maker.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Just put out hot water.
That's a great achievement, Thrayle.
No gods required.
Of
Are you
course
sure? How sure are you?
What if there's a god of coffee makers?
There is. That's a Greek one.
Is there really?
Yeah. I don't remember her name off the top of my head.
They had coffee in ancient Greece?
Apparently.
I don't know shit about fuck, man. That's
This feels like some post hoc Starbucks lore.
Give me a second, I'll find
Some
it.
post-hoc
Jeez.
Starbucks lore. The fuck does that even mean?
I thought it was perfect.
Coffee origins are usually ascribed to Ethiopia. Those are the earliest coffee stories of goats talking.
We grow really good coffee here.
And where is here exactly?
Hawaii.
Best coffee in the world is from Kenya or Tanzania.
I'm saying we grow pretty good coffee here.
You say you have good coffee there, Kat, but you don't have the blueberry flavored variety, so I don't know if I
No,
believe
I don't
you.
have the blueberry. I have vanilla macadamia nut flavored variety though.
The only place in the United States that grows coffee. It's a fun fact.
That too. Kona coffee. Kona coffee is like a big deal, and then Kau coffee, and then Puna coffee. Puna coffee is not that big of a deal because it's hard to grow in Puna because it's too wet. But coffee likes it dry.
Best kind of coffee is the one that you don't drink.
Did Raccoon say she needed a drop?
Yeah, I gotta go volunteer at my kiddo's school.
Gotcha.
Have fun.
Appreciate you.
Bye, guys.
Well, now there's one less intimidating questioner up on the panel. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to questioning your beliefs, well, then request on I'm not asleep. You're asleep.
That was so funny that night. Every time I would check in to see if Thrayle was awake, he'd be say, "I'm not asleep. You're asleep."
I probably should
Oh,
take another
wow.
night off soon.
You should. I made the suggestion the other day that like we coordinate those in some way.
The problem is usually I just take a day off whenever I fall asleep too early or too late.
That is true.
And either way, I don't know I'm asleep until I'm asleep. And by then, I'm usually asleep.
How was everyone's Thanksgiving?
No. That's too much small talk.
We're not that friendly with each other. Not here, at
How's
least.
the weather?
How's this game of chess?
Mm-hmm.
How's everyone's tax
losing.
returns looking?
What was that?
It's not going that well for me.
How's everyone's tax returns looking?
I still didn't hear you.
Yeah,
Is
that's
it
how your
like-
tax return was looking.
Oh, tax return. Yeah, we're not doing that. No. That's close to getting a drop. I'm not here to answer questions. I am here to ask them, though, so if you have a belief in a god, or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're... I'm not here to debate you, though. I'm not here to argue or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then, what is your belief? And why do you believe it? The music cut out again, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It did.
Mm-hmm.
Cat Father says, let's have a debate about sandwiches. What is there to debate?
Whether they're edible or not.
Sandwich. Why
Is
would
a
a
hot
sandwich
dog a
have to be
sandwich?
edible? Of course it's a sandwich. It's a taco sandwich. Tacos are sandwiches too. Do I need to break out the chart again?
No, not the chart.
This is why we can't have nice things. Someone brings up sandwich, and I've got to go find the chart, and the whole panel gets dumped. Oops. Well, I mean, I didn't do it on purpose. I just went to get the chart.
It was pretty fucking rude of you to rapture us all like that.
I know, but I did get the chart.
Oh, good.
It's important we recognize what is a sandwich and what isn't. Sometimes it takes a visual aid.
Can someone explain the salad equals soup?
I would imagine it's because there's no bread involved, yes?
Has nothing to do with bread.
No.
Where do you see bread?
I'm so confused.
Basically, everything is a sandwich.
Except salad, which is a soup.
The salad. What?
No, the salad's still a sandwich because soup is still a sandwich. Where do you put the help meat?
What?
What's the reasoning behind the categorization for sandwich?
Anything that is layered or can be described as layered is a sandwich. Everything is layered.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Therefore, everything is a sandwich.
The ocean could be described as a soup, so is the ocean not a sandwich then?
The ocean is definitely a sandwich.
I mean, traditionally, any soup that you've ever had is essentially a quiche. You just can't eat the outer layer. Unless it's a bread bowl.
Bread bowls are a spite to every baker ever.
Philly has come to pre-soup against the sandwich.
I reject your definition of sandwich. It is wrong.
Grounds.
It's wrong.
How do you
A sandwich has to have been edible or is edible.
Philly is a rage sandwich right now.
Are you saying? Are you saying a knuckle sandwich is edible?
Did I just see the first rage quit of the panel?
No, not remotely.
Not the first, but maybe the funniest. Oh no, this is disastrous.
Magnus says that everything is edible if you're adventurous enough.
Everything is edible at least once.
There's an adjacent thing. I'm not gonna say it.
Philly did not get kicked. Absolutely not.
I gotta push back on what you claim to be a sandwich because it's layered. Correct? That's what you said.
I didn't say because it's layered. Anything that is layered or can be described as layered is a sandwich.
Because onion. Everything would be an onion.
Onions are sandwiches too.
No, because an onion has to come first before the sandwich. So thus everything is an onion.
Who said the onion has to come first?
Magnus.
That's like completely different.
That doesn't make any sense, Magnus. Look at the chart. An onion is a calzone.
I disregard your chart. But
onions are calzones.
Onions are not calzones.
They are.
No, everything. If layers is a stipulation, then everything is an onion, like ogres.
Ogres are also calzones.
And you guys say calzones.
I mean, technically, an ogre is a quiche, and you're a quiche. We're all quiches because we have an opening.
Onions.
Oh, don't make me a quiche. I don't want to be a quiche. I'll be a sandwich, but not a.
You're right.
No, I have a life update because I sewed up all my openings.
Michael V reminds us of the most important things, of course, which is what about the spiritual juice? I didn't forget about the spiritual juice.
God.
I know it was hours ago.
What is spiritual juice? This is new to me.
Orange juice, apparently.
It was orange juice.
Is someone getting the concept of a orange being a highly valued spiritual object?
Oh, it got pulpy.
Becoming
pulpy,
juice.
like real pulpy.
So train of logic goes: orange, highly valued spiritual object. Juice it, you get spiritual juice?
There was some orange chakra, wherever it is, that had to do with the orange thing. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, that's your sacral chakra, which is in your
I couldn't
pelvic
remember the name.
area.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was something else he said. That's why it was orange juice.
Oh, goodness.
It's this chakra of creativity and other things. And
I'll give Philly's anti-sandwich campaign a minor victory just for the moment, because I would like to get us back to the topic of belief. But
is it
she's
carbon
right.
though?
She is right in the fact that it has been going on for a year that she can't accept that I'm right.
The joke is right there, Thrayle. She's anti-sandwichism.
Yeah, but
I'll make the joke for you then. How about that?
I was gonna say she's anti-sandwich establishmentarianism.
But we are sitting here with 57 of us still, 280,000 likes. We're 20,000 away from 300K. And we could tap that screen up, maybe repost if you haven't already.
And Thrayle and I are the only non-believers on the panel.
Is that true?
That is true.
Yup.
Uh-oh. How did that happen?
I don't know. It's weird.
The tables have turned.
I was told
The
this
tables
was...
have turned.
Uh-oh. We lost Morgan.
We're still outnumbered.
I know. Oh, wait.
Oh, Jesus.
Now she's back. Now we're more outnumbered again.
It didn't like me sharing the live.
Well, I'm glad you did. Catfather says, wait, Rav is a believer.
Rav is like arguably the most believer-y believer of all of the ones on the panel.
I actually don't know about that. I would argue if we were going on a scale of, I don't know what to grade the scale, but more believery in more magical a god. I think it might be. I don't know if I should say now. Like singling someone out.
I think that the most magical believer is probably Morgan. Maybe.
What could possibly make you say that?
Well, the magic, it would probably be what it is, you know?
Probably would be what it is.
Yeah, that would probably be the thing.
Well, if you would like to ask more questions, I'm happy to answer and talk about it.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Can you pull a rabbit out of a hat?
I cannot. My cousin can, though.
Poser. I'm joking.
Hats are also marsupials.
No.
I need
Stop.
No, he made a claim.
Our marsupials is wild.
He made a claim. I need an explanation. Or they made a claim. I need an explanation.
Any magician would know what I was talking about.
Like I said, my cousin, who is actually a professional magician, can in fact pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Hats and marsupials is just madness.
Hats. Magicians' hats are marsupials. What defines a marsupial is its pouch.
So but is the hat's pouch feeding?
The fact that you're going for that queen right now is also wild. Come on.
I've made some wild-ass claims up on this panel, and that tops it, okay?
Well, if you're pulling rabbits out of them, I can see how that's a marsupial. In all fairness. Because it becomes more pouch-like and less headwear-like.
What defines a pouch, though?
Come on, Thrayle, where's the WTF?
It should have been up like 2 minutes ago.
2 minutes ago.
I already clicked it. I don't know why it's not loading.
You can't even blame it on me this time. I didn't start this.
How did you not? Hold on, wait.
Yeah, you did start the rabbit hat discussion.
True.
No, here, you could have just completely ignored the question, okay?
Yeah, but I'm not like everyone, so.
I mean, I would say it's partially or mostly Rav's fault, as he's the one who defined magician's hat as a marsupial.
Actually, no, I did want to come up earlier, but my kids were loud. Who is, because I heard Kira speaking to someone about
King.
King. All right, cool. So I think me and King kind of hold the same idea or in which way we interpret paganism. Um, and correct me if I'm wrong here, King, but like, do you practice certain things that you comfort?
You
You're
cut out
not,
there,
you're not
Magnus.
wrong.
Son of a bitch. Do you practice certain things when it comes to paganism more so for comfort than anything?
Yes.
Cool. So, what aspect of it has drawn you to it, if you don't mind me asking? Like I said, if you've already answered these questions, I apologize. I came in here kind of late.
Their general freedom in how you can do them, versus a very set and ironclad structure.
All right, that's a good answer. What, so this is just more so just like, I'm just kind of poking here. How exactly do you do it? Like, do you have an altar, or do you like just kind of go outside, get close with nature? No?
I have an altar.
Sweet. Who is it to?
Oh, it's big.
I have an altar to Thrayle.
Nice. So, is this something you're new to, or have you been practicing this like for a while?
I've been a Norse pagan for 2 years. I've started to practice more of the magic and ritual works within the last year.
Okay, so there's what I wanted to get. So, you believe in the magical aspects of it, that humans can do satyr magic and stuff like that.
Yes.
Okay. Would you say, are you like a lore literalist, or you're someone who, again, you're still kind of new, but aspects wise, like why do you talk when I talk? Kind of bad. It is snowing, you're correct. 1 second.
It's always when Magnus is on his best questioning.
Every fucking time.
I know, he's like taking it seriously and being like asking good questions, and
He comes up here to do an alien bit or a snowman Earth, and nobody interrupts him.
Why?
But he gets to good questioning.
Quiet as a mouse in this damn house. The moment I get serious and lock in, kids are like, "Hey, Dad."
It's even
you're the one that
when you're
decided to have
sitting
the little
there.
crotch goblins.
It's even better when you're sitting there on mute, it's completely silent, they're doing their own thing, and the second you hit that button, they need everything right now.
Thrayle is very correct, though, and every time I try to be serious, it happens. So, this is paganism is something I've been doing my whole life. Granted, I do it much differently from how people do it here in the West, and this is not like a dig at anyone. It's just the way it's practiced over here compared to like how it is when I was growing up in Norway is vastly different. I just stepped on a wet spot, for fuck's sakes.
This poor man.
Someone needs an all expenses paid vacation.
Sometimes I wish I was a parent, and then I talk to Magnus. And then I remember that it's probably better that I'm not.
Listen, I always tell people, if you want to be a parent, just come watch me for a day and see how fucking nerve-wracking it is. But, so the way it's practiced over here is vastly different. There's a lot more emphasis over here in the US put on the gods and the magical aspects of it. When in reality, no matter like what source you really pull from, humans don't really do magic. And when people see like the rituals and stuff we do, a lot of that is just kind of dropping shrooms in the woods and like around a bonfire. I'm not saying you're wrong in the sense, but what about the magical aspects of it have you been trying to practice?
Are
He
you
wasn't willing to
asking?
answer that previously.
Oh, he did. I apologize. Because a big thing, and this isn't like me like trying to talk, but a big thing when it comes to Norse paganism and hedonism, whatever you want to call it, when it's the Norse aspects of it, a big part of it is more so about nature and being one with nature, not taking more than you need, cultivating it, trying to take care of it. So, to me, what I ask is, what about the magical aspect that you see that draws you to it?
What draws me to it is how close it is with nature. It's it's not so far removed from uh, the outdoors as some other forms of magic might be. And it draw that,
I'm sorry.
and I'm someone who really likes the outdoors. I'm starting to become a botanist so I can be outside more, work more closely with plants. So that's part of the reason why it draws me.
I love plants.
That's not we know you like plants. Um, there's no wrong answer when it comes to this, because when it comes to like the Norse faith or kind of any pagan faith, or just anything that isn't like Abrahamic in nature, there really is no wrong answer. There's really no wrong way to go about it. The big thing where it gets, where I agree with like a lot of people on the panel, like with Thrayle and Kat, is when certain, do you wish for Valhalla or something when you pass?
I do not want to go to Valhalla. Fuck that. No.
Answer. No, no.
I would.
It's
It
a good.
it would be nice for there to be something, but I'm not expecting anything.
Yeah. So the way I've cultivated over the years, because when I was younger, like I believed the sagas wholeheartedly. And as I've gotten older, like I'm a man that really loves science. And I don't know if you've ever been up here before, but a lot of times I do stuff nonsense. It's just me being cheeky. But I do love science. And a lot of the times I kind of look at the sagas kind of more so as a way to explain nature and stuff like that. Because again, some of the core things in paganism is just that it's being one with nature, it's taking care of nature. So my question is, do you think like Odin, Thor, Freya, Tyr, all of them? Do you think that they're in another plane like Asgard? I want to preface by saying I'm not trying to attack you. I am just genuinely curious here. I like speaking to other pagans later in life. So,
Um. mm, hmm. Yes.
okay.
Be his best question ever. You could hear him draw the breath, ready to ask, the mind just whirring with curiosity and critical thought. And just as the question was about to leave his lips,
Okay, you don't know how right you are. That's the funny part.
The question might have made me a non-believer.
No. That's never my goal.
Not the goal.
Yeah, no, never my goal. God damn it! Now my dog's tangled up. I can't get a moment.
How Magnus is not a follower of Discordia, I will never know.
About to become a Lord Ascender if this shit keeps up, man.
Trip says he's in a cartoon. I hope the question is still whirring in his brain, because while it does, I'm going to remind everybody to tap that screen and share the live out. We've still got a little while longer before I decide to turn in. And if you do have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, well, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue or burgle your gods. We just want to know if you can question it. Well, then what is that belief and why do you believe it? Pampa, I think that's something you could easily research and find out if you're right or wrong. Good chance it's the latter. Welcome back, Majora. And JTP. I don't know why I couldn't get the T. I may sound sleepy, but I'm not there yet. I think the rest of the panel is clearly feeling sleepy, though.
I'm actually digging up potatoes. Thank you very much. So, I mean, I could do that off mute so you could listen, but I thought I'd be nice and not.
Magnus's question has probably stopped whirring around in his brain.
I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot the question.
It was going to be the best one ever.
It was going to change everyone's worldview here. It was going to end world hunger, cause world peace. But so what I was going to say, or what I was going to ask King, a follow-up question. What sources do you pull from to learn?
That's something I do.
So just as someone who, again, I've been doing this my whole life, and I've seen how a lot of people have tried to co-opt the faith for a way, for hate symbols and stuff. A lot of it due just to World War II Germany and the Thor Society. There are certain things I would very much say to kind of steer clear of. And there's things that I would say look more as a reference guide. So Havmals, anything made after the late 2000s are things that I would pull from. But again, understand these aren't necessarily a quote-unquote holy book. They're just reference guides. So... Another thing is a lot of the history of Norse paganism and stuff, again, has been co opted. And so this is something that the Norwegian government is actively pushing against because just a cool little thing to look into if you want. But
Sweden as well.
yeah, Sweden as well. But the I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it's a museum in Norway. I hope to get to see it this year because we are planning our yearly trip out to Norway this year. But it is the history of Norse paganism, hedonism, whatever you want to call it, over there and how it progressed over the years, how it changed and everything, and how a lot of times things were quote unquote lost and then refound, and how things were reinterpreted. I'll try to find it and message you a link to it, Kings. But but just like I said, a lot of the things you got to be careful, and a lot of groups as well when it comes to Norse paganism, you got to be very careful with, because a lot of them are like YT supremacists and Schnazis and stuff like that. So
Do you have to say it like that every time, Magnus? Norse paganism,
yes,
hedonism, whatever you want to call it. Every time.
there's one thing I won't call it, and that's Asatru. Because
Mhm.
Asatru is something that is vastly different, and it is also something that was brought about during the Thor Society. But yes, because there's technically not a single name to it. It's just the names that have been given to us.
Similar to Slavic paganism.
Yeah, I've made sure to steer clear of those groups, you could call them.
Yes, Rav, we have thoroughly vetted him several times.
You never know. Sometimes they slip up. No, I'm joking.
It'd also be quite hard because I'd also be quite hard to slip into those groups because I'm a black man.
Listen,
Not impossible.
Not,
Surprise you.
yeah.
it is not impossible, but
I'll say there was an
Exceptionally
SNL
more
skit
difficult.
once upon a time.
I had to lie to my kids, the oldest, so he'd leave me alone. But do you have any questions for me, King?
Magnus is a great resource.
No, I don't think I have any questions I can think of right now.
That's fine. That's fine. If you ever get questions, feel free to message me. So now, since he doesn't have any questions, guys, have you heard about the new Palladium theory?
Oh no.
I'm joking. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
You can't start and then not finish.
I feel like Cat would reach through the ether and throw punch.
Yes, he can.
So.
Right, exactly. Last time Magnus came up here and I was up here, Thrayle had disappeared for a moment, and he comes into the room in all caps, and he's like, "Let me up! I have an announcement, Cat. I promise it's not about aliens."
It was about aliens, wasn't it?
No, it was the Marine Corps birthday, and so he did get to come up and announce that.
I knew it. I smelled you a mile away, devil dog.
Yes. Yeah. There's lots of Marine Corps going on right here.
No, yeah, I came. It was like what 6 in the morning, and I was already shithoused.
That tracks.
I did text my dad and remember to tell him, though, so thank you, Magnus. I would not have without you.
Good. But speaking freely, but I've said many times though, like when it comes to Norse paganism, because being someone who is from Norway, moved here when I was 15, joined the Marine Corps to gain citizenship, and was absolutely lied to about what I would do in the military. It's fun how that works. But
Tales old
Government
time.
being honest?
What was that?
government being honest.
I know, it's crazy. And then when they are honest to us, we still question it. It's like, you did it to yourselves, guys. But even though I may not 100% believe or still buy into a lot of the stuff when it comes to it, again, there are still core things I hold on to. A big thing is self-reliance. And so, like yourself, I'm a big outdoors person. Like, I love hunting, I love gardening, I love cultivating my land. I have chickens, I have a fuck ass goat that's eating my house right now. But, self-reliance is a big thing too, as well, to look into. It's not something that's really talked about over here. And it could just be something that is more so Norwegian culture, especially where I grew up, because we grew up in Hammerfest, which is semi landlocked next to a coast. So, like, really, we really couldn't go to the store for some things. And so, a lot of times we fished for our food, hunted for our food, and stuff like that. So,
Unalives pigs for his food, but doesn't butcher them because I don't know why actually.
I do.
you know what, Kat? Listen.
He's too fancy for that.
Listen. Like I said, I don't hold to it 100% anymore. So if there's an easier fucking way, I'm going to do it.
No, there isn't.
You just have to push the pig.
She's just mad that I can drop a hog off and then pick it up. I didn't even do anything this time.
That's the hell I have the problem with. I had to participate in that.
Oh wow.
Recorded chat, like,
See, she was talking too much, and so they're getting her now.
They are.
Pele has risen from the depths.
Clearly, it is the day.
Oh, is the Wi-Fi getting me? Oh, I see.
Swallowing you right up.
Literally, just trying to dig up some fucking.
We didn't hear any of that. But if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods,
Good. I don't
a
want
higher
you.
power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I'm not interested in a shouting match. I just want to know if you can question. Well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? That is what the fuck we're talking about.
Also, I'd love to talk to people about their belief in aliens, more so conspiracy side of things.
You can't convince me otherwise. I've seen too many things in the military.
Oh, dude, same.
I don't get to question very many conspiratorial alien beliefs. Sometimes I get to question a flat earther who's actually capable of questioning, but a lot of times they just pivot to the, you don't believe in NASA, do you? You don't believe them.
Well, see, you got to push back on the flat earthers and talk to them about the snowman Earth.
No, toroidal.
Ooh, this is a new one. Explain.
It's donut shaped.
Not as fun.
Right?
Actually,
Explain.
the only correct conclusion is a oblong Earth that has no edges.
So, like, I know I do my bit a lot, but Cat Father is very correct. Statistically, with how many planets are out there, there. It's also snowing again, so I might have to dip out so I can go play in it.
Understandable. I don't know why it still says live paused. The screen should be back up. Is it there for anybody else?
Yes, it's still the live paused.
No pause.
With that, everyone, you guys have a fantastic day. Thrayle, thank you for having me up.
Appreciate you, Magnus.
Also, before I go, I need you all to know that the Palladians are planning another.
This is what they do. I appreciate all of you so much. That's amazing. I would tell you we're right at the 10-hour mark, just after. Thank you, guys. It's been a pretty amazing live. I thought that I would go at least this far into the day, and now that we're having a glitch like this, I don't know why. I can't fix it. I can think of one other thing to do.
Have you tried turning?
Well, that was noisy. Noisy as fuck. Let's see. There's a rat. dream does live on. At least for a little while, we've lost a few people along the way. But we regained a rat, and a cat, and a Morgan. At least a few of us still exist. And if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I just want to know if you, well, then what is that belief? And why do you believe it? Michael V asks, do we exist? I don't know, Michael. How would you verify your own existence? The cat's Wi-Fi can't verify its existence. Michael says the smell.
Ooh, that smell.
He's on coffee number 4. Me too. It's almost empty. Majora says taxes tell them they exist. Why would you imagine that for yourself? Is that what we need to ask now, is how do you verify your own existence? Or do we need to end the live with something more? I really need to fix this background so it's more, I don't know, symmetrical. The wave in the word question bothers me.
To me, existentialism is kind of like the Florida coast, you know? It's a fine place to visit every once in a while, but never would live there.
How are you defining existentialism?
See, how would I define existentialism?
Mm-hmm.
I think more the solipsism or the braining of that thing. No offense, Cat. Just I think it's in anyway.
Cat's not offended. She's digging up potatoes.
All the offense.
Digging up potatoes. That sounds tubular.
So offended. It'd be great to find some of the potatoes I want, but the problem is they all stink until you dig them up.
Nobody got my tubular joke.
Don't worry, I got it. I was laughing but muted.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, haters gonna hate and potatoes gonna potate.
God.
No, I can't say that one. That one just wasn't funny.
At least he didn't sing it.
I'm liable.
Let's get back to the topic if anybody watching does. I mean, I guess we could question Rav on his god of process or Morgan on their gods.
You know, I don't believe in resurrection, but I feel like we've beaten a horse. You know.
You feel like we're beating a horse. We're down to 42
No,
people watching.
Sometimes you gotta kick that
no.
fucker.
I'm saying with the process theology thing, not in general, but
Oh, I thought you meant the live.
yeah.
I was thinking the live.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome to ask me any questions, of course. I feel like I'm a boring. I'm a wet mop. A wet mop, you say? What do you mean by that?
You're setting me up to ask you what wetted your mop.
Orange juice, mostly.
That's what I thought.
Oh.
Somebody can't handle the silence. What about the silence made you uncomfortable, King?
Would you there be questioning my beliefs on why the silence made me uncomfortable?
We have no believers. There's another option. What was that, Kat?
I think I said I got a great option. I'll go with that one.
We got both sides.
That means he didn't hear it.
Is my hearing aid whistling again?
Only a little bit.
All right, I'm gonna hop down. I'll come right back. It'll fix it.
Appreciate you, Rav. Yeah, we're running out of pool. There's fewer and fewer people watching, which means it's less and less likely there's a believer who can question their beliefs. I wonder.
Is that part of the question? No, I thought you were questioning.
You thought what?
You were thinking Fisher's trying to get some questions. Yeah, put them here.
You've got questions for Kingfisher? It's hard to catch anything you're saying, Kat. You're
No.
The Wi-Fi has you. He's rapturing every other word.
Did you already answer how you had come to Norse paganism?
Yes, I am.
3 times now, I think.
Oh,
Or
great,
twice.
perfect.
I said,
Now we hear you, Kat.
I thought we were going to question you. I think Kingfisher has earned it after the gauntlet he has been put through.
The scrutiny, yeah.
There's still some woo there that needs questioning, but we'll get to it another time. Go for it.
There we go. You don't have any questions for Thrayle?
I have a question for you, Thrill. When people say spirituality or energy or any of those buzzword type words that are clearly carrying a lot of weight, do you know what they mean, but that you are asking what do you mean because it is clear that they are letting that word carry a lot of weight?
Do I know what they mean? I mean, I have an idea. I can make assumptions, but they are letting it carry too much weight, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when what happens is they use that language to kind of corroborate each other. But when you actually break down the details and really dig in, they either have no idea what they're talking about or they're talking about completely different things.
And have you heard any explanation that has been like worthy, or does it end up always being that kind of infinite loop?
Worthy. I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah.
Like reasonable?
Yeah, reasonable or like worth discussing or like. So, I guess what I'm asking for is like, have you heard people who use those sorts of words that have well thought out theologies or philosophies or something like that?
I don't know
Well, there was the guy earlier tonight who told us we were disrespectful for asking him to define that word.
Mm-hmm.
That was, yeah.
There was that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Rav. Repeat that question one more time. I had a. Or just
Have
that
you?
last part.
Yeah, I guess like have you experienced any people who use terms like that?
That's right.
That have a cogent.
I mean, cogent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes, usually, what happens is they come to some understanding that either convinces them that they know what they're saying or confuses the hell out of them until they say, I don't know. As far as cogent thoughts, I don't know how to judge whether or not somebody's idea of the energy God they believe in is cogent. Just if they
maybe I meant more cohesive, like that it is structurally sound, even if it's not like, you know, um, yeah. I guess I'm just looking for novel ideas that are,
Are you
you
looking
know,
for a God that makes more sense than your own?
no, I just am like interested in like people who have well thought out. Uh, I'm looking for a mind that work. Sorry.
Um, yeah, no, I don't know of an energy God that necessarily convinces me that it's well thought out and cohesive. That it's. I mean, it's relying on some kind of loose understanding of a verbiage to say that they mean what some kind of electricity being that has its threads in everything, or is it everything, or is it the source, or um, is it life force, or is it um, movement, matter in motion? Is it? I mean, some of them start to get closer and closer to sounding scientific, but still, there's a brain behind the doing, a, a God pushing it all around.
I find the brain offensive too.
And if it just is the energy, if it just is the life force or the matter in motion or just the idea of the ability to do work, then why are they thinking of it in godly terms? Why are they personifying it? Um, why are they beginning to think they can manipulate it as though it is a singular thread through all rather than just a way to describe an attribute of some things? Not even an attribute, a set of different attributes. Both sides Zing's nailing it in the comments. He says anthropocentric bias and also the illusion of explanatory depth. That's what it seems like. That's the way it's being used. But what I probably should have said was, I don't know.
Have you thought about what I said the other night about biases and anthropomorphizing gods and what we bring to the table with us and how we can do better?
Mm-hmm.
Have you come up with anything?
I mean, I've tried to make sure that when I'm listening to people talk about their God, that I'm not implanting my idea or preconception of the last time someone began to describe it that way. Like with the energy gods, they're all shaped different, sound different, though a lot of them do still bear a strikingly human silhouette.
Mm-hmm. I would agree that they do. I have noticed you checking these things though, for what it's worth.
If there were to be a scientific study that would be conducted that left room for the possibility of a godlike entity, how would that affect you?
A scientific study that left room. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
A hypothetical scientific study that showed evidence that there could be a godlike entity.
I have a lot of questions about the study. What you mean by showed evidence that there could be. The wording of it, the origins of it, the funding behind it. But I would, um, I would have questions.
So you would first question the study itself, rather than what the study showed.
Well, both. But already the wording, think about the wording you gave. Like, are you asking me if a scientific study came out and said there is a God, or there could be a God? Which one?
That there could be a God.
There could be a God. Now, what is the scientific study actually saying its evidences are?
That's why I said hypothetical.
Right. So that's what I mean. I would want to know as much about it. I would question the study. I would question what it says the evidences are, what the controls are, what the everything about it. The wording of it. There could be a God. There is a God. There's evidence that there might be. Like, what is the phrasing? And again, yeah, who funds it? Who did the research? What were the controls? Wouldn't you question it?
I would certainly.
was your god, or only if it was other gods?
Couldn't hear you, Kat.
Perfect. I asked if Kingfisher would question it if it were his god, or if it were other gods.
Did you catch that, Kingfisher?
I can't make that up.
She said, would you question it if it were your gods, or only if it were other gods?
I would question it if it was any god.
Do your gods have to exist for them to be meaningful?
No.
Why not?
Did you hear her?
Yeah, I heard her. I'm trying to put words together.
Oh, I got you.
Take your time. Hi, kitty kitty.
The music keeps dying. Let me get it again.
And puppy dog.
There it is. No, the silence isn't uncomfortable for Thrayle Quigley. I just like my music. It's noticeable. That's what the silence is.
I actually very rarely notice it, funnily enough.
My tinnitus doesn't let me not notice it.
Well, I'm just so used to the tinnitus that I don't notice that either half the time.
They don't have to exist to be meaningful because they're the embodiment of a concept. If they were to exist, the concept would still exist.
It's a good answer. It's a really good answer. This is one of the best answers I've ever gotten, and I've asked that question a lot.
We have no believers believing, except the ones on stage who are questioning and being questioned. requesting to be questioned or question, because it's open now.
Yeah, I really think it's funny, like how everybody has all these questions for Thrayle until, come on, you guys.
Why do you ask people what they believe in?
Many reasons, but here the reason is to see if they even know and if they can question it.
Did you have any religious beliefs before?
Not really beliefs. I've attempted at practices, and I've always asked questions. I've never really been able to make myself believe in any of the things that I was supposed to. I was raised in a religion, but I never believed it.
Could you share what religion that was?
The Baha'i faith.
You can ask what that is if you don't know. He will tell you.
So that we avoid some silence, what is that exactly?
Some consider it the next in the line of progressive revelation from Abraham to, all the way down through Jesus and Muhammad, right? That would be Baha'u'llah, would be the next prophet in that series, according to them. And that he was given a new revelation, a new way to believe in him, to teach about him, and to live. And it's very, people describe it kind of like a hippie religion. It's very peace, love, and happiness. Everybody's right. A lot of equality, and fairly simple, I'd say, beliefs compared to many others.
About this religion that you started to question?
Everything. I often question how anybody knew about the God. Like, why did anybody believe the person saying that they had talked to him? I would ask questions about afterlife, heaven and hell and judgment, and none of them were satisfactory.
I don't think I've ever heard how you came to Baha'i.
I was raised in it.
And how did
Born
your
into it.
parents? Yeah, how did your parents come to it?
Friends that they had met either right before or right after they got married.
Did you experiment with any other religions after you left the Baha'i faith?
Yeah, a few. None of the mainstream ones. But mostly just like Wicca, and then slowly into a more self-personalized paganism. And eventually just nothing.
It's really hard for me to imagine a spell casting Thrayle.
It is.
It is. It is very difficult.
Was how did it feel for you to go from, you know, kind of your own personalized faith and then into just kind of like nothing? What was that experience like for you? If you're comfortable answering.
I didn't really believe in the personalized thing. It was me trying something on to see. Because when I left the Baha'i faith, I was told I could kind of look around and find what I wanted and see and see if I didn't want to come back to it. And I think that was kind of the idea, is that you look at all these other major religions and see, yeah, these are shit compared to the Baha'i faith, so yeah, I'll go back there. But I went towards, you know, the Wicca and paganism and more of the eclectic stuff. And it just kind of started to feel like build your own God, build your own religion. And I kind of realized that's what all of them were. It's just that they got more people to, you know, play make-believe with them.
Completely understand and relate.
But yeah, I never believed in the gods of those things. In Wicca, it was just sort of a blank male and female godhead that you could apply any name to. And then beyond that, I looked into where a lot of those names came from, and kind of thought I'd piecemeal my own non-god God thing and talk to the moon for a little while. But never listened and never felt like it was listening. I didn't think it was. I just kind of tried it on.
Didn't need to listen for it to matter?
No, it didn't need to listen for it to matter, because it was for me, whatever I said to it. It was me talking to me. Sometimes saying it out loud, saying what the thing is that you're thinking, feeling, believing, even if nobody's listening, can help. And maybe that was the usefulness other people find in it, is that if they think someone's listening, it might help them more.
That's why I talk to the moon. I see it as a self-reflection. It's a mirror.
You said part of what turned you off from things like paganism was the build your own god concept. Was it just that turned you off from paganism, or anything else?
No, it wasn't just that, but I mean, that was the first thing, is if the gods are all just people's ideas to fill in gaps where they don't know something, so they put in a personified thing, a character with a name and a backstory and a reason why it's mighty, or why it's righteous, or why it's the best. Well, then, how far in to those practices, the rituals, the esoteric knowledge that all of them claim to have, how far into all of that is just, people filling in gaps with names of things and backstories and reasons why it might be the best way. And really questioning that. When something works, or seems to, or appears to work, is it working because a god, or a divine being, or a spirit, or a thread of fate, or whatever it is? Or is it because you motivated yourself enough to do the thing by performing a ritual that pushed you in it, or set your mind to an expectation of success?
Does it really matter whether or not it was a god that did it, or you just did it yourself? You got the outcome that you wanted.
It can matter if you then begin to attribute other things to the god, or claim that its might is righteous because it led you to success in your endeavors. So all your endeavors must be blessed by it.
I'm a firm believer in correlation does not equal causation. And so that's realistically my answer to that.
That's an interesting phrase, because correlation, like causation, is through correlation, but correlation is not necessarily causation.
Right.
room.
Are we out of questions?
No, I was just thinking of
No.
a couple.
I think I got a couple more.
Oh, I have. Okay, you guys go first.
Um,
Something just happened in chat I don't like.
what happened?
I don't think Tootski meant to do that, but if you did, Tootski, DM me about that. You blocked somebody. Oh, well, it said you blocked somebody. Maybe your finger slipped. I'm sure it was an accident. But it was rectified. But yeah, everybody tap that screen and share the live. I'm sure it was just a mod mistake, Majora. Some accidental pocket thing. Yeah, Philly's accidentally blocked people before too. I'm just glad I spotted it. Sure, it was absolutely accidental. But yeah, everybody, if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue with you or debate
You
you.
guys hear this deflection?
Deflection from what?
Rob was about to ask you a question.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Do you think that there are like things that we understand scientifically that are probably wrong or potentially wrong? And will we then eventually call those beliefs?
Say that one more time.
Yeah, it's a weird question. So like it's okay, if are there things that we know to be true or understand to be true that do you think that it's possible that at one point in the near future or not so near future that we will find ourselves incorrect and that we will then call those things beliefs or something like that? It's an obtuse question. I think I'm trying to like position it on a timeline. And like I've talked about how belief and knowledge are related. And I'm wondering, like, is there a process of knowledge that becomes outdated becoming a belief or something like that in your mind?
Knowledge outdated, becoming a belief. What is knowledge? Outdated, forgotten knowledge.
No, more like knowledge that is not.
Oh, I see. Something you think is true, that you think is certain.
Yeah, like Wile E. Coyote runs off a cliff. He thinks he's still on the, on the ground. Only when he looks down does he begin to fall, but he was wrong the whole time, you know? And so, like, are there, what happens when there are things that we hold to be true and understand to be true,
Do I think it
we're wrong.
becomes belief? I don't
Yeah.
think it becomes belief at that point. I think if you hold on to it, it becomes I mean, isn't that kind of self-delusion?
Ain't it though? I guess I mean, that's what I'm interested in, I guess, is uh, the moving away from the delusions or something. Like, do people, I don't know, does it happen?
I mean, I don't. I've seen it happen. I've seen people put away things that they think better of. Is that a?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's more of a question for me.
Do you need me to ask you where you're at, Raph?
Sure. I mean, I guess you could.
On a scale of knowledge to putting away self-delusion. 0 to 10.
Well, I think that anything that would contradict my sense of knowledge or understanding uh, would need to be questioned. But I've yet to really come up against that, I guess, without the feeling. Well, here's where the issue comes. I don't want to. I don't want to like explain myself to the point where it becomes contentious with other people's inability to question their own beliefs. And so um, there is a delicate dance, I think, that happens when, if I maintain my own sense of humility without anybody else doing so, then it ultimately, and that is done publicly, then it's really just masochism at that point. I think
Philly Red,
absolutism scares me. That's all. Sorry, Thrayle, what were you gonna say?
Philly Red said say more about maintaining humility.
Sure. Yeah, like the ability to question your beliefs, like the ability to say, I don't know, or oh, but when you come to I mean, I think I guess the question is something along the lines of what happens when there is a topic being discussed that is worthy of questioning and, looking at, when the person who is being asked to question that is genuinely questioning it, but the people who are questioning it are making their own presuppositions and that sort of thing, and not questioning those presuppositions while questioning the person. I think this shows up like in some of these debate type spaces, obviously not here, but I'm saying like in some of the debate type spaces, people will hold, you know, anti-theist beliefs, or that's just an example, but will be staunch in a understanding that almost presents as a belief because of the staunchness and absolutist nature of the statement, and while questioning somebody about their beliefs. And to me, that is like, what is that? And what the critique that I have, especially of kind of Christian and Muslim perspectives, is the sort of, I have the right way. This is the way. Any other way is heretical or something like that. And when somebody has deconstructed from Christianity, oftentimes those beliefs, I have noticed, of I'm right, this is the right way, do not actually get deconstructed themselves. And so the staunchness remains of being right and needing to be right, as opposed to questioning.
Do you think that in general it's just as bad in atheist spaces as it is in theistic spaces?
Yeah, there's just a focus on being right as opposed to discussing impact, or as opposed to discussing like where the beliefs come from or why there is this need to be right, sort of thing. I mean, that's just like one example I'm thinking of, but it's something that I've been struggling with for a while in these spaces, is that there's just this like, my way.
And similarly, you would find in atheistic and in theistic spaces both people with
So both people with what?
epistemic humility.
Sorry, do you mind asking the question one more time? I'm not sure that I've heard it fully.
I've heard you affirm that both in theistic spaces and in atheistic spaces, there are people with this staunch, I am right attitude. And I'm seeking to confirm that you've also encountered in atheistic spaces and in theistic spaces that there are people with epistemic humility as well.
Of course, yeah, of course.
That's what I thought, but I just wanted to.
Oh, totally. Sorry. I guess, no, I was only focused on one little, not, I don't know, one sector,
Do
And
you
Thrayle,
think that?
sorry.
Hi, how
Mm,
are you?
I was just
Keep
gonna say,
getting
feel free to
vexed there.
shift
Hang on a
focus.
sec.
Yeah.
Well, I think Billy had another question.
Sorry,
But
Philly.
yeah.
um, we can come back to it.
Okay.
I know how to track Rav down in these TikTok spaces.
Hey, Basta, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
44.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Do I have what? Sorry.
Do you believe in a god or gods or anything like that?
I used to.
But you don't anymore.
But I also I'm not sure. You know, I'm in somewhere in between. I'm educated by the science, but I grew up in Roman Catholic family, so it's hard to get rid of that everything what that was impregnated in me. You know, that knowledge that was forced in me through my early and teenage years. You know, so I was like a little bit indoctrinated by some kind of beliefs, and it's hard to separate what is in my character, what is the indoctrination, and what is me. You know, English is not my first language, so I cannot really explain what I.
It sounds like you're trying to separate yourself from the indoctrination, but you still have questions about whether there's a god or anything like that.
Yeah, there is a small hint at the back of my head that there could be something, you know, but I'm not sure is that the logic or something that was, you know, in code in myself during my early age that I can't read off.
In that something that could still be there. What do you think that might be?
I'm honestly, I'm the most happier person. The most happiest times in my life was when I like didn't think of a God at all. You know, every time I go in some live where I discuss about God, and every time I discuss someone in real life about God, or every time I think about God, or is it or is there not God? I feel a little bit discomfort, you know.
The idea of thinking about a god or thinking about there not being a god, either way, gives you discomfort.
I think, everything, you know, it's like it makes me tired to think about that, you know, because I think that if I live all my life thinking about that, I would never get an answer, you know, and I really want to escape from that thinking about that, you know, but I can't. It's there. And I'm like, every now and then I'm like intrigued by these people who are, I want to say something, but I know that I could maybe hurt someone's feelings, or maybe, or, I don't know, it makes me, it's hard to explain my emotions in that time. I don't want to hurt people who believes in God, you know. But I also want to tell them to question. This is the reason I came to this panel because of this picture. Can you question your beliefs? Question your beliefs. But if you question your beliefs, if you stay religious or if you stay believer, I think you will become a better person. But you can believe in God, okay? But do not be like idiot that doesn't know anything but the few things that someone told him in the childhood or somewhere in some building, that is like a little bit hypocrite. There's other things in life that could make you more that could bring some quality in your life, some upgrade your empathy or something like that. I said that English is not my first language, so I'm trying to say all my
I think you're doing pretty
thoughts.
freaking great.
You're doing great, Basta.
Thank you. Sometimes I want to say to some people, but I don't want to offend them, that there is no way to it's maybe there is a way, but it's very hard to tell someone who is indoctrinated that he's indoctrinated. If he start to believe that he is indoctrinated, he would have to go start from the beginning, and that's hard. He's like I heard for some psychological phenomenon, like as harder you try to prove someone that their belief system is false, their belief system becomes stronger because they believe that you are like some kind of the demon or the Satan that is trying to rumble their belief system.
That's what was missing tonight. Nobody called me Satan.
But
good afternoon, Satan. There
we go. There we go.
You beat me to it.
But also, it's a good, actually, like Thrayle, it is a good, like if you're really looking at the term, like you are being the opposing counsel, right? Like you're asking. Yeah, exactly. I think it's a lovely title.
If the pitchfork fits.
What'd you say?
I must say I like music that is singing, that is in behind. Is this something medieval?
Did you say there's something medieval?
I said music that is,
it's like a medieval lute.
Yeah. I'm a huge fan of fantasy, and so I like. I'm not saying that that I would love to live in all those imaginary worlds that I watch on TV, but I like to watch them.
Do you mind me asking, like, what is the culture around you and how the culture around you
I will be totally honest with you. I will totally be honest with you. I grew up as a Roman Catholic, but in my country, I was raised up in Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia, and it's split up and in 6 countries, and I'm living in the center of those, called Bosnia and Herzegovina. And there's Roman Catholics, Orthodox, and Muslims. So when I went out of Roman Catholicism, I tried Islam, you know, but I also it wasn't for me, and I don't know. At the moment, I'm like trying to find the best in the people, you know, and not divide people by the race and nationality and the belief system. I almost momentary can by some I don't know, maybe sixth sense I can find out who is a good guy and who is not. I'm not saying that that works for everyone. It works for me, you know, by his voice, by his way of speaking, but through maybe sometimes I'm wrong, but in most of the cases, I'm looking for those kind of the people, and I like to hang with them, to hang up with them, you know. So I don't like frustrated people that like to quarrel, that like to, you know, swear a lot. Everybody swears, okay, but if you swear a lot, I don't like it. Just it's not. I don't know. I don't like people who raises their voices too much, and because I was grew up in the family where my father was a little bit unstable, you know, and
I think there's going to be
he
too much cultural reference there, Thrayle.